Mr. Copeland, could you just look at those two documents? Do you recognize those documents?
I seen them before, yeah.
Are those the arrest warrants taken out for you for false report of a crime and false statements that you believe are still pending against you?
Yeah.
Okay. And briefly, the allegation is that, well, Your Honor, I would move to admit DS 27A and DS 27B into evidence. Briefly, the allegations against you that you believe are pending are that you accused a jail worker or a deputy of spraying with OC spray at the jail.
Right.
And the deputies, the supervisors, reviewed the videotape from the jail and determined that the jail worker did not have OC spray on her and did not spray you with any OC spray in the jail. Isn't that correct?
Right.
What? Did you know that the state, while this trial was going on, dismissed that case against you?
I didn't know that.
Well, I brought you good news.
This dude done did his homework, the state's homework, Woody's homework. He did Judge Whitaker's homework.
Does that document say State of Georgia versus Kenneth Copeland? Correct me if I'm wrong, does this document say the facts of this case have been reviewed, and although it appears that probable cause existed for the defendant's arrest, the decision of the district attorney at this time is not to prosecute the above named defendant? Is that what that says?
Yeah.
Okay. It says the reasons for this decision are as follows: prosecutorial discretion. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
the person whose name is on this document is Fonnie T. Willis, correct?
Oh gosh.
That document does not indicate that your pending charges for false report of a crime and false statement, they don't indicate that those are dismissed forever, just for now, at this time, correct?
I guess.
Okay. And nothing in that document says we dismiss this case because we were wrong, Mr. Copeland's innocent. It said prosecutorial discretion, correct?
What do they mean?
Okay. It means they just made the decision to do it.
All right, that we can strike that part. Ask your next question.
Isn't it true? And you just found out that this was dismissed today, but isn't it true that while you were on the state's witness list to testify in this case, the state was simultaneously, at the same time, prosecuting you for false statements and false report of a crime? Isn't that true?
Talk to me so I can understand.
They were calling you a liar at the same time that they were asking this jury to believe what you're saying. Isn't that true?
Oh, yeah.
Boy, ain't no way, boy. Boy, ain't no way, boy.
Let's talk about your immunity agreement with the state. They told you in that June 10th, 2024 meeting that you did not ask for, that any crime that you talked about, they were not going to prosecute you for, correct?
Yeah.
You can talk about shooting Rich Homie Kwan's dad's barbershop. You can talk about shooting Rich Homie Kwan's father. They're not going to prosecute you for those things, right? That's what they told you. That's the promise they made to you, correct?
Characterization of the evidence.
Sustained.
Is that your understanding?
Nothing I say can be used against me.
Okay. There's one exception.
If I say that I did, yeah,
Okay. The Donovan Thomas thing.
yes.
Look at Love. Love is troubled.
Mr.
Love
Copeland,
shooketh.
you don't know any of these gentlemen back here to have a personal beef with Donovan Thomas, do you?
And here we go.
What you mean?
Back in 2015, you didn't know any of these gentlemen to have a personal beef with Donovan Thomas.
I never said I did.
Okay.
But you did.
The reality, Mr. Copeland, is you were the person who had a problem with Donovan Thomas. Isn't that correct? You were the one that broke into Donovan Thomas's car, correct?
So in fact, not in evidence.
Overruled.
Yeah, he's already said he did.
You've admitted to it.
Yeah.
You're the one that stole Donovan Thomas's chain, correct? Mr. Copeland, you're the one that shot up Donovan Thomas's friend, Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop in 2014, correct? You're the one that was going back and forth with Donovan Thomas's brother, Kelvin Watts, correct? You've called his brother a waste of space in October 2021, didn't you?
Mr. Copeland's not answering the question, so
Yeah,
he needs a
apparently
response.
Mr. Sharp doesn't care whether he answers or not, so it's fine with me. If he wants an answer, he can say that.
You called Kelvin Watts a waste of space in October 2021, didn't you?
And I don't think nobody walking earth would not agree with it.
You said that people would cheer if he died,
I see what you did there. Wow.
correct?
I will. Back in the days.
You've shot it, Donovan Thomas's brother, Kelvin Watts, correct?
Mm.
You're the one who got jumped by Donovan Thomas's brother on January 6, 2015 at Club Crucial, correct?
Club Crucial.
You, not any of these gentlemen,
Wow.
right? And you're the one that shot up TIG recording studio on January 8th, 2015. Isn't that correct? Let me ask you something, Mr. Copeland.
Wow.
You were asked about the Green Store by Attorney Steele, right? The Green Store, you're familiar?
Yeah.
That's actually called Mommy's Grocery in Delhi on Glen Street, correct?
I guess.
Okay. You estimated that the driving time is 5 minutes. The truth is, to get from the Green Store to where Donovan Thomas was gunned down, you have to drive a couple hundred feet on Glen Street and take a right onto McDaniel, correct? That's how you get there, right over the tracks. The truth is, it takes less than a minute to make that drive. Isn't that correct? Mr. Kokomo, could you publish DS24F? This
Max
is
is
February
cooking.
21st, 2015, 378 Yankee Delta from 6/22/59 to 6/24/01.
He cooking them. He cooking them.
I got somebody, I don't know his name, he can tell, he ill there. He called the night, well, I forgot what they got killed with.
And we're going to start it over, Mr. Copeland, because I didn't provide any context. You spoke on a gang meeting that the Bloods had about you on that Thursday before Donovan Thomas was killed, correct?
Here's your bingo board, Becky.
Mr. Kokomo, could you play
I
DS-24.
got somebody, but I don't know his name. I got somebody, but I don't know his name. He was there. He illed. He called the night. Well, I forgot what day they got killed, but it was a Friday night. It was Thursday night. They had a barbecue. But the barbecue just about it was blood and everything blood. And the whole meeting was based upon me. They was all in there talking about this and this, talking about that and this. So the nigga Mo was on the phone. So Mo told everybody, all I need, every last one of y'all, whoever 90s scraps here, whoever that was nickname, supposed to kill me. They gave all on guns. The same night they gave every last one a gun. Say treat me to a gas station and kill me. I forgot what else. But he called and told me everything. He said, is this person a friend of yours?
The Bloods had a gang meeting on the Thursday before Donovan Thomas was killed, 2 days before, on the same day that you shot up TIG Studios. Isn't that correct?
I don't know what you're talking about.
In that statement to the police, you said that the whole meeting was based on me. Not them, on you. That Mo, from behind the wall, had put the green light on you. Not anyone else. He put the green light on you for what was going on with you. The guy who stole from Donovan Thomas. The guy who shot up the studio with Rich Homie Quan and Donovan Thomas in the studio that night.
Yeah, objection, I was assuming facts not in the evidence and harassment of the witness.
Overruled.
Hold up.
Yeah, it's rewind time.
And did you tell them that was after you were flashing money while you were on the stage?
I probably did. I know. I would. Detective thought his brain was the size of a squirrel brain, so you could just tell him anything. He gonna go for it.
You're right. At this time, the state's going to ask for permission to treat Mr. Copeland as a hostile witness under pursuant to 24-6-611, Your Honor.
Granted.
Thank you.
What that mean?
Don't worry about it. That's just for her to understand how she can ask the questions. You just continue to answer them truthfully.
That one didn't age quite so well.
At that meeting, Donovan Thomas went whoop, approved of the orders to kill you. You told the police that the gang members handed out guns to younger people, and the plan was to trick you to come to the gas station. And the only reason you weren't killed is because someone told you about it. In January 2015, Donovan Thomas was coming after you. Mr. Copeland, you're not the type of guy to back down, are you?
Yo, hit that like for deal with Christian. Yo, for deal with Christian. Smash that bell for DMC. Yo, smash it. Just smash it. Hit that like for deal with Christian. For deal with Christian. Smash that bell for DMC. Yo, smash it. Just smash it. Hit that like for deal with Christian.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you saw the thumbnail, you saw the title. You know what we're about to do. We're about to get at it. Good morning. I appreciate y'all so much for stopping through. I see that court has not started as of right now. Somebody said that the infamous Sylvia, her stream is up. Let's see if they got some shenanigans. I don't think the camera should be on yet. But we will see. I thank y'all so much for stopping through this morning and getting it going. If you could, just let me know. Let me know. Camera is present. Let's go. The Atlanta News First is moving slow. Sorry about that. Problem. Let's
You
go.
know,
Let's go.
whatever kind of arrangements or agreements there were between the state and the co-defendant, or things that the co-defendant admitted. And Mr. Harvey nodded in agreement.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes,
Excuse me.
I think we need to separate the idea of admissibility versus the purpose of this admissibility. I do not contest that a testifying co-defendant's plea can be admitted into evidence. I merely request an instruction saying that can be used against the witness itself, but is not substantive evidence against the other.
The plea itself is not. The fact that he pled, the indictment, plea, and sentence. Now, we have a separate issue, which I think is what Ms. Love was about to discuss, which is, we know that there were kind of factual
Cameraman is giving y'all what y'all
assertions
want right
made
there.
and agreements made with
Matthew
regard
citing
to Mr. Sledge's plea.
Phone type house in the chat.
And
Matthews.
if he is testifying and he does not testify, I guess, as expected by the state, and the state needs to impeach him with what would then be a prior inconsistent statement within those factual assertions, that would come in as substantive evidence, and it could be considered as substantive evidence in this trial against every defendant.
Well, I think it can come in as impeachment, but it's a different kind of impeachment than impeaching with a prior inconsistent statement because it's part of a guilty plea. I think this form of impeachment would go to impeach the credibility of this witness and still not be as substantive evidence against all of the defendants on trial.
Let's make sure exactly what it is we're talking about. So when we talked about it before, we talked in particular about item number 8 in the factual assertions, which was the defendant personally knows that one or more associates of YSL killed Nutt on behalf of YSL. I think that's probably what we're talking about, although he makes a number of factual assertions which could potentially, if he doesn't testify to what he said he was acknowledging, come in as prior inconsistent statements. Now, that's not the plea itself. That's a factual assertion he made at the time he was pleading.
I understand that, and I think my recollection is that this issue has already been litigated, and you've already ruled that that can come in and it's subject to cross-examination.
Correct.
So I'm not trying to replow those grounds. I do want a 105 instruction that says, you know,
What you provided
Yes,
on the paper,
yes.
which is, I'm just trying to get clear. I think that would be appropriate, but I think that is his plea of guilty,
Yeah.
not any factual assertions he might have made during it that might come in only as a prior inconsistent statement, but if they come in as a prior inconsistent statement, would come in as substantive evidence.
And we've argued that before. I've said, you know, I don't necessarily agree with that. I understand that there is a chasm, a wide chasm apparently between the federal rule and the state rule. We have argued that. I'm not going to replow that.
Okay.
You've ruled on that.
Okay, just so we're all on the same page about what this limiting instruction is going to be. Now, Ms. Love, do you have an issue with the propriety of the limiting instruction itself?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what's that?
So if we were talking about a 803.22 circumstance where we were impeaching the witness with the use of a prior conviction, and we were not talking about a prior conviction in the particular case we are on now, and the state asked the witness something from the indictment, whether or not this was true. For instance, I'll just use a gang count. Say he's charged with a gang count. And we say to the witness, is it true that YSL is a gang? And let's just set aside the factual acknowledgments and pretend that he never made any factual acknowledgments.
Okay.
And he on the stand says, no, it's a gang, G-A-M-E.
Uh-huh.
And we introduce, or we ask him, did you not plead guilty to 22 SC 183572, or as in this case, 15 SC 138994, which is another conviction wherein this witness pled guilty to participation in criminal street gang activity for shooting up the house on Adele Drive.
Okay.
And in that case, the gang that was that the defendant was pleading guilty to participating in was YSL. So he's now pled guilty, and by pleading guilty, he is acknowledging twice that YSL is a gang and that he participated in it. So if we were simply introducing an unrelated prior conviction to impeach the defendant to show that he's a liar, if that's what we were trying to do, I would agree with Mr. Hardy entirely. Under Deloach, that instruction that the court has before it would be entirely appropriate. In our case, Your Honor, we would be using the conviction, the certified conviction, and I do mean separate from the factual acknowledgments plea agreement.
Okay.
We would be using it, if necessary at all, to impeach the witness based on his assertions he is making in acknowledging the truth of a count on the indictment. So if he were to get up and say, YSL is not an enterprise, he's charged with count one. If he got up and said something wholly inconsistent with count one, I would then confront him with his prior inconsistent statement, which is count one is factually accurate. And as it related to him, he is acknowledging the truth of the matter within. Now, if he went ahead and said those things on the stand, there's no question, I don't believe, that that statement would be admissible against all of the defendants.
Let me ask you something. Within his guilty plea colloquy and or the factual assertions, does he admit what is set forth in count one against me is true and accurate and YSL is a gang? Or does he just say, I'm pleading guilty to count one?
In his factual acknowledgments, he says a number of things. I could give the court a copy of it, but the first factual acknowledgement is that Young Slime Life, aka YSL, is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associates who share common identifiers that include, but are not limited to, colors, hand signals, and terminology.
Okay, so then that's what you would appropriately use to establish you admitted YSL is a gang or an enterprise or however you want to phrase it.
However,
and I don't know, what he admitted to. I mean, obviously you're admitting to the elements when you plead guilty, but
that's as
on the old one, on the 20, whenever it was, his older one.
And that's as to the gang count.
Okay.
But as to count one, I do not believe that we included specific language in the factual acknowledgments that fully encompass count one.
All right,
But
during
during the plea-
within the plea colloquy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there
There is
a
a.
copy of that somewhere?
Can you check and see if there's a transcript?
And y'all, I don't know how long we're going to have Ms. Persifield today, so it may be that things that you're submitting, you're going to have to send directly to me later in the day. I know we have her right now, but.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll try and be fast. What we have, I'm looking for a transcript of the guilty plea, which should be within Odyssey, but what we had and that we shared with the
Somebody
defense
send me a
was
gang
the
sign.
video
What's the gang
itself
sign?
of the
live chat.
guilty plea.
Y'all see?
And we are checking right now to see that the transcript itself is in Odyssey.
And that's on this case number?
Correct.
Or a different one, all right.
That's on 22 SC 183572. And I will ask a member of my team to look in Odyssey as well for 15 SC 138994 as to Mr. Antonio Sledge to see whether there is a transcript of the guilty plea of Mr. Sledge.
I like it. I like it.
All right, and do you have law for me?
Yes, Judge. McLaren, United States versus McLaren is a September 9th, 2021 case from the Fifth Circuit.
What's our site?
It is 13 F 4th 386 at page 'Page and I have a copy for the court.
Okay, thank you.
It's at the location where the blue sticker is. I believe that McLaren speaks to what the court has already decided is appropriately admitted or asked for admission as substantive evidence. McLaren speaks candidly with the court to the co-conspirators plea agreement document, which I don't think that there is any contesting. So I'm not saying that it pertains to the certified conviction. I am using it by way of analogy to show that as it pertains to using the certified conviction as a prior inconsistent statement, if that is the purpose that we are tendering the certified conviction for, it would be substantive evidence under 613 and under 801 D1A, because we would not proffer it unless he denied, for example, in 15 SC 138994, if he denied that YSL is a gang and that he participated in gang activity on behalf of members of YSL or on behalf of YSL itself, then showing that he acknowledged the truth of count 1 in 15 SC 138994 would be impeachment and therefore substantive evidence. It would be an inconsistent statement by this witness if he were to say or try to assert on the stand, it's not a gang, it's a gang, and I never participated in gang activity on behalf of this gang. So inasmuch as the certified conviction itself is an assertion on the part of the witness that the allegations in the documents, in the indictment are true, they are a statement of that witness, acknowledging and admitting what is asserted in the indictment. Now, if he does not disavow or deny the language or the assertions that he pled guilty to, the allegations that he pled guilty to, we will have no reason to tender the certified conviction or the copy of his plea agreement. Using Deloach, distinguishing Deloach from
What is Deloach?
I believe that's the case that Mr. Harvey cited for the court yesterday. And if I'm wrong, I
Yeah.
apologize.
No, you're right. I mean, that really doesn't cover the issue that we're talking about right now. I don't think. I mean, that's just kind of the general proposition that everybody agrees is
Correct.
generally true.
That is
So
correct.
that doesn't really get us beyond that. But I don't think your case law does either, really.
No, I was sincere. I did not.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yes.
So do we have a, yeah, there's a guilty plea transcript in that 15 SC case. Now what it says, I don't know, but.
Okay. And I actually have a copy of it. They were able to pull it for me. We brought it.
Okay, and so.
Ooh,
I mean,
she was prepared. Who had that on the
If you want there to be different language in this limiting instruction, now's the time for us to come up with it, because it's talking about.
If it were, so if it related to only the state tendering the conviction to impeach the witness and show him to be unworthy of belief,
right,
then we would agree to the language in that limiting instruction proposed by Mr. Harvey. That is not what we would be tendering it for. We would be tendering the convictions, the certified convictions, only as prior inconsistent statements.
All right, then I think we're kind of going in circles, because what I'm trying to say is I don't think the convictions necessarily get you there. The factual assertions, any kind of admissions he makes during taking either plea are something different. And I understand you to be saying, okay, I'm saying he pled guilty to a gang count. That means he has admitted this is a gang.
And in pleading guilty, correct, he has acknowledged the truth of the factual basis.
Well, you need to show me that he's acknowledged the truth of the factual basis for each of these. He appears to have in, the one that's on trial now. I don't know about the 15 SC one, but still, if you want those nuances to be, properly explained and properly limited, now's the time to come up with the language.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Laura, I agree with you 100%. They can still get in trouble with that based upon.
I'm sorry, I don't know whether Miss Love is finished.
No, I was actually getting the.
Right now.
Okay, all right.
Yes,
I was
Filipino
actually
group
getting
moderators.
the document that Mr. Harvey gave to us this morning so that I could speak to that additional language. So
I think that the last sentence is true regardless. A defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of the same charges with which the defendant is accused. So that's
absolutely
true.
agree with
so
that.
we're going to say that regardless. It's
Yes.
the kind of sentence is a couple of sentences before that.
So the first sentence of the proposed limiting instruction, you're about to hear evidence that he's pleaded guilty to some of the charges in this indictment.
Yeah.
I would follow that up with, if you find that the witness has made a statement or makes a statement that is not consistent with the charges to which he pled guilty in the indictment, you may consider the
Not already.
Plea of guilty by the defendant as to the charges alleged as substantive evidence. I know that's kind of wordy, I can tell.
Okay, I mean, we can, go ahead.
If that you may consider as evidence against any defendant currently on trial.
It's not even 9 o'clock yet. And she getting on your nerve. Somebody needs to add that loading meme right there, uploading meme right there, or buffering.
All right.
And then I would have the court read that last line. A defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not simply on whether another person has been convicted of the same charges with which the defendant is accused. Or not only, instead of not simply.
Dr. Allen.
And not solely, rather. I like that.
And not, I'm not going to change that language.
Okay.
Any suggestions from the defense?
Well, I certainly would object to those changes. I think we're conflating. Can you hear me okay if I don't stand up? All right. I think we're conflating the idea that he pled guilty. And I'm sorry, I heard Ms. Love say that he's admitted that the allegations in count 1 are true. He's admitting the allegations in count 1 are true as to him. That's what a guilty plea is. You can't plead guilty for other people. He has acknowledged his responsibility and his role in whatever activities that he has conceded. So you can't conflate the idea that a co-defendant's plea says anything other than something related to him. It is his admissions in judicia. Now,
I agree with what Mr. Harvey has just said. So I would ask that where I say, I've asked the court to the extent that I have language in that proposed alteration stating that the defendant has admitted something or admitted his guilt as to a particular crime, I don't have a problem with adding are true as to this witness. But that does not make that truth inadmissible as evidence against the defendants currently on trial.
well, that's where we part ways, but we have already argued that. I want to preserve that. I acknowledge Your Honor's ruling on that.
All right, well, I'm gonna have to think about it. I can sit here and think about it, or I can go to chambers and think about it.
Whichever makes the court happiest.
All right, we're just gonna recess in place. Yeah. Yes.
First of all, unless I'm reading it wrong, would you look at if you don't mind, our statute of OCGA, section 24-8-803-22. I believe our statute specifically says that the co-defendant's guilty plea cannot be used against the defendants on trial. That's how I read it. If I'm reading it wrong, you have to start at the very top and then skip all the way down to 22. In addition, Your Honor, and I gave this honorable court and the parties, I gave Mr.
I'm
Matt.
sorry.
Okay.
What's the statute?
OCGA, section 24-8-803.
Oh, 803.
And then it's in division 2-2. So you start at the very top is at 2 or 3 lines and you have to skip all the way down to 22.
And Your Honor, that's the statute that I cited at the beginning, at the outset, where I was stating that I believe that that is what Mr. Harvey is referring to. The use of a guilty plea conviction to impeach the witness by showing the jury not that he has acknowledged certain truths within it, but just to show the jury he's unworthy of belief. And that is not something we will be doing.
Yeah, I mean, what it says is when offered by the state in a criminal prosecution for purposes other than impeachment.
Exactly.
And here, the state would be offering it for the purpose of impeachment if they offer it.
Right, potentially. But I thought the state was going further in that jury instruction. So
Right, because if it's offered for impeachment, then what is said in 22 is no longer true.
okay. Well, the second case, and I gave this to this honorable court and the Mr. Matthews and the state previously, but it's United States versus Vandetti, VANDETTI. Your Honor, that's 623F.2D, 1144. That's the 6, like 5-6, Sixth Circuit, 1980. And it specifically says, starting in page 1147, that the fact that the jury has found previously, or a person, I'm saying pled guilty, who was previously indicted with appellant Vandetti is not relevant to the determination of the appellant's guilt. And that needs to be in the instruction that Mr. Harvey, I think, proposed. And
What's the site again? 623F what?
623,
Yeah, F
second, 1144.
1144. I mean, I know we've looked at this case before as well.
And then in Georgia, I believe that, again, state versus Jefferson, JEFFERSON, like our third president, is 302 Georgia, 435.
But that's non-testifying.
That is non-testifying. Okay. That's non-testifying. I just heard.
Okay. And Judge, I will check as to Vandetti, but I believe that Vandetti is simply speaking to 80322 type.
What was the pinpoint site in Vendetti?
1147.
I mean, the rule with regard to instructions is well established in Georgia, limiting instructions for a testifying co-defendant. If you look, the latest case is Spradley, SPRADLEY, v. State at 276 Georgia Appeals, 842. Pinpoint 842, 843, mostly 843, citing Pinckney versus the state. Pinckney versus the state is 236 Georgia Appeals 744. So the idea that a limiting instruction should accompany the fact of a guilty plea with regard to a testifying co-defendant is well entrenched in Georgia law.
Get him, Harvey. Get him.
And again, I believe that those cases relate to the circumstance that is addressed in 80322, but I haven't looked at it, so I
All
can't
right,
say.
well, take a minute and look at it.
Thank you.
So real quick, Rule 22 allows me to be a media person. So I can qualify as be a media person, but I have to go before Judge Whitaker, I think it is. Or I think Miss Persefield, because that's who it is that emailed me. One of them, and I have to like plead my case for why I should get a Rule 22. I think that's what they were trying to do when they sent me the Rule 22 approved, but it wasn't signed. I don't understand why they did that. So they sent it to me. They said I was approved, but they didn't sign it. And then they called me yesterday. Actually, while I was in court,
Bradley,
crazy. Okay, get back.
It says what the court has already said. In general, a guilty plea of a joint offender is not admissible in evidence at the trial of another joint defendant. This rule does not apply, however, where the joint offender is present at trial and testifies as a witness subject to cross-examination, nor does it apply where the joint offender's guilty plea is admitted with instructions that it not be used as evidence of the defendant's guilt.
Right.
Here, not only was the co-defendant so I'm looking for the 80. I need to pull up Pickney, and I'll do that now.
Okay.
Looking for the 80322 reference.
Okay, Gail, real quick, to answer your question, I don't want to replace Sylvia at all. My goodness, no.
And you're on.
They called me yesterday at like 11 o'clock while I was in court.
Well, I don't want to interrupt.
Okay, well, they're quiet. Anyway, to answer your question, Gail, yeah, they called me yesterday while I was actually in court to tell me that I had a hearing at 12. I said, that's crazy. I'm literally sitting here. There's CJ Matthews that goes, Matthews Fan Club.
And Your Honor.
Yes.
Vendetti, which was also cited, says the jury's verdict that the co-defendants were guilty is a hearsay statement. The exceptions to the hearsay rule provide for the admissibility of a final judgment of guilty as to a felony, but not including when offered by the government for purposes other than impeachment, judgments against persons other than the accused. And it specifically cites the Federal Rule of Evidence 80322. That's as to Vendetti. And I am again looking at Pickney.
If she upset now, she gonna be mad. Oh my goodness. She's gonna be so mad. They're discussing the witness that they're about to call up has already pled guilty. So they're trying to not use the fact that he's pled guilty to hold against the defendants because he's already pled guilty, Sarah. But they're trying to use basically the fact that he pled guilty as the reason why everybody else is guilty in a very quick nutshell. But they're arguing that you can't do that. So, oh yeah, and by the way, like I said, I need to have the Matthews men on the channel because y'all are gonna lose your minds. It's gotta happen. It's got to happen. I don't know why she's tired because she's gonna be hearing love all day long. Jury's
So
sitting in
it's
the
clear that in Vendetti, I mean, the
room. Yep.
reviewing court makes note of the fact that The convictions in that case the convictions of certain co-defendants appear to have been offered for no other reason than to prove the convictions. No other basis for offering them was asserted by the prosecutor, and that's not what we have here. We have the prosecutor here, if she offering them basically is impeachment evidence, is substantive impeachment evidence.
Real quick, the Matthews men are those two men over under the clock. One with the dark beard, another one with the gray beard. They're a father and son lawyer team that are taking care of Mr. Huey, who's a gentleman in the brown cardigan right there. I was trying to zoom in. For some reason, I can't zoom in. I don't know why. I think maybe because it's live. It won't allow me to zoom in. But the joke has been about their beards. And so lots of jokes have been shared about those men's beards. So that's why we keep cracking jokes about them. I don't know. I'm going to have to get their Cash App and put it when I get them on the channel. Have to put their Cash App on there. Y'all. I think if I do get them to come on, I'm going to have the sponsor of this channel, which is Evan Alexander. I'm going to have them on as well because they give beer. They have a beer product line. I think that'd be hilarious. Yo, thank you so much for stopping by this morning.
Mr. Harvey, could you send this to me in Word form so I can work on it? Or Ms. Westmoreland, more likely, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I sent it as a PDF, but I'll send it as a Word version right now.
Okay. Well, you need to send it directly to me because we don't have Ms. Pursfield's gone.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, where'd she go? She really is gone. Wow. I didn't even see her leave. She said, I'm out of here. I'm done with this.
Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach to get your email address and not?
This will be good, Cammie. I agree.
So it's the same format as Ms. Pursfield's.
Yo, I would love for her to put a time limit. That would be great. A shot clock would be amazing. A shot clock would be amazing. You're counting? I totally believe it, though. Yo, thank you so much for hanging out with us this morning. At the current moment, the state wants to use the fact that their witness pled guilty as evidence and help them to plead their case that the other men are guilty because this guy pled guilty. Of course, the defense isn't having it. So that's really what they're horse trading about this morning. It's pretty interesting, actually, because Love is going to have to, if I'm understanding this correctly, Love is going to be arguing today. So there's going to be a lot of website buffering type of shenanigans going on today. I'm pretty sure of it. And I'm also pretty certain that Love has since put a privacy screen on her laptop, since somebody pointed out that she was on that Law AI website. I see recently, it looks like she's put a screen blocker on her, which is fine. I mean, I just thought it was funny.
By far cleaner way to do what you're seeking to do is to find some literal admission by Mr. Sledge or whomever else it might come up with.
Now you can see it, but then when she turns it, then
either the factual assertions or the plea colloquy itself or something like that. That's then just in prior inconsistent statement that comes in for impeachment and as substantive evidence. And we still probably need to do some kind of a instruction, but.
So I understand the court's position, and I will Therefore,
Did she quit?
until we have perfect clarity on it, I will not tender or attempt to admit his certified of the conviction, the guilty plea convictions. I'd like the opportunity to just read through the cases that have been cited by the defendants, because I am fairly certain, though not completely certain, that they all relate to 803.22 circumstances and not the purpose for which we would be tendering that evidence.
Okay.
I'm sorry. A shot clock would be so epic in here.
All right. So how
And like a
far
big
into,
buzzer.
I mean,
That would be crazy.
I need to come up with limiting instruction regardless though, right?
Yes.
Potentially.
That's your job.
I think that that would be cleanest. We would just ask that the language requested by the state is included in a limiting instruction if the court gives one, to the extent that it's to avoid confusion by the jury in thinking that what he is saying and a prior inconsistent statement that he made, to avoid them believing that those things cannot be used as evidence of these defendants' guilt. We are asking that in order to avoid that confusion and misunderstanding, that the court includes the language we've requested about
All right,
the
well,
inconsistency.
if you want to just maybe jot it down in an email and shoot it over, that might be easier than, because I think when you proposed it orally, even when you were talking about a statement, I think you were talking more specifically about a statement not consistent with the charges to which they pled, then considered the guilty plea as substantive evidence, which again gets us in that murky water. So
I get what the court is saying.
Yeah, why don't we just recess in place? I'm going to work on this, you work on that.
May I ask counsel for whomever to send me the Word document that they sent to the court?
I still hadn't come through.
Yes, I just sent it and love URCC.
Thank you, ma'am.
Look at that. Westmoreland is a
Maybe it'll take a minute
beast.
to come through.
Did you mean shock clock? Because that would be pretty entertaining. A shock clock would be very entertaining, even as much as a shot clock would be entertaining. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Okay. So if I'm understanding it correctly, what they're doing is, let me get this off the screen. Sorry about that. What if I'm understanding it correctly, they wanted to use the fact that the gentleman they're about to have come up as be a witness. Let me just pull this in. And be a witness is going to, he's already pled guilty. So they're trying to use the fact that he's pled guilty to, harboring gerbils or trafficking gerbils. They're trying to use that evidence, that fact, as evidence against the other people that they're saying are doing the same crime, harboring gerbils or trafficking gerbils. Well, of course, the defense is like, you can't do that. And they're citing some laws, some examples that push against that idea that, well, just because this person pled guilty doesn't mean primarily that these people are guilty of the same thing, or that his guilty charge or him being accused of this has any bearing on them. And that's what they're trying to horse trade. And before they even bring him in. So it's already, they've already been horse trading for almost 45 minutes. It is fair to say they're going to probably be recessing in place for quite some time. So I'm starting to get Woody vibes, y'all. I'm starting to get Woody vibes. I got a bad feeling about this. Now, of course, when the smoke clears, I think Miss Percival was ill because I saw her with a mask on today. I don't know if that means anything. I saw her with a mask. She didn't have a mask on yesterday. She's the white lady. I think she's a clerk that sits in front of Judge Whitaker, and she sits next to the court reporter, who is the black woman with the gray hair. I saw her yesterday. She was moving around. She was going around, all around the place helping out with tech issues. So I don't know. I don't think anything's wrong with, I don't know. So needless to say, Judge Whitaker said she wasn't going to be there long, and lo and behold, we looked up and she was gone. So prayerfully, she's okay. You're mixing concrete? What in the world? What are you doing, Donna? I need a walkway. I need somebody to help me with that. One day I'm just going to have to spring for it and just get it done because I need a walkway down into my backyard. All right. So good conversation in the live chat. Definitely appreciate all of y'all. Did you? Oh, no. I meant a shot clock. Somebody said a shock clock, and now you're going with a shot glass. This thing is going out of control. You guys are out of control completely. Hilton was there. She was there this morning. I mean, and also, fun fact, everybody was cracking jokes about that cart that they brought in one day, and we could see there's like 3 of them in there. There's a lot of carts. So she might have been, and they're little mobile offices, for lack of a better term. They got lots of files and stuff like that. So she could be over that, or she could have left out of the courtroom. But she was there earlier, though. I don't think they practice at all. I don't think they do. I don't think they do. I told y'all when I was a classroom teacher, I would practice a lot of my lessons with my children because my children were of that age. I think my big girl was like a 3rd grader and little girl was a kindergartner. Maybe into she might have been kindergarten. I don't remember. But I know when she was 2nd grade, she was always getting like, look, listen to this. Does this make sense to you? So I was always practicing with them and at least bouncing it off of my, hey, I want to do this. What do y'all think about it? Does that make sense to you? Especially since they were children, they could understand it. I don't know if Love and them actually practice what they're going to say. And a lot of people have pointed this out. They're not good storytellers. They're not good storytellers. I think, in my opinion, again, my name is Jason. I'm a preschool law student. I know nothing at all. I've just watched a lot of Suits and Law and Order Special Victim. That's it. That's my expertise. They might benefit from taking a creative writing class or a creative storytelling class. Just saying. I'm just gonna put it out there. Just put it out there. Because they got the legal, I'm just assuming that they have the legal wherewithal and the legal information, but being able to convey it in a way that people can understand it. Because please keep in mind, I might be a JD up here and I'm fighting against, Harveys and the Matthews and the Brian Steeles, and we're mentally gymnastically duking it out, but it's the jury that's going to decide the victor. And if I'm continually using terminologies and phraseology that the jury doesn't understand, it's almost a moot point. And I don't think they're considering that. How to tell a story in a way that the average Joe, the average Jane can understand it. And you got that from Woody. Woody would ask, what did he say? Say that so I can understand it. He said that to Shard. And I think that was true. Like, are you saying this so that this person can understand it? Are you saying it to wow the judge? Are you saying it to wow your co-counsels and your opponent, but not the judge, and definitely not the witness or the jury? Because those are the ones that matter, in my opinion. Love is spinning today. You're correct. We are already at recess and we haven't even made it to 9:30 yet. The judge sounds bothered, but I'm going to say it again. This is her fault. If she had said, no, we're going to start cutting these witnesses off. We're cutting your questioning short. You got to get this done. You have 10 hours. Let's go. You got 10 hours with Woody. Can you imagine if she had told them that they had a certain amount of time and after that it was done? I'm sorry. Because let's just tell the truth, shame the devil. There was nothing that Hilton did with Woody in that the end of that first direct questioning that really needed to go that long. It really didn't need to go that long. If she had said, look, not a problem. Every witness that you have exactly 8 hours to examine them, or you have exactly 3 hours to examine them, 2 hours to cross, and that's it. I don't know, set a time limit. If she had done that, this thing, we would be cooking with hot grease, but she didn't do that. So therefore, all of this is her fault. So she cannot be annoyed. She cannot be upset. She can't turn it down to an ice box in there. No, you just gonna have to eat this, Judge Whitaker, unless you come back from chambers and say, you know what, y'all, we're gonna start moving this game forward. If this witness is not ready, just set a limit. Just set a time limit. That's all you got to do. When you say, okay, how long are you gonna be with this witness? And they give it time and they say 5 hours. Say, no, you got 3. You need 4, not a problem. You got 3 and 15 minutes. Let's go. That's it. 200 minutes. That's all. If she had done that, I really think this would move this game forward at a much faster pace. Because some of this stuff is just horse trading. Some of it is just looking in the mirror, hoping and a wishing. Just stop it. All right, let's see. I got to find the buffering emoji. I want the digital one. So it's not just the emoji, the picture, but the actual. I've seen it. I haven't committed myself to doing it. So I will work on that. I promise you. Good to see you this morning, Costa Chameleon. She does speak really slow. Again, like Westmoreland is just a top tier individual. I talked to her yesterday. She is a top tier lawyer. Matter of fact, I had the opportunity to speak to the young lady. Her name is Dee Williams. I don't know who she is. She sits right next to the young guy, Little Rod. She has cornrows, not light skin, but she's a really nice young lady, man. I had a good time talking to her. We walked in yesterday talking, and super nice lady. There's a lot of nice people in that building. Long story short. What's going on, Neva? Good to see you this morning. Good to see you. All right, let's see. Lots of good conversation going on. I'm always happy about the conversation. I don't know, Bruce. I got to go back and read the plea agreement. I don't know if he. I don't know. This is a great question. What did Bruce say? He said, can he plead the 5th? I don't know. I don't know. No, I don't think it's Thug's brother. I hope not. That would be weird. Yeah, I don't know. That's a great question. I'm trying to think. Can he plead the 5th? I don't know. I really don't know. You know what I would like? I hate to say it. I almost wish they had, they don't need, some of these witnesses are not doing the things that they want the witnesses to do. What if they just presented the evidence, the tapes, the audios, the videos, the clips, the all of that stuff, and wrangled over that rather than trying to get. Now, of course, if you needed, I don't really think you needed an infinity expert to come and say, vouch that was an infinity. That's kind of weird, but okay, maybe that. But I don't know. I'm wondering if they could have just done this case, because the case was already lacking quite a bit. I'm just wondering, do they really need some of these witnesses? Because they don't seem to be helping them. Woody's coughing got her sick. But the court reporter is even closer to Woody than Miss Persifield is. I don't. I think it should be a mistrial with prejudice. I just haven't. I don't think they're willing to do it. So my walkway is extremely. It's a slant. So and water rushes down that way. So I really need to have it regraded so that it is not as. I really need a waterway put in some kind of walkway so the water doesn't wash down, because over the years it's completely eroded one side of the house with the years of water, because we live on a hill. So we live on a hill, the back is slanted, and it just washes back there. So, but I need to work something out. She probably faking it. Yeah, I think a shock clock would be hilarious. That would speed them up. You know, you get buzzed, you get zapped, you get tased if you go too long. You got 2 hours to question this person, and as soon as you don't, you go over to you get tased. Hey, that would move it along pretty quickly and be pretty entertaining. Oh my gosh. Interesting. Okay. So somebody filed a complaint against the infamous Sylvia and sent the judge this long letter about how terrible they are saying that this infamous Sylvia is. I don't know what she has done to create so many enemies. I mean, she's really a nice woman. I talked with her yesterday. We talked for a good little minute. She's really a nice person. I don't know what she's done. I admit I'm new to this, so I don't know Sylvia. You know, I don't know, you know, all the grimy things or whatever like that, or whatever. But she just seemed like a nice woman that just wants to talk about these types of cases and bring light to them. So I hate it because if Sylvia is not there, a lot of people are not going to have the insight. I'm just saying, and a lot of people be, you know, homework watching. So yeah, I don't know what they're going to do. Yeah, I said a shot clock. Somebody else said a shock clock. And so I was like, did you mean shock clock or did you accidentally type that? Oh, yeah, I'm not even going to be doing it. I don't think a cobblestone would work anyway. First of all, like I said, I need to get some kind of water mitigation system. Basically, I got to get some better drainage on the side of the house. That's basically it. Because my neighbor's yard is sloped down onto my property. So when it rains really hard, we get those big toad chokers. All this water rushes down and swoops past the backside on the side of my house, and it literally washes everything away. So, and it's like covered, so you can't grow grass there. So it's just dirt, or Georgia clay, and it just looks terrible. So I need a shock. What's wrong with you people, man? So I need to figure something out. And hear me, it's low on my list of important things. But I just keep saying I'm gonna do it, and I still haven't done it. So here we are. But I mean, before my big girls graduate, because eventually I'll probably move from here and get a smaller house. So I'll do it before we do that. That I know. Are we out of control? What do we do? Look, they're still not here. Look, I want y'all to know it's not me. It's them. That's them. They are not here. All right. Okay, I'm just reading through some of the good commentaries back here. Always good. Thank you so much. Yeah, the state totally lost Woody. I personally think they should let him go. They should just let it go. Oh, okay. Yeah. Somebody mentioned this yesterday. I want to talk about this. And I missed the comment. but somebody sent it to me later on. I think I missed the comment in the chat, but somebody asked it. Is it possible that the reason they did not say that Woody was free to go and he was done, fini, it's over, so that he will not do interviews and so on and so forth? I don't think that's the case because Woody clearly don't care. Woody talking to everybody, anybody. So but this is my take on it. I think the state, because they lack awareness and self-awareness. Wait, have they come back? Okay. They lack the humility to recognize, like, yeah, we probably have gone a lap too far. In my opinion, they should probably say, we probably gone a little lap too far with this. Let's cut ties with him and let it go. I do think they're going to probably call him back, and it is harassment, in my opinion. It has nothing to do with whether or not he talks. Now, granted, maybe he won't be on 11 Alive News or CNN or, Newsmax, but he's going to keep going. He's going to keep talking about it. I mean, just give that up. If your goal was to keep him from talking, you should have said, sir, we're not going to have you come in, because he's going to talk. That's a given. So, and it's on them. That's their fault. The fact that Woody is a meme is the state's fault, because they didn't control their witness. They should never have brought him on. Everything he shared, albeit there was some good, useful points, I think, for the state, it was far worse, far more beneficial to the defense, in my opinion. So that's just my little 2 cents there. Stamped concrete pavers. I can see that. Like I said, first things first, if I get the drainage fixed, I think a lot of my hesitancy and so on and so forth will be done away with, because that will fix a big, big problem in my yard, is the fact that the drainage is horrible. And since there was like a little drain system years ago, but because of the slope and all that stuff, all that's been filled in with silt. So it needs to be cleared out, or rather ripped out and, new one put in, whatever. So it's just a little bit of, it's out of sight, out of mind. I haven't gone on that side of the house. I haven't walked to the backyard from that side of the house in forever. I just go out the back door. So yeah, it's just something I know, but I would love to get it repaired. Y'all in the shot collar thing are crazy. Yo, they are still, how long have they been in recess in place? They've been in recess in place for almost 20 minutes now. Wow. Oh, I've said this before, unequivocally, if Fulton County was smart, they would hire some retired classroom teachers, not administrators, but retired classroom teachers, and just have them come in and pay them a decent, wage. It can be like a 3-session class on storytelling. They would do really well, because I think they have the pieces that are kind of floating out here. If you imagine a bike wheel or a motorcycle tire, that hub in the middle is key to everything. If you don't have the hub, you can give it up. But as long as you got the hub, you can actually lose a spoke or two, or a couple. It might be a rough ride, but you can lose a spoke or two. You don't need the spoke, every spoke, in order to keep it going, but you do need the hub. And in my visual that I'm thinking, they have the hub, but they have the spokes, but they're not attached to a hub, and they just don't know how to do it. I'm sorry, but I don't think they're humble enough to say, you know what, we're going to hire us. We're going to hire us a former teacher to come in and teach a class on storytelling. That would take a whole level of humility that I don't think is even present and accounted for in this situation. I don't think so. Or you know what they could do? Okay, here we go. Again, I'm just coming up with ideas. Fulton County could host a junior debate club from the local high schools around. They have a junior debate club. Now, Jason, why would a junior debate club? These people are not doing a good job of their job. There you go. Imagine if they had to teach students who are going to be fair and honest. I can tell you this as a father of a debate child. They got lots of chutzpah. They are not playing. They will tell you, Dad, that don't make no sense. I'm like, wait, hold on, girl. I'm your dad. They don't got no problem telling you that you off. Like, Dad, no, that's wrong. That don't make no sense. So imagine 10, 12, 30 of them, and you're trying to teach them, and they push back and they're able to challenge you. That's going to challenge the prosecutors, the attorneys, to get more concise and get more down to the brass tacks. All this fluff speak, leave that stuff alone. We're going to debate whether or not Drake is better than Kendrick Lamar. Go. All that fluff speak, we don't care about that. All that legalese, I need you to tell me a story about why a Hellcat is better than a Porsche 911. Let's go. So them being able to convey the ideas to high school students, I think would help them. Or hire teachers to come in and teach them. One or the other or both, I think it would help them out. Yeah, I don't.
Review in just
fire
a
in the
minute.
hole. Let's go. Let's go.
Emailed it, but essentially, you are about to hear evidence that a co-defendant in this case has pled guilty to some of the charges in this indictment. I caution you that the co-defendant's guilty plea conviction itself is only admitted for a limited purpose. That guilty plea is an admission by this witness only that he committed the criminal acts to which he pled. You are not to consider the co-defendant witness's guilty plea as evidence that any other defendant is guilty of committing any of the criminal acts alleged against them in this indictment. Each defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of the same charges with which the defendant is accused. If you find that the co-defendant witness provided testimony on the stand that is inconsistent with his guilty plea admissions, you may consider the witness's prior inconsistent statement, that is, his guilty plea admissions to the allegations in the charges to which he pled guilty, as substantive evidence, which you may then consider against any defendant currently on trial for whatever bearing it may have on the issues on trial. That's good for the state. The state has no objection.
I get it. It's good, subject to my objections. And I previously argued about the difference between substantive and impeachment. And I just want to make sure I preserve that. But insofar as those additions, the court is going to give those additions. I have no objection to that wording.
Understand. Okay. All right. I think we're ready for the jury then.
And Your Honor, I just want to confirm that the Harvey rule is in effect. I'm sorry.
It is. It is.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Judge, the court is hang on. Could the court
So apparently he can't plead the fifth. Okay, cool.
So y'all can sit down. Miss Love's got to run out for just a second. She didn't get a chance to just now.
All right. So I don't know whatever happened. Yeah, y'all are, look, there's Team Westmoreland up in here. We're Miss Westmoreland apologists up in here. Y'all stop disrespecting her. Y'all stop it. I agree. You know what? Just treat the defense the same way you treat this prosecution. If you let them talk till they tire out, then let the defense talk till they tire out. That's all. Okay, so good conversation in here. Y'all not gonna let this guy plead the fifth. Y'all said, look, he is not gonna be able to plead this fifth. Okay. All right, no, okay, I got y'all. I appreciate it. Thank y'all this morning. Oh, okay, there we go. They obligate him, man. Okay. All right. Really? inconsistent statements, and what is it? Prior inconsistent statements, and there's a couple of them that don't make sense to me as well. I think they're confusing the pot, in my opinion. All right, what we got here? Right. This case wasn't a good case to start with. And they do probably need all these people to pull together because it wasn't a good case to start with. I've seen those French drains. All right. Yeah. There was some kind of drain system. I want to say it is a French drain. It's already filled in with silt from years of washback and all that kind of stuff like that. I have to look into that. Thank you. What is the nickname of the next? I know his last name's Sledge. I want to say it's Tick, T-I-C-K, I think. Don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that. Delay of games. I mean, there'd be a lot of fun stuff if they had a shot clock or a shock clock. Either way. Is this Monktung? Okay, I'm sorry. Then okay, maybe that's Monktung. My bad. Yeah, I've had a couple conversations with Miss Westmoreland. Top tier, top tier. Like, man, she's definitely a very smart woman. She knows what she's talking about. So yeah, I hate that Judge Whitaker keeps cutting her off as well. Totally agree with you there. Yeah, we on Glanville time for sure. Yeah, we are on some Glanville. All right, y'all got me. Okay. All right, fair enough. All right, here we go. Y'all got me thinking about this French drain. I'm going to look at it. All right, let's see what Judge Whitaker got for us today. Let's get it done, people. Let's go. Oh, he's here. Okay.
Everybody can be seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience
Let's
this
go.
morning. We started well before y'all, I promise, but it just takes lawyers and judges a long time sometimes on things. So we're ready now, and thanks again for being patient this morning. All right, and Ms. Love, y'all's next witness is on the stand, and I think still needs to be sworn.
Yes, Your Honor. This is Mr. Antonio Sledge.
Okay. Yeah, you're.
I apologize. This is witness Antonio Sledge.
Raise your hand. You saw a testimony you're going to include the whole team member too? State still first and last name report.
My name is Antonio Sledge.
And Mr. Sledge, if you wouldn't mind that tall mic, just kind of reach up and. Thank you. There you go.
I'm getting Woody vibes. I'm getting Woody
My name is
vibes.
Antonio Sledge. ANTONIOSLEDGE.
Good morning, Mr. Sledge, and you are perfectly situated, turning to the jury so that they can hear you. I'm going to stand over here so that you speak loud enough so that the last juror can hear you, okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, man.
Mr. Sledge, would you please tell the jury how old you are?
43 is age.
Where did you grow up?
Atlanta, Georgia.
What part of the city did you grow up in?
Downtown Atlanta.
Did you also go to high school in Atlanta?
Yes.
And what high school did you attend?
Southside High School.
Did you finish?
No.
What grade did you finish? The last grade you completed?
Probably 9th grade.
By 9th grade, could you read and write though?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes. Brothers.
How many?
3 living.
Where did you fall in line with your siblings? Oldest, youngest, middle?
Next to the youngest.
All right. Do you know of a person named Kenneth Copeland who answers to the name Woody?
Yes.
All right. You sort of frowned up your face. Why'd you do that?
No reason.
All right.
Come on now.
Do you know of a person named Jeffery Williams who answers to the name Thug?
Yes.
What about a person named Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson who answers to the name SB?
Yes.
Do you know a person named Diamante Kendrick who answers to the name Yak?
Yes.
Do you know a person named Demikion Garlington who answers to the name Lil D?
Yes.
Do you know a person named Quindarius Zachary who also answers to the name Lil D?
Yes.
How do you distinguish one Lil D from the other when you're just talking in regular conversation?
I call both of them D.
Okay. And if someone asks you which D, how do you respond?
D.
If you're talking about Quindarius Zachary?
D. Lil D.
Lil D. Do you know of a person named Rodelius Ryan?
No.
Do you know of a person named Marquavius Huey who goes by the name Quay?
No, I don't know him, but I heard it around the way.
So you do know of him, or you?
I know of him.
Okay. What about Quamarvius Nichols? Do you know of a person named Quamarvius Nichols who answers to the name Quay as well?
Of him.
Do you know a person named Quantavius Greer who answers to the name Umfung?
Yes.
Do you know of a Dolly Greer or a Max Greer?
Yes.
What about Dora Greer?
Yes.
All right. Do you know them to be Jeffery Williams' sisters?
Yes.
Now tell the jury, if you will, how well you would say that you know Jeffery Williams.
I've been knowing Jeffery Williams since he was probably like 16.
How many years would that make it that you've known him?
What is 2024? Probably like it's been a minute. I can't really, off the top of my head, I don't really know.
If it was when he was 16, about how old were you when you first met him?
I was 20 something. I'm probably like 26. I'm about like 10 years older than Jeffrey.
Okay. Tell the jury, if you will, how well you know Shannon Stillwell or SB.
Mm-hmm. Well, I met Shannon around like 2014, 15, somewhere in that area.
When you say you met him around 2014 or 2015, what does that mean for you in terms of how well you know him?
I know we built a great relationship.
And was that from the start? From the time that you met him to now, you all have had a great relationship, or is that something different?
You said could you repeat yourself?
Yes, I can. Did you all have that great relationship that you just described for the jury from the moment that you all met, or did it develop over time?
From the time that we met.
Okay. And do you all still have that same great relationship?
Well, I haven't talked to Shannon because he's been incarcerated.
Okay, hold up. Your Honor, we would move to strike that last portion.
Yeah, please disregard that. All right, give me just a second. Didn't even get comfortable. I'll have to excuse y'all and see you back again.
He comfortable. He laid back. Right, man, laid back. Wow, they done already. I would assume so, Robin. I don't know that. I would think he does. I also want to know what that microphone is right there in the middle of the room. There's a microphone right there.
Your Honor, may it please court, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, we are moving for a mistrial at this time. There's been a comment about my client, comment from witness Antonio Sledge about my client being incarcerated.
This is
It is prejudicial to my client, suggests a criminal history, it suggests a flight risk. It prejudices my client. Also, Your Honor, I'll just note for the record that Mr. Sledge, my understanding is Mr. Sledge has been cooperative with the state, meaning he's made himself available. His attorney, Mr. Derek Wright, is here. Mr. Sledge has been here all morning. There's absolutely no reason that the state knew what questions they were going to ask. They knew that they were going to ask about the relationship with my client at this time. The duty is on the state to prepare their witnesses to not relay or testify to prejudicial material, such as my client being incarcerated throughout this trial, and they failed to do so. So we're moving for a mistrial at this time.
Here we go.
Ms. Love.
Judge, the state objects to a mistrial. The question that I posed was not one I expected this witness to bring up Mr. Stillwell's incarceration. We'd ask simply for a limiting instruction for a few reasons.
Of course you would.
One, Mr. Shart indicated that his mistrial motion is based on the witness's reference to Mr. Stillwell's incarceration. There has been admitted as evidence that Mr. Stillwell got incarcerated at some point. We expect further testimony to come out with details about Mr. Stillwell's becoming incarcerated, and the witness's statement on the stand, even where I asked that it be struck, does not rise to the level of meriting or warranting a mistrial. And I can go outside and further caution him to not talk about anyone's incarceration.
Okay, and isn't Mr. Stillwell in fact charged in this indictment with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon?
He is.
Okay.
He is, Your Honor, and I don't think there's any dispute that my client was incarcerated at some point. He's been arrested for these charges. I mean, I think everyone would acknowledge that. But the fact that he's still incarcerated, and I just don't understand how the state could ask, how's your relationship with him on this date or today? And they wouldn't expect a witness who apparently wasn't prepped to say, oh, well, actually, I haven't been able to talk to him because he's incarcerated. That seems like a very
Well, that's
likely
not
answer.
exactly what happened.
Well, whatever the transcript shows, it seems like that was a very predictable answer to that question.
Okay, I mean, it sounded to me the way it came up. Please do further caution him, but it did not sound like that came up as a purposeful question to secure that kind of evidence before the jury. It was essentially like, how is your relationship with Mr. Stillwell? Well, he'd been incarcerated. That could be, and that's all that he ended up saying. That could have been at any point in the past. That did not indicate right now he is presently incarcerated. I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial. If you want any kind of instruction, let me know that. But given that evidence has already and is going to come out that at some point in Mr. Stillwell's past, he has been incarcerated, this really is nothing beyond what they're going to know anyway.
May I step outside?
You may. Do you want any sort of other instruction, curative instruction?
May I have a moment?
Sure.
All right, that's his counsel right there. That's his lawyer. All right, I have no idea where they're going, what they're doing.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I believe that you have already instructed the jury to disregard the last comment. So at this point, I don't want to bring more attention to it. I would, for the record, though, renew my motion for mistrial to preserve this issue and reserve it before the next questions.
All right, understood.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting witness. Thank you all so much. I went ahead and dropped 5 new memberships. As we got closer to 400, we got real close to 400 likes on the videos. I said, let me go ahead and drop them right now. So thank y'all so much for supporting the channel. Thank you, everybody who's been a part of what we're doing over here. It really means a lot. And I thank y'all so much. All right. So the witness is not supposed to mention, which seems kind of odd, not supposed to mention the incarceration state of any of the defendants. Okay, that's fine. I can get with that. Now, of course, he goes right out of the bat and say, I ain't friends with this person because he's in jail. Like 7 minutes in. So this is going to be I think this is going to be pretty interesting for sure. All right, I don't know. I guess he's coming back. And let me see what other questions are. He is a little intimidating. I just hate that he's not looking forward, in my opinion. That's the thing I don't like. I wish he would look forward, but it just seems a little, oh, you're more than welcome, brother. Hey, Donna, thank you so very much for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, why is he not facing the defense? It seems like you should face your accuser. The one that you're accusing also.
We can get Mr. Sledge back in.
All
right, thank you very much.
Hey, we continue.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, when was the last time that you spoke with Shannon Stillwell or SB?
2022.
What was your relationship like in 2022, the last time that you spoke with him?
Good times.
All right. Since 2022, has anything soured the way you feel about Mr. Stillwell?
No.
I asked you if you know a person by the name of Rodelius Ryan. I failed to ask you if you know a person who goes by the name Lil Rod.
I heard him. He's very younger than me, so like,
Okay.
you know.
Do you recognize that person to be in the courtroom today? If you just look around.
Yes.
All right. Would you describe what he's wearing for the jury and describe his seat
He was
position?
in between the lady with the white hair and the one with the dreads.
Your Honor, would the record please reflect that the witness has identified Rodelius Ryan?
It'll say reflect.
Thank you. Now, when did you first meet Rodelius Ryan, or Little Rod, as you know him?
We never really had a personal conversation or nothing like that.
How was it that you came to know of him?
Just in a certain area, like the Cleveland Avenue area.
When you say in the Cleveland Avenue area, is that the area that you grew up in?
No, I used to go to the park in Cleveland Avenue.
What park on Cleveland Avenue?
Cleveland Avenue Park.
Now, Cleveland Avenue Park, do you call it anything other than Cleveland Avenue Park?
No.
And when you say you used to go to the park and you met Mr. Ryan in that area, what was the occasion?
I used to go over there and play basketball, shoot basketball.
Did you play basketball with Mr. Ryan?
No.
Okay. So what were the circumstances that you got to know who Lil Rod is?
Just by people saying his name.
And who was it that introduced you to or told you who Lil Rod is?
Me and him never was introduced to each other.
Okay. Is it then fair to say you don't know him very well at all?
No.
All right. Please tell the jury how well you know Quindarius Zachary.
I've been knowing Quindarius Zachary since he was a child.
How old as a child?
I don't recall on that.
Fair enough. Do you recall generally about how old you were when you first met?
I was young too.
15, 16?
Yeah, right, probably around that age.
Okay. And did you all ever go to high school or anything like that together?
No, he from the same apartments I'm from.
Which are?
Capitol Home.
Thank you, Ray. I really appreciate you.
Are you older than, younger than, or the same age as Mr. Zachary? Because the jury doesn't know.
I'm way older than Zachary.
All right. Do you know about how many years older?
No, I don't know exactly how old Zachary is.
Now, you being from the same apartments, what circumstances did you have to get to know someone that much younger than you?
I know his mother and his father.
Were you friends with Mr. Zachary's mother or his father? Either of them. Were you friends?
Me and his father not friends, but I know of him.
Okay. At some point, did you socialize with Quindarius Zachary?
Yeah, he watched me grow up. He played basketball and stuff with me.
All right. Are you closer to him than his parents, or were you closer to his parents than him when you were growing up?
I'd say his parents.
All right. And which parent were you the closest to?
The father.
All right. Are you no longer close?
Well, I have a problem. I just don't see him. He just don't be where I be at.
All right. What about Demikion Garlington? How long have you known him?
Since he was a child too.
As between Quindarius Zachary and Demikion Garlington, are they around the same age, or is one older than the other?
I think they're around the same age.
So it's safe to say that you're considerably older than Demikion Garlington too?
Yes.
How did you come to know Demikion Garlington?
I know his mama when she first had him.
Fair enough. How old were you then?
She probably like 2, 3 years older than me, so she had him at a very young age.
Okay.
So we probably was she probably was in high school, I was in middle school.
All right. So were you friends with his mom, or were you?
Man, his mother's very close.
Did your relationship with Mr. Garlington's mom sort of spill into a closeness between you and Mr. Garlington, or do you all not have as close relationship as you do with his mom?
Could you repeat what you said?
Yes. Do you have the same type of close relationship with Mr. Garlington that you had or have with his mother?
Yes.
What about Kenneth Copeland or Woody? How well do you know him?
I probably met Copeland probably like
Here we go.
2014.
And under what circumstances did you meet Kenneth Copeland?
We had a debate, a disagreement.
You and Mr. Copeland had a disagreement?
Yes.
What year?
I want to say 2014.
Are you comfortable telling the jury what that disagreement was about?
It wasn't that serious.
Okay.
If that's what you said.
Just asking what it was about.
I don't recall what it was about.
So if you first met him when you all had a disagreement, how did you come to learn about the thing y'all disagreed over?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah. You just told the jury, correct me where I'm wrong.
No, it's relevance 401, 402.
Your Honor, I'm asking him about his relationship with certain people that are very relevant here in this indictment.
All right, I'll overrule it.
Of course you will. Of course
Would you tell the jury how it was that you came to meet Mr. Copeland over a disagreement? What happened?
I don't remember exactly what happened, so I just know I remember we had a disagreement.
What kind of disagreement?
It was just like an argument.
Now, is it that you came in contact with him, you met him, and immediately you all started like arguing with one another, or something you heard? Help me out.
Relevance again.
I'm assuming.
Judge, I'm just getting to his relationship with Mr. Copeland, and I'm going to segue into what it is now, but I'm asking for this witness to tell the jury to elaborate on something he testified about as it relates to a witness or a person of interest in this case.
All right, well, it doesn't sound from his responses so far like he recalls, so I'll let you ask it this one more way because you're saying that it's relevant, but if the answer's, similar to the last one, we're just going to need to move on.
I will, thank you. Do you recall anything at all about how you and Mr. Copeland met beyond that it was over a disagreement?
I don't recall.
Did the disagreement last? In other words, did you get over it?
Yeah, we right in there on the spot.
Okay. And so how would you describe your relationship with Mr. Copeland?
You saying now or then?
Starting with after you got over the disagreement, what was your relationship like?
Man, we was cordial.
Since different people may have different definitions of cordial, would you explain to the jury what you mean?
We had a good relationship.
Were you as close with Mr. Copeland as you were with Sequindaria Zachary?
I treat all of them equal, so like I don't treat no one better than I treat the other one.
When you say all of them, who are you talking about?
You just said Zachary and Copeland. Okay. Both of those two men.
Just those two?
Yes.
All right. Would you please tell the jury how well you know Yak or Diamante Kendrick?
How good do I know him?
Yes.
I know him as a great person, a good person. I know him. We have a good relationship.
Tell the jury when you first met Mr. Kendrick.
I want to say probably around 2013, 14, somewhere in there.
Where did you first meet him? Under what circumstances?
I want to say, can I say it was a party or something and somebody introduced him to me, but I don't recall who introduced him to me.
Did you all hit it off right away?
We built a relationship.
Are you all close in terms of age? Or are you older or younger than Mr. Kendrick?
I think I'm older than Mr. Kendrick too. Probably about 10 years or so.
What about Mr. Greer, Quintavious Greer or Young Thug? How well do you know him?
I personally met Mr. Greer when he got out, 2019.
Was that the first time that you came to know Young Thug?
Yes.
Had you heard of him before then?
Yes, I had heard of him.
Okay. And what kind of relationship did you have with Mr. Greer in 2019?
Well, I got out 2019 too, so but when we started seeing each other, we built a great relationship.
Mr. Williams, would you tell the jury how well you know Jeffery Williams?
I know Jeffery Williams great. I know him personally, yes.
How long have you known Mr. Williams?
About 15 years.
How did you come to know Mr. Williams?
When I started going to the park on Cleveland Avenue playing basketball.
Are you older than him, younger, or around the same age? As to Jeffery Williams?
Yes.
Sustained.
And would you describe your relationship when you first met? Was it good? As good as it is now?
Me and Jeffrey always, once I met Jeffrey, we had a great relationship.
Did you hang out with Jeffery Williams?
He was rapping at the time, so yeah, I used to go to a couple of the shows, support him.
Okay. Now you say 15 years ago. Around what year was that, if you recall?
Probably 2009.
What shows of his did you go to around 2009?
Nightclubs, teenager club, nightclubs.
Did you get to know his family as well?
Yes.
Have you been to Mr. Williams' house?
Yes.
How often would you say you visited him at his home?
A lot.
Okay. Do you know his mother?
Yes.
And do you know his father?
Yes.
Are you close with either one of them?
We have a good relationship.
Okay. How frequently do you talk to Mr. Williams' mother?
I ain't talked to her in a minute.
How frequently do you speak with Mr. Williams' father?
Not frequently.
Were you here at the courthouse yesterday?
Yes.
Did you speak with Mr. Williams' father yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. How long would you say you spoke with him?
I can't say.
Okay. Was it more than just a hi and bye?
No.
So you said hello, he said hello, and you all parted ways? You may answer.
Because you repeated.
Yes. You said it was no more than a hi and bye. So you said hello.
I never said that. You said that. I told you. I told you that we had a conversation yesterday. I couldn't recall how long was the conversation.
Okay. So it went past hello. It was that you all stood and talked for a while.
Yes.
Did you all at any point discuss this case?
No.
All right. Did you come to know Dora and Dolly Greer through Defendant Williams, or did you learn of them some other way?
I learned through Mr. Williams.
Is it fair to say you met them all, his whole family, around the same time?
Yes.
And your relationship with Dora and Dolly, are they the same as your relationship with Mr. Williams?
Why wouldn't it be though? Yes.
Thank you. Of all the people that I've just asked you about, who is it that you've known the longest?
I met them all about around the same time.
And of all the people that I just asked you about, is there any one that you are closer to than any other?
I'm close to all three of them.
Now, we talked about Quindarius Zachary, Demikion Garlington, Kenneth Copeland, Jeffrey Williams, Quintavious Greer, Shannon Stillwell, and Diamante Kendrick, as well as Dolly and Dora Greer. When you say all three, what do you mean?
You asked me about Dora, Dolly, and Jeffrey just now. You asked me. Now you're talking about all of them. So where you getting at?
You're right. I'm asking you about all of the people that I've asked you about today. Of all of those people, who are you closest to?
Everybody?
I wouldn't say I'm closer than them. One of them, I have a great relationship with all of them.
Okay.
I wouldn't divide none of them, put them like that.
Fair enough.
I feel the same way about one that I feel about the other.
Okay, that's different.
With respect to Mr. Marquavius Huey and Quamarvius Nichols, you said you know of them only, right?
Yes.
How did you learn of those two gentlemen?
Just seeing them around the city of Atlanta ain't but so big. We might bump into each other every now and then. Clubs.
Were there occasions where you would say you hung out with more than two of the gentlemen that I just named at a time?
Could you repeat that?
Did you ever hang out?
Yes. All right, I'm gonna need you to use your mic, okay, so I can even hear that you're making an objection.
Form of the question, which gentleman?
Sustained, rephrase, please.
Yes. Of the gentlemen that are Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, Rodelius Ryan, Kenneth Copeland, Demikion Garlington, Jeffrey Williams, Quintavious Greer, Marquavius Huey, Quindarius Zachary, Quamarvius Nichols, if I haven't said his name. Did you ever hang out with two or more of either of them?
What you mean by hang out? You can hang out many ways. So what
are some of the ways that you would call hanging out to this jury?
I never hung out with Hurley. I never hung out with Ryan.
Okay.
Been at Jeffrey shows, me and Kendrick at the studio, places like that.
Okay. And have you ever hung out with two or more of the people in the courtroom today at a time, at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. Under what circumstances?
Video shoots, music videos, club.
Is it only at video shoots and music videos that you've hung out with?
I just said clubs.
Okay. And which two have you hung out with at the same time that are in the courtroom today?
What you said only two, right?
Which two or more that are in the courtroom today have you hung out with at one
Kendrick,
time?
Jeffrey, Stillwell.
Judge, I'm going to object to the relevance of whether you hung out with several people and ask for a curative instruction with regard to it's not illegal to hang out with anybody in the world.
All right, that's a speaking objection, and it is overruled.
Thank you. Since you asked my definition of hangout, would you please tell the jury what your definition of hangout is?
We didn't actually fully develop that, so I'm going to overrule that objection.
Would you please
Could you repeat it?
Yes. Would you please tell the jury what your definition of hangout is?
We hung out and had fun together, enjoy life.
Did you all ever work together?
Yes.
Doing what?
Like when we go on tour.
And when you say like when we go on tour, who is the we that you are referring to?
I've been on tour with all three of them.
All three being Mr. Kendrick?
Mr. Kendrick, Williams, and Stillwell.
Okay. And what were you doing while you were working on tour with Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Stillwell?
For YSL the record label, I was head of security at once upon a time.
Head of security?
Yes.
Did you receive a paycheck?
Yes.
And who signed that paycheck?
It didn't get signed. It got sent from the company YSL to our bank account.
Okay. Did you have employees working under you?
No, I only pick, like when we go to different states, I only pick the security guards. And if they weren't doing their job properly, I sent them home too.
Where did you pick the security guards from?
From whatever security company they had.
Okay. When you say from whatever security company they had, who is the they that you are referring to?
Whatever security company in that state we was in.
Okay.
I don't remember the company's names or none of that.
How long was it your job to pick security personnel for Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Kendrick, and Mr. Williams?
Seems facts that are not who selected security for.
Overruled.
I don't recall the testimony being that he did security for Mr. Stillwell.
I mean, he said he worked on tour with all of them. My recollection is that he worked on tour for all of them as head of security. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe flesh that out some more.
Okay. When you said that you, Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Stillwell, and Mr. Williams worked together, would you please tell the jury what that consisted of?
Well, I worked it for Mr. Jeffery Williams, not Mr. Kendrick or Shannon Jackson.
And just to clarify, you mean Shannon Stillwell, who is also known as Shannon Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. So what were Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell doing while you were working security for Mr. Williams?
Kendrick's the artist.
Okay.
And Shannon used to be with us, but try to become an upcoming artist.
Is it fair to say then that Mr. Kendrick was performing while you were?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay. And Mr. Stillwell was doing what exactly while you were working?
He probably doing other things like selling merch for Jeffery Williams, setting up the merch.
Now, when you say the merch, what is it that you're meaning?
Like selling T-shirts, hats.
And were those T-shirts and hats merchandise with the name Jeffery Williams on it or something else?
YSL.
So when Mr. Stillwell was on tour with you, Mr. Kendrick, and Mr. Williams, was that his only job to sell merch?
No, we all did different things. We probably like helped with the clothing. We all did different things. We all just supported Jeffery in any way we could.
Okay. And is it fair to say you want the best for each of them?
I never want the worst for anybody on this earth.
And when you say you all supported Jeffery in any way that you could, what are the ways that specifically you, Mr. Kendrick, and Mr. Stillwell supported Mr. Williams?
The record label. We supported the music.
How?
What you mean how?
Did you just testify that you all supported Mr. Williams in any way that you could?
Yes, by helping him get his clothes together, what he was gonna wear, help him sell his clothing for his business.
And those items of clothes, did they each have the name YSL on it, or did they have something else?
He got different clothes.
Okay. What are some of the other names that would appear on his clothes?
He have what they call a spider.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you know, or did spider have any meaning to you for it to appear on Mr. Williams' clothes?
I didn't know the meaning of spider. I just seen the clothing.
You never talked about it with anybody?
No, I don't have them discussions.
When you say you don't have them discussions, what discussions are you talking about?
I don't have discussion about his clothing line and what the meaning of his clothing line.
Even though you're selling it?
Yes.
Did you ever hear any one of those three gentlemen talking about the clothing line or
no
the meaning?
I just only know what YSL means.
Where is it that you all sold the items of clothing with YSL and Spider on it?
Anywhere in the venue. Wherever they had up to set up in the venue. Same way you got me sitting here. Wherever they set up and tell us to set up at, we set up at.
And who is it that would tell you where to sit up?
Whoever's over the venue.
Understood. Now, did you tell me how long you had been working as head of security for Defendant Williams?
I don't remember the exact time, but I can't tell you exactly how many years, how long it was.
Do you remember the last time that you worked at a venue as head of security for Mr. Williams? The year, generally speaking.
I want to say 2019.
And what venue was that?
We went a lot of places. I don't remember. We went so many places. I don't remember exact everyone you try to.
Did Mr. Williams give you access to places that you had not gone before?
I've been places without Mr. Williams.
I understand.
On my own.
Understood. My question, though, is did Mr. Williams give you access to any places that you had not gone before?
No.
And the last time being generally in 2019, do you remember what occasion that was that you worked at?
I don't remember where we went. We went so many places. We went to Utah. We went to so many places. It was unreal.
Did you work as Mr. Williams head of security in 2009?
No, I don't even think Mr. Williams is famous yet.
When did you start working as head of security?
I want to say, when was his first tour?
Didn't he say 2014 earlier?
2015.
Oh, there we go.
So I heard you reference, when was his first tour?
It was 2015.
Is that late 2015, mid or early 2015?
I don't recall. I don't know if it was the middle when it started. All that I remember, him and Travis Scott was on tour together.
Okay.
Yeah.
So before then, did you and Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Williams hang out for any reason other than work?
Could you ask that question again?
Yes. Before then, did you, Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Stillwell, and Mr. Williams hang out for anything other than work?
We partied together. I said that already.
would you party only at clubs?
Sometimes we sit at Mr. Williams' house and enjoy it ourselves.
And before you did the tour that you mentioned in 2015, did you work in any way for Mr. Williams, Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Stillwell, or any other defendant whom I've named today?
When I met Jeffrey Kendrick, I didn't know Kendrick or Mr. Stillwell when I first met Jeffrey.
Understood. In 2014, did you perform any work with either of the persons that I've just mentioned?
No.
Prior to the rodeo tour or 2015 that you mentioned, did you work in any capacity with Jeffery Williams?
Could you repeat that?
Prior to the rodeo tour or 2015, did you work in any capacity with Jeffery Williams?
Could you break that down so I can really understand that one?
Did you testify that you began working as head of security for Mr. Williams, starting with his rodeo tour?
Yes, in 2015.
Right. Thank you, because that was my next question. Was it in 2015? So before then, did you work for Mr. Williams doing anything?
No.
Okay. And before then, did you work for or with Mr. Kendrick doing anything?
I never worked for or with Mr. Kendrick.
Okay. And before then, did you ever work either for or with Mr. Stillwell doing anything?
No. It don't make any sense to ask the same thing. I told you already I didn't never work for Kendrick or Stillwell. Why would you ask the same question?
I understand your frustration, but I'm asking you for the jury's sake.
I'm not frustrated.
All right. Overruled. Okay. And I understood you saying you didn't work for them. Did you ever work with either of those people before 2015?
Thank you so much, Gary, for the $2 super chat.
Mr. Sledge, are you going to answer?
I don't answer that question.
Okay. So I take it the answer is no? You never worked with them before 2015?
No, I already answered that question.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Get a little snippy. I got you.
Mr. Sledge, are you a part of a gang called YSL?
YSL is not a gang.
I am asking you specifically, are you a part or have you ever been a part of a gang called YSL?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
And I asked you and told you YSL is not a gang.
Here it comes.
Then
Woody,
if
that
you could
entered
say
the chat.
yes or no.
No.
Have you ever been a part of a gang called YSL?
I just said no.
I like him.
Would you please tell the jury if you know whether YSL has 3 or more members or associates?
You said, do they have 3 or more associates?
Let's start with members. Does YSL have 3 or more members?
Working members.
Does the organization, we'll call it, have 3 or more associates?
What you mean by the associate?
What do you understand associates to mean?
I don't understand what it means.
We'll come back to associates.
All right.
Do or do the 3 or more members of YSL that you are aware of share any common identifiers?
He gonna say they black, I guarantee you.
What you mean by identifier?
He gonna say they black.
You gotta be more specific when you asking the question.
Of course. Colors. Do the 3 or more members of YSL typically tend to wear the same colors?
We wear all type of colors. They wear all type of colors.
Is that a yes or is that a no?
I can't answer yes or no to that question because they wear all type of colors. You said they have Pacific color?
Do they wear any particular colors? Yes. That represents YSL?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. What about hand signals? Do the 3 or more members of YSL that you know of share any common or use any common hand signals?
Have I seen 3 or more of them use the hand signal?
My question is, do the 3 or more members of YSL that you just referenced, do they use common hand signals?
Yes.
Tell the jury about the common hand signals they use.
What you mean?
You just said yes. Did you not?
What you mean? I can't explain to you the hand signal, but I know it if I see it.
Can you show the jury?
I can't show them.
Why not?
It's not an individual handshake.
I didn't ask you about a handshake.
That's what you said.
No, I said hand signals.
Oh, well, I don't see use all type of signals. I don't know.
Would you tell the jury which ones that you do know of?
He's not gonna play ball. Let it go.
I don't know of one.
What one do you know of?
You throw the Y, the S, and the L up.
Show the jury how to do that, please.
Like that.
I'm sorry, I missed it. And where is the Y, the S, and the L in what you just held up?
I don't know. I can't tell you. I just see the hand signal be thrown.
Would you please hold that up and hold it for a second?
Could you see it?
How do you know that that is a YSL if you don't know where the Y, the S, and the L are?
I don't know where it's at. I just don't see it sitting. I never even try to figure out why the SL is.
Then how do you know that it stands for YSL?
Because I don't see it throwed up numbers of places.
How does that tell you that it stands for YSL?
I don't know, Ms. Love.
You don't know?
No.
How long have you seen that hand signal being used?
I don't know how many years have I seen it being used.
When would you say the first time you can recall seeing it being used is?
When he started saying he was going to have his own label called YSL.
When you say when he, who are you referring to?
And that's what Jeffery Williams label is, YSL.
Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm telling you, that's his label. YSL label.
Do you know an approximate year that you first saw that hand signal being used?
No, I don't remember.
Do you know when it is that Defendant Williams established a record label called YSL?
He been saying it for years. That's what he wanted his label to be, but I don't know exactly what year that it was officially copyrighted, if that's the right word.
Are you familiar with a young man by the name of Trontavious Stevens?
Yes.
What do you call him?
Slug, tick, what?
Oh,
And how long have you known Tick or Slug?
A long time too. I can't tell you exactly how many years, but I've been knowing him a long time too.
Generally around what year did y'all meet?
I probably would say around the same time I met Mr. Williams.
And under what circumstances did you meet?
In the park.
Who introduced you to Mr. Stevens?
Nobody introduced me. I was come around, and once they started saying names, I started remembering names. Once they started calling each other names, I started remembering names.
Who is the they that started calling each other names?
People in the park.
And so who were some of those people?
Jeffrey would call him Slug. You had a couple of more people.
So is it fair to say that you met Mr. Stevens through Defendant Williams?
I wouldn't say I met him through, because Jeffery Williams never came to me and said, well, this Slug and this T. So I didn't meet him through Jeffery Williams.
Okay.
I met him just being around.
And did you ever hang out with Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
How often did you hang out with Mr. Stevens?
Not often.
And how would you describe your relationship with Mr. Stevens when you first met him?
Me and Mr. Stevens had a great relationship, but we didn't hang around each other like that.
Has anything happened to sour your relationship with Mr. Stevens?
No.
Is there anyone within YSL that you do not have a great relationship with?
No.
To your knowledge, who all is a member of YSL?
What you mean by a member?
Well,
you gotta be more.
Earlier, did you testify that YSL has 3 or more members?
Yeah, I said business-wise.
And what did you mean when you testified it has 3 or more members? What definition did you have in mind when you gave that testimony?
Is against the law to be a member of?
Now, Mr. Sledge, I'm curious about something. Did you hear me at any time bring up a crime?
I say it's against. I never said you brought up a crime. Ask the question.
Why did you ask me that question?
Because I want to know specific what you're trying to get at. Or could you just get on at what you're trying to get at?
Would you please tell the jury what difference the answer to your question makes as it pertains to what 3 or more members of YSL you know about?
You said 3 or more members I know about.
Yes. My last question was, why did you ask me, is it against the law to be a member?
I already told you 3 members I knew.
Thank you. Would you please name those 3 members that you know?
Stevenson, Williams, and Kendrick.
Okay. Now, would you tell the jury why you asked me, is it against the law to be a member?
I was asking you a question like you asked me a question.
I hear you. I'm asking,
reason,
do you
no
understand
reason.
that?
I don't have a reason why I asked you that question.
Okay. Did you want me to answer it?
I would like you.
Your Honor, I believe that the witness's reasons for any of the responses that he gives to my questions are relevant, especially when they come in the form of that type of question.
That's not an objection. Just ask your question.
Okay.
And keep in mind, she can't get away from him. This is her
Did you
witness.
want me to answer the question?
No, you don't have to answer. Go on with your other question.
Earlier, you testified that Mr. Williams was around 15 when you met him.
Yes, 15, 16, one of them.
Would it be fair to say you met him around 2006, 2007 then?
No. Mr. Williams is what, 33 and I'm 43? So I met him 2009, I remember, because I just got out of prison.
Okay.
Why you
Did you meet him at the park too?
Yes.
Okay. And did you meet his mom, dad, and sisters after you met him or before?
After.
And was that just going to his house and stuff like that?
Me and Jeffery Williams hung together, so that's how.
How often did you all hang together, as you put it?
When we was younger,
Start there, please.
a lot.
How do you describe a lot?
Every other day, every day. What?
Did you consider him your best friend?
No, I don't have a best friend.
Was he as close as you get to having a best friend?
I looked at him as a little brother.
Okay. Is it fair to say you loved him?
Why not?
I don't know why not. I'm just.
Yes, I love him.
Okay. Do you feel the same way about Mr. Stillwell
Yes,
and Mr. Kendrick?
yes.
Do you feel the same way about anyone else in this courtroom today?
I don't have a problem with anyone in this courtroom.
Understood. Do you love anybody else in this courtroom today?
You're supposed to love everyone in the world.
I agree. Do you specifically love anyone else in this courtroom?
Love. She wants to know, does he love her?
I don't have a problem with anyone in this courtroom. I can't
love
tell
you,
you
love. That's what
that I love anyone else because I never had a personal relationship with them.
Do you love Demekion Garlington?
Yes,
Do you love Quindarius Zachary?
yes,
Do you love Kenneth Copeland?
yes.
What? Kenneth Copeland's not
Do you
in the
love them
courtroom.
all? The ones that you said you love. Do you love them all equally?
Yes,
Are you equally as close with one as you are the other of those people that you love?
no.
Who are you closest with?
Jesus. What's with this thing about love? That's interesting. Oh man, yeah. I think
Would
this
you
was
tell the
without
jury-
using the word entourage.
Of those 3 or more members of YSL that you described, if there is any particular language that they have in common or that they use, other than average run-of-the-mill English?
Could you repeat your question?
Yes. Of the 3 or more members of YSL that you know of, is there any particular language or words that they use that is besides the run-of-the-mill common English language you'd find in a dictionary?
Object to run of the mill you find in the dictionary. Nobody speaks like a dictionary.
Overruled.
Get him, Ari.
I can't say because the whole world speaky bunny. So I can't, like you said, in a dictionary. I wouldn't know what's in a dictionary. I don't look in a dictionary.
Okay.
You should read it, man.
So I don't know if the word you're looking for in the dictionary or it's not in the dictionary.
The word slime. Have you heard of the word slime?
They got a whole place called slime. They got a slime event. So
Good job. Good job.
yeah, I don't heard the word slime. You got a play thing that you could take your kids to for the slime thing. So yes, I have heard that word.
Have you heard members of YSL call each other slime?
I've heard people not YSL call each other slime.
That's okay. Have you heard members of YSL
Yes.
call each other?
Yes.
Now, have you called members of YSL slime?
Yes.
Now, when you called members of YSL slime, were you talking about that big old play thing that kids play on?
Miss Lord, come on now. We ain't gonna.
Jury doesn't know.
We're not.
So you have to be
Of
clear.
course, I know they know. They no different from me and you. Come on, let me more
Tell the jury what you were referring to when you called
I wasn't
people.
referring to the play thing.
Okay. So what What significance does the word slime have?
It's just a slang word we use towards each other.
And when you say we, who are you talking about?
The whole world. Not just these Pacific people. The whole world. I call people slime that I don't even know. People be walking down the street, be like, "What's up, slime?"
And when you use it, what do you mean?
It's just a slang word for the streets.
Okay. How do you use, what does it mean though?
I don't know the meaning of it. The whole world, I guess it's slime like it, what it meant for itself, slime. The whole world slime to me.
So are you able to tell us anything about what you feel it means?
I feel it means no one can be trusted. That's what I feel.
Fair enough.
This is hilarious, man. The whole world is slime.
And is that a phrase that members of YSL, I'm not talking about the whole world, just members of YSL, uses amongst themselves?
Why you want to say they just use amongst themselves when I just said the whole world use?
He ain't playing.
You try to make it seem like it's just about them using it when it's not just them using it.
Understood. But I still have to know, is that a word that members of YSL use amongst themselves?
I don't know how to answer that question because I thought I already answered.
Are you the only member of YSL that uses the word slime?
No.
Okay.
That's a better question.
Thank you. Who else within YSL have you heard use the word slime?
The ones I've been around.
Who in this courtroom have you heard use the word slime?
Jeffery, yeah, Stillwell.
Okay. Are they the only ones?
Yeah, because I never had another conversation with anyone like that.
Thank you. Now, would you please tell the jury who you know within YSL who have committed crimes intended to increase the street rep of YSL?
I don't know anyone that try to increase YSL. I don't know anyone try to increase YSL.
Did you understand my question?
You said
he is not playing with her.
Repeat it.
Yes. Would you please tell the jury what members of YSL you know who have committed crimes to increase the street rep of YSL?
I can't really say.
Why not?
Because I don't know anyone in this courtroom have committed a crime.
Fair enough. Any member of YSL that you know of who has committed crimes to increase the street reputation of YSL?
Could you put your question, could you make it better where I can understand what you're saying?
Who do you know that has committed a crime for YSL?
For YSL?
Yeah.
Nobody.
There we go.
So who do you know who has committed a crime
the whole world
to boost the reputation of YSL?
Nobody.
Who do you know? Do you know what the word notoriety means?
No.
Do you know what notorious means?
No.
Good job. He gonna frustrate
When
her.
I say street credibility, do you know what that means?
I have an idea of what you're saying about credibility.
What is your idea of what I'm saying about street credibility?
Like basically they commit crimes, they try to to boost the name up of YSL. But I don't think that was the case.
Thank you, Brother Yusef. And I
Now-
agree with you, sir. Absolutely.
You're saying that you know of no one within YSL who has ever committed a crime to increase the notoriety, street credibility, or reputation of YSL?
Well, I'm not saying that I don't know a person that claimed YSL had committed a crime, but I'm saying they didn't do it in the name of YSL.
Now, thank you for clarifying, but my question is, who do you know that has committed a crime to increase either the notoriety, the street credibility, or the reputation of YSL?
I don't think it was for the reputation or the street credibility of YSL. I just think the crimes were committed by what happened to them, and they did it on their own. I don't think it was because of YSL. If that's what you're getting at.
I'm not. I'm asking you only what I specifically
Well,
said.
I don't recall. I don't know the answer to that question.
I don't recall.
At any point over the past 2.5 years, have you known the answer to that question?
No.
Do you recall whether on December 28th, 2022, you knew the answer to that question?
And when I try to correct you on that answer, you wouldn't let me correct you on the answer. So,
wow.
First, we're gonna get an answer from you.
I apologize. I object to the commentary. Ask the question.
Overruled. Go ahead.
First, I'm going to ask you to answer the question, and then we'll get to what you just said, okay?
if you want to stay on the plea agreement, yeah, I initiate on that.
Okay, so my question is, on December 28th, 2022, did you know of 3 or more members of YSL that have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
My answer gonna be the same.
What is your answer?
When I try to get my lawyer to refer, I throw.
I just need, I'll let you explain, I promise.
No.
All right, hold on.
You wrote the rule that Mr. Sledge can finish his answer before leaving trial.
Okay, but he's not answering the question that she asked. So she's entitled to say, answer the question that I asked. And she
That is exactly.
already said that she's going to let him explain that in just a minute.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So will you please answer or tell the jury if on December 28th, 2022, you knew of 3 or more members of YSL who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
Could I talk to my lawyer, Ms. Love?
That's up to the court.
You may. We're going to take a recess. Y'all can use the restroom if you need to.
Thank you.
Here we go. Shots fired. Let's go.
All right. We're taking a recess too.
Oh my goodness. Yo. Judge Whitaker, I'm sorry. Why is my chair so short? What happened? All right. Judge Whitaker is having a bear of a time keeping this thing on the tracks. Now, mind you, I think she's doing a better job than we expected, but let's just tell the truth. She's having a fit. This guy is, I like him. I can't say I like him more than I like Woody, because Woody was just comical. But it does come across as a forced testimony. I don't think they realize how bad this looks for them. I don't think they realize this. And she doesn't like when he's not answering her question or answering the way she wants him to answer. Wait, let me see. Somebody just asked a question. I don't get this, man. This is going to be interesting to say the least, man. I think this is intimidation for sure. Let's back up. Since they're gone, let's back up a little smidgen and kind of see how it ended.
When I just said a whole world, you try to make it seem like it's just about them using it when it's not just them using.
Understood.
Crimes to try to boost the name up of YSL. But I don't think that was the case.
Okay. Now, you're saying that you know of no one within YSL who has ever committed a crime to increase the notoriety, street credibility, or reputation of YSL?
Well, I'm not saying that I don't know a person that claimed YSL had committed a crime, but I'm saying they didn't do it in the name of YSL.
Right, there we go.
Now, thank you for clarifying, but my question is, who do you know that has committed a crime to increase either the notoriety, the street credibility, or the reputation of YSL?
I don't think it was for the reputation or the street credibility of YSL. I just think the crimes were committed by what happened to them, and they did it on their own. I don't think it was because of YSL, if that's what you're getting at.
I'm not. I'm asking you only what I specifically said.
I don't recall. I don't know the answer to that question.
At any point over the past 2.5 years, have you known the answer to that question?
No.
Do you recall whether on December 28th, 2022, you knew the answer to that question?
And when I try to correct you on that answer, you wouldn't let me correct you on the answer. So
first, we're gonna get an answer from you.
I apologize. I object to the commentary. Ask a question.
Overruled. Go ahead.
First, I'm going to ask you to answer the question, and then we'll get to what you just said, okay?
If you want to stay on the plea agreement, yeah, I initiate on it.
Okay, so my question is, on December 28th, 2022, did you know of 3 or more members of YSL that have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
My answer gonna be the same.
What is your answer?
When I try to get my lawyer to refer, I throw.
I just need, I'll let you explain, I promise.
No.
All right, hold on.
You wrote the rule that Mr. Sledge can finish his answer before the leave trial.
Okay, but he's not answering the question that she asked. So she's entitled to say, answer the question that I asked. And she's already said that she's going to let him explain that in just a minute.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So will you please answer or tell the jury if on December 28th, 2022, you knew of 3 or more members of YSL who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
Could I talk to my lawyer, Ms. Love?
Here we go.
That's up to the court.
You may. We're going to take a recess. Y'all go ahead and use the restroom if you need to.
Thank you.
He doesn't look really tall, in my opinion. If you need context, like Adams is like 5'7". So Adam is like my height. Because I stood next to him. He and Adams, the gentleman standing right next to Young Thug, is about my height. He's about 5'7". So Young Thug is easily, somebody said 6'3", 6'4". I don't know why we're talking about the height of people, but there we are nonetheless. All right. So, all right, that's the end of it. And they still have not come back yet. Wow. What do y'all think about my man? What do y'all think about him? He seems to be pretty, he's not rolling over. And I think good, bad, or indifferent, he's really starting to show now we see a pattern that the state will give you a plea deal or make you to agree to a deal. Maybe it's not exactly what you want, or maybe not exactly what you're saying, or whatever that nature. So we're starting to see this pattern. So let's see what we got. Your grandmama is YSL. I hope it's because her initials are YSL. Yeah, that plea deal is going to go down. Is going to go down in a blaze of glory. You know what? I like him. I mean, at first I was kind of wondering about that whole sitting thing, but you know what? He is not playing games with her. He is pushing back. He's asking questions. I think he's pretty articulate too. I like it. I like it. Yes. The presumption, Joe, is that if I'm your client or you're my lawyer, we're talking that we have the ability to speak freely. That's the presumption. So somebody says, hey, I heard Jason say that to his lawyer that he, was throwing gerbils yesterday. Well, that would be attorney-client privilege. It'd be that information would be fruit from a poisonous tree, so on and so forth. So it wouldn't even be admissible. So they wouldn't be able to use it against me. Okay, cool. Because they're sometimes I see them attorneys and their clients just talking in the lobby of the courtroom, of the courthouse. So they're not like in a secret, phone booth or something like that. They're literally in the hallway talking to each other. So he's probably like literally in earshot of like Simone Hilton or whatever like that. They're probably somewhere talking and somebody could hear them potentially. Yeah, he's hey, he's on his game. He's not going to give up on this for sure. I would wonder how this case would look, Joy, if Judge Whitaker did not give any assistance, no help, none whatsoever. If you say something wrong, you catch it from the defense. If she didn't give her help, I wonder what would happen. This would look really different. Oh man, you a member of a credit union? There's money involved in there. Oh, you Rico. Y'all probably got like the little the pins with the name and logo on it. They probably got a special color. Oh, you Rico. Ducky Dexter, you in trouble. You out, man. Salute to you. We're going, because we know you going down next. I don't know his lawyer's name, but his lawyer is there. We saw a picture. We saw him. I don't quote me on this. I want to say his last name was Wright, but I mean, he has a real lawyer and he seems pretty good. I've not heard anything bad about him. I just don't remember his name. Oh, I like how you said this, Megan. Megan said this might be the witness that makes the remaining wheels fall off. I mean, Judge Whitaker has been trying to keep this thing together, so I kind of agree with you. Yeah, it's almost assumed, like attorney-client confidentiality is assumed. So there's that bubble. I hear people say sometimes there's a bubble around the attorney and his client, so you cannot engage with them or eavesdrop or ear hustle your way in. But thank y'all so much. Looks like about 546 of y'all watching. Thank you so very much for tapping in with us today. If you're new, is it your first day or your 101st day or 122nd day? I appreciate y'all so much hanging out with me. Thank you very much. Let's see the rest of these comments. They have not come back yet. All right. Yeah, the slime topic, in my opinion, I don't know if, and I don't know. There's some legal minds in here. I think Rome King is in the law field. I know Monica is. There's other legal minds. This is just my thought. Instead of spending so much time trying to equate Jason and my two brothers as being a gang, and trying to get that definition in there that they're a gang, because the man did a pretty good job of saying that they're a record label for a long time. And even when he says members of, it's easy to be like, oh yeah, the members, what I'm talking about are the people that are signed to the record label. And of course he says YSL is not a gang. So I wonder if they would be better off saying, hey, did you see Jason, James, and Dwayne ever hijack a truckload of gerbils? Or did you see Jason and Dwayne go out and stick people up and steal the gerbils from them? Try to get them associated with some crimes that are part of the RICO. It just seemed better than to try to make the thing a gang with the hand signals and the colors and the terminology. It seemed like that was not a good look, but it seemed like she should have known that, in my opinion. And like you said right here, she stayed on the slime topic too long. I agree. KSQ says, I dropped out in the 9th grade and smarter than people that went to high school and some people that chose the wrong path like I did. I mean, really, I'm not saying by any means somebody who did not finish high school is not intelligent, because we see here clearly these are some street smart people. I don't think this man should have been hanging out with people that are so much younger than him, but we'll have that discussion later on, I'm sure. DWC, he is proving that the state is intimidating them by law, documents, plea deals. No question. And I don't think they're aware of that. I think they're totally asleep at the switch that we've intimidated these people and they're going to bring it up in front of the jury. Because the jury hears this stuff. Yeah, that was kind of funny. He was telling her how to ask questions, which was kind of crazy. The members of ABBA is a gang, really? Bro, there's a lot of gang activity going on here. I do like the way he's speaking. He's pretty calm, yeah. Now, you can, in my opinion, I hate to say it like this, I'm getting that Love wants him to be a confrontational witness so that she can get away with being inept. That's what I'm getting. If that makes sense. Yeah, he knows his assignment. His assignment is to come up there and tell the truth. And he seems like he's a pretty straight shooter. Oh, he was speaking to his lawyer. Wait, I just forgot it that quickly. He's speaking to his lawyer about gang activity of some sort. I totally forgot that quick. I totally forgot. All right, let's see. We back it up real quick. Where is it? Right here.
If on December 28th, 2022, you knew of 3 or more members of YSL who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL.
Could I talk to my lawyer, Ms. Love?
Oh.
That's up to the court.
You may.
Landed right on the spot.
We're going to take a recess. Y'all go ahead.
Okay, so apparently she's reading, who was that question? I'm sorry. Oh, here you go, Dixie Doodles. So apparently she's reading, her questions are coming from the plea deal. And so on the plea deal, he said he knew of 3 or more members of YSL that committed a crime. And now he's saying he doesn't. And so he wanted to ask his lawyer before. Now he's alluded to the idea that this plea deal was not necessarily his own doing, from his own machinations. But you still kind of did it, so I don't know if that's going to fly. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, I want to see how this works out. I'm actually pretty surprised how interested I am in this guy. I just thought after Woody, it was going to go all downhill. I'm like, no, this is actually pretty good. What does Tracy Jones say? Tracy Jones says, DWC, it's so great a point about the pattern. It always seems to be disappointingly young men forced out of the school system and pushed now into the lane of music, and other times it's sports. Absolutely. And there could be a lot of stuff can be said about that area that he's in. I actually taught at the elementary school adjacent to this park that he's referring to. So I know where Cleveland Avenue Park is. I know where Cleveland Avenue Elementary is. So yeah, that'd be interesting. I do think it's interesting though for them, but we'll see what happens. I wish this, I don't know this answer, Cuzzo 24/7. I think Judge Whitaker should stop interfering and helping Adrian Love. Just stop it. It doesn't look good. It shows a bias. It's only setting it up for the appeal, so on and so forth. All right. Man, I was thinking this same question, Kenneth. I was like, what if nobody took a plea? What would happen? I was literally thinking that. Yeah, I don't know. I think if nobody took a plea, they would be kind of like I said in the beginning, they would be stuck with evidence and expert testimony. So it probably would go faster if they had no plea deals at all. But the whole point of RICO is to have plea deals. So I kind of wonder, why do they keep bringing up Kenneth Copeland, which seems to be interesting. There's a lot of other people. I haven't heard Rich Homie Kwan's name mentioned at all. And that's what they're trying to do, Gordon. Gordon says the prosecution is trying to force the narrative that YSL being a gang and slime is a secret code word to enter the clubhouse. You're correct. Okay, I don't know, and this is interesting. When they declared Kenneth Copeland a hostile witness, that opened up Pandora's box to shenanigans and just be able to ask him, badger him with questions. So that's why after Kenneth Copeland was declared a hostile witness, after he said that Detective Thorpe had a squirrel brain, and then Simone Hilton asked for permission to treat him as a hostile witness. Before then, the questions were very tame. After that, the questions became extremely hostile. So I'm wondering, these questions here seem very repetitive as well. They seem hostile witnessy to me. And I don't know. Clearly, she's not declared him a hostile witness because the defense wouldn't have anything to say. Defense would actually have to be silent almost in that regard. So it just seems weird that she's asking these really hyper repetitive questions and the guy's not been declared a hostile witness. All right, lots of good commentary back and forth. I appreciate y'all so much. Again, the 500 almost 60 that are watching. Thank you so much. If you didn't already hit that like button, please feel free to do so. It won't hurt you. It doesn't hurt at all. Matter of fact, I can guarantee you. This guy has a double PhD in street smarts and is super smooth. Hey, I've said it before. I said we're watching people with GEDs who might not even have GEDs. People with GEDs trounce those people with PhDs or JDs. That's crazy. These are some great comments. Excellent back and forth. I appreciate y'all. If this witness says you can't handle the truth, just call Lady Dear Woke Christian and tell her that her husband had passed out on the floor at Whitaker Park. Because I'm telling you right now, that is hilarious. Yeah, well, his attorney is actually probably sitting in the back. So there's only one door out and in. So he more likely is standing back there, or he already was in the back. So that's probably why it looks like he was beelining it straight to the back. I wish you could see just what the room looked like. I wish maybe they just did like a true pan around so you can all see, because it will really help you get a gauge for what's behind the camera. Because there's not a lot behind the camera, but a lot happens behind the camera on that side of the room. I didn't know that Young Thug was associated with that Spider brand. I've seen that before. I didn't know that was his brand. I didn't know who that was. Yeah, I'm trying to think, where did I see it? But let me make sure I get, yeah, we're on. Groupies are a gang now. I mean, roadies. I mean, the guy said he helped carry stuff for on tour. I guess that makes him a Rico. This is crazy. All the state has are plea deals signed by witnesses who are not willing to cooperate with their narrative at trial. Seems kind of interesting. Why are you giving them plea deals? There you go. Steele will clean this up. All right, camera's moving. Let's see what's grooving. Nothing. Okay. Oh, there it is. All right, one in the chat when you can hear everybody. What's he doing? And that camera is really big. For him to keep moving it around Adrian Love, he's probably not happy about that today, because that thing is big. Oh yeah, the overt acts. That's right. I'm helping Love. I'm sorry. I'm trying. And look, I want to see a good fight, Bonner. That's all. I'm here to see something good. Y'all want to see a good fight too. I want to see a good fight. But at the current moment, Love is not preparing. She ain't training. She got to get out there and do the Rocky. She ain't training. There you go. Hijack gerbils. I'm telling you, my brothers did it. My brothers did it. And they're in the gang. I don't know how to spell possums. I always forget how to spell it. That's why I always say gerbils. So whenever I'm typing, I'm like, I can spell gerbils. I don't know how to spell possums. They use scare tactics. Wow, that's right. At this state of the game, street smarts trumps book smart every day. Somebody literally said that Fulton County, this was not my bright idea. Somebody said Fulton County should hire like street dudes to come and teach street terminology, because they don't seem to know it. They seem to be very absent to it. Yeah, you were in a gang, Mary. Mary said, I used to be in a gang. I didn't even know it. We used to call each other dog, throw the peace sign, and tell each other we love them. Yo, what's up with the I love you thing? What is that about? What's the big deal with you loving somebody? That is weird. Because she ended with Woody with that. I'm like, what's your big deal with? And she was like, do you love these people? Went down a whole litany. Like, what was that about? Okay, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody didn't say that. Ask. This is Moncton, and I have no idea how to spell it. That looks right to me, so I'm gonna let you go. I think it's Tunk. I have no idea. I think it's with a K, I think. But that looks good to me. I'm gonna let you have it. No penalty box for that. Yeah, Woody is a street smart dude. Woody has a PhD in streetology. The Temptations is a gang. We already know about them. All right, one in the chat when you can hear. Rotary. Rotary. He said, look, I'm back up in here. Yeah, drop a one in the chat when you can hear. All right, here we go.
I'll do it for California.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back, Mr. Sledge. Would you please tell the jury on December 28th, 2022, what three people, three members of YSL that you knew who had committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
Me, Garnett, and Zachary.
And how was it that you personally intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL through the commission of those crimes that you're talking about?
Could you say that question in another fashion?
Yes. As it relates to you personally, how did you intend for your crimes that you're talking about to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
How would I put this? I couldn't say if it was the credibility of YSL. I would say the incident that happened.
I understand what you're saying, but did I correctly understand you to say that the three people you know who have committed crimes? I'm trying to gain clarity, so I'm
Overrule, she's asking if she's got it right.
Thank you. Did I understand you to say that the three people who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL are you, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
I won't ask you to speak about anyone but yourself. So as it relates to you, how did you intend for your crimes to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
I don't understand that question again.
Is this the first time that you have been faced with that type of question?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever asserted that Young Slime Life, aka YSL, is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associates who share common identifiers that include but are not limited to colors, hand signals, and terminology, who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL. Have you ever made that assertion in your life?
Yes.
Okay. So when you made that assertion, are the 3 names that you just gave the jury the 3 members of YSL that you were referring to when you made that assertion?
Yes.
Okay. So, as it relates to yourself, how did you mean for your crimes to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
Yo, Garrett, thank you so very much for the very kind super chat.
I ain't gonna lie.
I'm sorry. What?
I'm confused on that one. I ain't gonna lie.
What are you confused about?
I'm confused on what you asking.
Which part are you confused about?
You said to increase, what crime did I commit to increase?
The notoriety, street credibility.
Oh, you saying what the crime did I commit?
My question is not what crime. My question is, how did you mean for your crimes, whatever they were, to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL, no matter what they were? How did you mean for those crimes to do that thing?
I wouldn't say increase the game for YSL. I would say what I'm trying to get at is like things happen and I reacted.
And
I don't think it's what you're saying. I just don't think it was all about YSL. That's what I'm saying.
Are you referring to one specific incident?
I only know about one incident. What I pleaded guilty to. I don't know about no other incidents.
Okay. So when I speak of street credibility, what do you understand that to mean? Is it the same thing for you as fame?
I never really been into that, Ms. Love, about fame and street credibility.
That's okay. But I need you to answer the question. What do you understand street credibility to mean?
I'm stuck, Ms. Love.
Why
I'm stuck right now because I don't understand what a street credibility is.
Do you know what fame is?
Yeah, I know what fame is, street credibility, but I'm a person like, I don't go off fame and street credibility. I'm just basically, I believe in being a man, put it like that.
I appreciate that. What do you understand reputation to mean?
You're trying to uphold a reputation, right?
I can't give an answer. You have to give the answers, okay? What do you understand reputation to mean?
A name in the streets.
Okay. So how did you intend for the crimes you committed to boost YSL's name in the streets?
What's the name of it? I'm trying to think how to answer this question.
Just tell the truth.
I'm going to tell the truth. I don't know but the truth. I'm just trying to think of a way of saying it with the truth.
Say whatever's in your mind right now.
Ain't nothing in my mind right now, but what I see.
Do you need a minute?
Yeah.
Okay.
Could you come back to that one?
Oh, no, she can't.
No.
Yeah, because she's going to ask it 20 more times.
To boost the name or the reputation of YSL in the street.
The cameraman has to keep moving because Adrian Love keeps standing in front of it.
That's a good one.
I don't think he's high. I think he really don't want to say anything dumb. He don't want to be on the stand for 2 months. He say something wrong, he could be on the stand for 2 months. Yeah, she's reading directly from the plea agreement.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to think this one because I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand what you're saying.
I don't know what happened to the audio. I didn't do anything.
If that makes sense.
What do you mean? You understand, but you
What the heck?
Because you saying trying to boost the reputation of YSL in the street. Because I don't think anything I would have done would have been to boost the name of YSL in the streets.
Did you not mean to include yourself in the earlier statement that you made when you said
Something happened to their volume. I'm sorry.
YSL is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associates who share common identifiers that include but are not limited to colors, hand signals, and terminology, who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL? Did you not mean to include yourself in that group of 3 or more people, or was there someone else?
I included myself because I knew I committed a crime, but I wouldn't say the crime was just because the boosted reputation of YSL in the streets. It was about principle.
And when you say it was about principle in what way as it relates to YSL? Because that's what I'm talking about.
That's why the question hard to answer, because you keep putting it as YSL.
Now, you said I keep putting it as YSL.
Yes.
Did you testify earlier that the statement that I read to you during my question is a statement you made? Did you make that assertion on December 28th, 2022? Is that something that you said yes to?
Yeah, but I didn't make that question or that answer. That was your question and your answer. And when I was trying to correct you on that, you wouldn't let me correct you on it.
Now you're pointing at something that may or may not be referenced in a moment.
Yeah.
But let's just talk about what you just said. You said that was my question.
Yeah, I did initially.
You said that was my question and my answer.
Yes.
When you say my answer, what do you mean?
The answer of the question. You just said, like, that question you asked me, it already had the answer on it, and I initiated.
I'm sorry. Are you saying that there is a question on some form that I gave to you?
Yeah, it sounds like a question and an answer already on it.
Okay.
Could you repeat what you said?
Yes. My question to you is, on December 28th, 2022, my first question was, what 3 people who were members of YSL did you know about?
I said me, Gomez, and Zachary.
Who had it committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL. And you said you, Garlington and Zachary.
Right.
And my question to you was, how did the crimes that you committed, let's use another word, how did those crimes make YSL more popular in the streets?
You saying crimes, and I'm saying there's only one crime that I committed. You saying crimes. You using
Good catch.
more than one crime.
Okay.
So
We'll say crime. How did the one crime you are talking about right now make YSL more popular in the streets?
I don't think it made YSL more popular.
Okay. How did it
Yeah, it's not me, it's their volume.
the notoriety of YSL?
I don't think it increased it either.
How did it improve or increase YSL's name in the streets?
It didn't improve or increase YSL name in the streets.
How did it boost the reputation of YSL?
It did not boost.
What now?
It did not boost the whatever you just said of YSL.
Okay. And how did it improve or increase the street credibility of YSL?
It didn't do that either.
Is it your testimony today that you know of no one who committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL? I need to understand that.
The crime that were committed, I don't think it was to do nothing with YSL, to boost the credibility of the street. There was none of that.
I'm not talking about crimes that weren't done to increase the street credibility, notoriety, and reputation.
What I'm saying to you.
Hold on. Let me just ask the question. I'm not talking about crimes that were not done.
Your Honor, I'm going to object, asked and answered. He's answered this question.
Overruled.
I'm not talking about crimes that were not done to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL. So we can put all of the stuff that wasn't done for that purpose out of your mind. Just tell the jury, how did you intend for the crimes that were committed to increase the street credibility, notoriety, and reputation?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That's facts, not evidence. He has repeatedly said there were no crimes committed, and she is assuming crimes were committed on behalf of YSL in her question.
Right.
Sustained.
Is it your testimony today? Let me rephrase. Do you know of 3 or more members or associates of YSL who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL?
No.
Okay. Do you consider yourself a member or associate of YSL? Either one, either a member or an associate of YSL.
I plead guilty to affiliated to YSL.
Let's put that out of your mind. I'm asking you here today, right now.
She's angry.
Do you consider yourself a member of YSL? Let's break it down.
Yes.
Okay. And on December 28th, 2022, did you consider yourself a member of YSL?
Well, that's what y'all had me charged with.
We know.
Yes.
That's not
yes.
the charge.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been a member of YSL?
I don't recall exactly how many years it's been.
Do you remember what year you first became a member of YSL?
No, I don't remember the year that he first started saying why I said I don't remember.
Would showing you a document with your writing on it and a year on it that you signed on December 28, 2022, refresh your memory?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with what I will mark as State's Exhibit number 444 Yankee. And I will show it to counsel for
Yeah, he's been a
the
bodyguard.
defendants who wish to see it.
Being a member of a gang doesn't necessarily mean that you're doing crime things, according to this definition that they're using of gang. I have no idea what happened to their audio. It's on their end. Oh, they're about to pounce on her. What's that? What are they doing? They're about to jump on her. They're not playing. They said, look, we're about to jump all over this. They're about to jump on her. Rappers have bodyguards. I agree. This is crazy. Hey, thank you so very much, Casey May. What did she say? I can imagine these men in jail, what their outside circumstances are. Maybe their mothers has cancer or children need them. I find it outrageous that the state dangles deal just so they can try to win a case. Absolutely. Hey, that man that just sat down in the corner, bottom right corner, that's his attorney. Thank you so very much, Casey May, for the very kind 1999 super chat and very keen observation. These men, they want to go home to their families. I mean, and you hear it in Woody. Woody, like, look, I just want to go home. I don't want to go to jail over something he did in the past. All right, let's see what they got. I have no idea what happened to their volume.
All right, go ahead.
For the record, I am showing the witness the third page of the document. So page 3 of 7. And the second blank under section 4. Has come through and
I don't.
So I'm going to show you what has been marked State's Exhibit 444 Yankee, and I'm going to turn to page 3. Do not read any of this
Rico.
out loud.
Right.
I'm just going to point to the second blank under section 4 and ask you to read it. Does reading the second blank of the third page of 7 on states 444 Yankee refresh your memory? Don't
Yeah.
read it out loud.
Yes.
So, Mr. Sledge, would you please tell the jury how long you have been a member of YSL?
It's associated 2012.
Okay. When you say it says associated, what are you meaning?
That's what the plea agreement said.
We'll get to the document itself.
Right.
Right now, I'm asking you, since you've testified that you are currently a member of YSL, how long have you been a member of YSL?
Since 2012.
While associated with YSL, while a member, what have you done to support and express loyalty to YSL that was against the law?
When I pleaded guilty to a drive-by shooting.
Wow.
I'm not talking about pleading guilty. I'm asking you specifically to please tell the jury what crimes have you committed to express loyalty and support to YSL?
I just answered. I just answered.
I thought so.
I need you to expressly tell the jury what crimes you have committed to express loyalty and support to YSL.
I don't remember exactly all of them, but I know aggravated battery was one of them. Aggravated assault. Could you refresh my memory? Because I don't remember all the charges I had. There was a lot of charges.
Do you remember what you did, though?
I drove a car.
So how, when you say you drove a car, how does that lead to your committing aggravated battery and aggravated assault to express loyalty and support for YSL?
I wouldn't say YSL. I say it was basically helping Demiki Gunn and Quindary Zachary.
Thank you, Cash Money, for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much.
That you committed a drive-by shooting to express support and loyalty to YSL?
Yes, because
there you go,
I
Rome.
pleaded guilty in 2017.
Regardless of your guilty plea, I'm not talking about.
Well, that's the reason. That's the reason I signed that question.
Okay. So since I haven't referenced a question for the jury, I'm trying to keep the record clear, okay? I'm just asking you about acts that you committed that were done to express support and loyalty to YSL.
I just said it.
Hang on a second. I'm going to let her proceed with this.
So you may go ahead. How does driving a car lead to committing aggravated battery and aggravated assault to express loyalty and support for YSL?
You losing me because I understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say, it wasn't. It probably for people who claim to be YSL, if you want to use that as a refer.
I understand that you understand what I'm saying, but I'm asking for the jury's sake, okay? If you can just tell them how driving a car leads to an aggravated battery and an aggravated assault committed to express loyalty and support for YSL.
So you want me to explain to what happened?
I want you to explain how one leads to the other, how it leads to expressing support and loyalty for YSL.
I don't know, my love. I think I don't even think when I read the plea agreement, I was understanding. I think I was just signing.
I want you to put out of your mind any agreement, and I'm asking you here today.
In no way, then.
In no way?
No way.
So who is it that you know who committed a drive-by shooting to support and express loyalty to YSL?
I already answered that question for you.
Would you answer it again then? I might have missed it.
Me, Garlington, and Zachary.
So given that you, Garlington, and Zachary committed a drive-by shooting to support and express loyalty to YSL, please explain to the jury how you personally intended for that criminal act to express loyalty and support for YSL.
I already told you, my brother, one to express for why I failed. It was just an incident. You making it seem like the crime we committed was for YSL. Yes, I did sign that. I understand what you're saying. I initiate on that question. I'm most definitely initiate on it.
Mr. Sledge, since you're referencing that, and by that, just for the record, I believe that you're referring to 444 Yankee, the document that I just brought to you.
Yes.
Let's talk about that for a little bit, okay?
Yeah, go with that.
Earlier this morning, you asked if you could be allowed to speak with your attorney. Did you not?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak with your attorney?
Yes.
How long have you had that attorney?
You said how long have you been my attorney, period?
Yes.
I don't know, a lot of years.
Okay. Does a lot of years mean more than 5?
Yes, more than 5. Probably 15 or better.
And is it a safe assumption to say that you trust your attorney?
Yes.
Okay. And since you're referencing 444 Yankee and you're referencing signing it, did you have access to your attorney at the time you signed it?
Yes. But also, when I brought to my attorney attention about that document and told him that that wasn't correct, he came back to me and told me, you said initial, and then I'll be able to explain when I come here today.
Mr. Sledge, please tell the jury whether you requested certain items that were different than what is contained in 444 Yankee to be either changed or removed from that document before you signed it.
When I try to get it changed, he came back to me and said that you wouldn't change it. Them is exact words to me. When I brought a concern about it, he came back to me and say, you wouldn't change it.
Mr. Sledge, do you understand the question that I'm asking you?
Yes.
Would you please tell the jury
Well,
whether there were changes
no, it was
to
no
this
change.
document
There was no change.
that you personally requested through your attorney?
Yes, and you didn't change it.
Is it your testimony that no changes were made to that document
No change was made to my
from
document.
its original form?
No.
I'm going to show you just. Now, are you saying no, definitely, or no, you don't remember?
I don't remember, but I think most definitely you didn't change it.
I'm going to show you page 6 of 7 on states 444 Yankee at section 5. If either
right.
counsel needs to see it, I'd like to.
Yeah, right.
You may.
Okay.
Yes, can you step outside into the hallway, please?
Uh-oh, what happened? What happened? What happened? Hold on one second. What happened? What happened? I don't know. All right, it's coming back. I don't know if their system dropped or what, because it's over here processing. I don't know what happened. Okay, so I see it's like, I have no idea what happened. All right, let's see. Love cut the feed. Y'all wild. I have no idea what happened. All right, let's see. Let's jump to another feed. It's all from one camera, so hopefully everything's okay. We're on 11 Alive, so let's see. Pull it up again, see what happens. Real quick. Maybe Judge Whittaker had him and said, look, we're done with this. Let's go to lunch. It says it's going, but there's nothing there. Lights went out in Georgia. I don't know. Well, let's look at Atlanta news first. There it is. I think they something happened to the cameraman. I think there it goes. It's back. But there's no audio. Let's see if they back up. Yeah, it's just black right there. Like it went out. Ooh, had me worry. Man, what happened? All right. The camera took a rest. That's hilarious. His attorney's up there as well, yeah. The man next to Love is Young Thug's attorney. Woo. Yeah. See, somebody mentioned that uh, Hilton was passing notes to Love today. Here, let me grab this plea agreement. Let me make sure it opens up correctly. Yes. Okay. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Okay, so at lunch we're going to talk about Rich Homie Quan. Rich Homie Quan has chimed in a little bit about Woody, and it's actually an interesting little video. It's short, so we can do that during lunch. Now I'm knocking lights over and stuff in here. I tell you, man, it's never a dull moment here at Whitaker Park. All right, I had a light that okay, I'm loud. Okay, I'm sorry. They're really doing something different today over there. So I was trying to see if maybe a lot of people were complaining that the audio was low. So I was hoping that maybe I could turn it up by turning mine up. But we'll see. We gotta wait for them to chime in so we can know how good or how bad I did a job at audio. All right. Yeah, I have no idea what happened with their audio. I mean, with their video. Please forgive me. But appreciate y'all hanging in. It looks like we got about 518, almost 520 of you all watching. Thank you so very much. Do me a favor. I've earned it. Only if I've earned it. And you're not a subscriber to the channel, could you subscribe? It does help out quite a bit. YouTube has been real finicky with sharing my content this month. I think they want me to work a little bit harder than I worked last month. So if you don't mind, I don't generally ask people to subscribe, but if you could subscribe to the channel and, hit that like button, hit that bell notification, all that YouTube stuff. All right, here we go real quick. It looks like they're done with the sidebar. One in the chat when you can hear.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have some issues to hash through at lunch. It's lunchtime now. So we're going to take our lunch break now and let's plan to be back. Does everybody think 1:30 gives everybody enough time to do what they need to do? Or
give us a time. Don't ask. Give it to them.
1:30, 1:45, 1:30. Okay. We'll see everybody back at 1:30. Thank you.
All right, let's see what happens. Oh my goodness. Just smile, Adrian Love. Just smile. You look so perturbed. Just smile. It'll help you out. Somebody called it. All right, I'm going to hold tight, see what happens, what they say when the jury leaves. They like to share the details when the jury leaves.
So it is A. Williams that was trying to get into the Zoom. Okay, sorry. So Ms. Pressfield obviously is not with us right now, so my JA is trying to run it and it's like, who is this one? Okay. All right.
Let's see what they're talking about. Let's see what they're
We
talking about.
will, unless does anybody need anything put on the record right now? All right, then we'll just break for lunch. Y'all handle the things that we discussed at the bench, and I'll see everybody back at 1:30.
Nice. Okay. 1:30 it is, I think. All right, let's see what happens. Camera's moving. There we go. Oh. What in the world is that? All right. So they're going to lunch. It's 12:15. They're going to lunch till 1:30. I got a quick video I want to share with you all. But first, I want to say thank you to everybody who's chipped in and supported the channel. I did drop out. I did throw out there 5 memberships. I'm glad that those were a blessing to some people. Thank you so much, Donna, for the $2 super chat. Thank you so very much. I appreciate Ray doing the same thing with the $2. Cull Obsidian dropping 5 memberships. Grace and peace to you, sir. Thank you so much. Blessing the community, keeping the community growing. I love it. I love it. What we got here? Garrett with the $2 super chat. He says, "Best not work for Braves, or love will slap you with a Rico." Right. I know some people that work for Braves at the Braves Stadium. Yeah, absolutely. Yusuf came through and said, with the $4.99 super chat, he says, "Looks like the prosecution is going to make another one of their witnesses a hostile witness." Like, yeah, you should not be creating your own supervillains. And that's what it seems like Adrian Love is bent on doing today. Garrett again with another $2 says, "You best lose that A cap and that tomahawk chop, or you're a part of Rico." I see what he's doing there. Casey again with a very kind 1999 super chat. I'm looking to make sure that they're really leaving. It looks like they're really leaving, so I'm gonna probably cut that in a second. And she said, "Imagine these men are in jail. What their outside circumstances are. Maybe their mother has cancer or the children need them. I find it outrageous that the state dangles a deal just so they can try to win a case." Amen and amen. Cash Money, thank you so much for the very kind. Blessing the community, keeping us growing. Super chat. Okay. And what is she saying here? $4.99. She says, she did a deep dive into the DA's open checkbook. I don't know what that is. So please email this to me. I would love to know more about this. I will look at to the 6/1/22, right before and right after Thug's arrest. Really? Ooh. You know something nefarious going on. I already know it. From the way you couched it, I already know there's some nefariousness going on. Okay, this is real funny because the camera, of course, is clearly in lunch mode. You'll hear them. Don't be mad at the camera, dude. Don't get them. All right, so what I wanted to do real quick is I wanted to go over Rich Homie Quan. Rich Homie Quan chimed in about Woody recently, and I think it was interesting. And hopefully, yeah, that whole, I gotta cut this, man, because they're you can hear them in the background of the he usually cuts the microphone, but you can hear the microphone today, which is really different than usual. Okay, so Rich Homie Quan, he was a rapper and part of the whole Woody kerfuffle. Matter of fact, I believe Woody and Threat shot at Rich Homie Quan's dad's barbershop. So that's where they are. But Rich Homie Quan chimed in about Woody, and I wanted to share this with you all. So shout out to KB Goes Live. It's a great YouTube channel dealing with the modern day rap crowd and such of that nature. Pretty culturally responsible. Really good content creators, so definitely check them out. I'll leave the link in there as well.
So it looks like we got a.
Can you do me a real quick favor? Drop a 1 in the chat when you can hear.
All right, so it looks like we got an update on a topic that we covered just a couple of weeks ago, which was Woody in the courtroom telling the prosecutor, the judge, the jury, everybody that he was the one that was responsible for Rich Homie Quan's dad's barbershop getting shot up. Now, if you don't know, this incident took place all the way back in 2014, and the original news report said that an individual or a group of individuals was attempting to robbed a barbershop, and during the holdup, gunfire.
Hold on, let's read this real quick. Tragedy befell hip hop artist Rich Homie Quans. I had never heard of Rich Homie Quan until this. Rich Homie Quans, and move myself out of the way. Rich Homie Quans, when his father, Corey Lamar, was reportedly shot 4 times at the Atlanta barbershop where he worked, according to TMZ. A representative from Quan said that an individual or a group of individuals attempted to rob the place, and during the holdup, gunfire erupted. At the moment, Lamar is in critical condition at a local hospital, but should recover. Okay, appreciate it. Let's go.
Erupted. Now, it was during that shootout that Rich Homie Quan's dad was actually shot 4 different times. However, he would survive that incident.
News Since 4, we're hearing from a man who says he chased the gunman who shot a popular Atlanta rapper's father. Channel 2's Tom Jones now live in Northwest Atlanta, where police say, Tom, that the gunman got away in a black Honda Accord.
Justin, that's right. That's also the description of the car. That witness told me he chased down this road after he heard gunshots coming from Lamar's barbershop. The victim survived the shooting, a shooting many in this community think is connected to the victim's son, Atlanta rapper Rich Homie Quan. Some here at Lamar's barbershop are wondering if an alleged feud between Quan and other rappers led to Corey Lamar being shot 4 times inside his barbershop. Atlanta police say the gunman came in the shop and opened fire.
So I heard about 3 gunshots, and so I saw the guy come out.
Van White says he heard the gunshots, saw the gunman, and chased him, but he got away.
He got in a black car, and that's all I know from there.
One barber told me he went to the back, and another barber said he left the shop. They say that's when the gunman came in.
And this all happened around the time when we seen Rich Homie Quan and Young Thug. They had been doing collabs together. They was part of Rich Gang, which was Birdman's like little rap group. And then we kind of seen them fall off from each other, stop associating with each other, and pretty much stop messing with each other. And for years, everybody was left wondering why. Now, people had their suspicions, but nobody had real proof as to why Young Thug and Rich Homie Quan wasn't homies no more. But as you heard in that news clip, people had their suspicions. They thought maybe this shooting at the barbershop might have had something to do with the beef between them two. And it was a whole situation. Well, back about 2 weeks ago, we actually had YSL Woody up on the stand in a YSL trial, giving his testimony about everything he does know or don't know or could know. Y'all know how Woody is, bro. That man just be up there saying stuff. But during his testimony, one of the things that we heard him say was that he was the one that was responsible for shooting up Rich Homie Quan's dad's barbershop, right? And you got to keep in mind, at the time, Young Thug and Woody, they was cool. So it kind of lends credence to the fact that Young Thug might have knew about it, or somebody in his crew actually had something to do with it. And for those of y'all who didn't catch it, I'll go ahead and play that little segment right now of Woody saying that he's the one that shot up Rich Homie Quan's dad's barbershop.
When you talked to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about the shooting, you actually went into some details about what happened that night of the shooting. Do you recall doing that?
What you mean?
Like telling Detective Gaither, giving them details about what happened the night of the shooting.
I remember what happened, but I don't remember what I told the police.
Okay, what do you remember happening?
What shooting at us?
You confronted Kel about them shooting at you all from the bushes.
What happened in Nut got nothing to do with YSL. This some screaming language. This got everything to do with threat. Know what I mean? I was trying to protect Threat from the get-go. Know what I mean? Threat, and they had some more stuff going on. Like,
was Threat at the gambling house when it got shot up by Kel?
Young, you said nothing I said can be used against me?
That's right. Me
and Threat shot up Rich Homie Quan dad at the barbershop on Bankhead. I don't know what happened with Threat and Rich Homie Quan, but I'm a ride with my brother. And they was beefing. And yeah, we pulled up and did that.
Okay. And as a result of, why did you and Threat shoot up Rich Homie Quan daddy's barbershop?
Because I'm a ride with Threat.
Okay. Did Threat tell you why he was shooting?
I don't ask no questions. I just say let go.
And when Rich Homie Quan's barbershop was shot up, was that in September of 2014? Do you remember?
I don't know when. I know we went up there and shot it up.
Okay. Was it before Nut was killed?
Yes.
Do you remember what happened the day that you and Threat shot up Rich Homie Quan's daddy's barbershop?
What you mean?
But do you remember that day? What led up to you going to the barbershop and shooting it up?
I told him they go do it.
What led up to you saying, let's go do it? Why?
Threat was mad. He was like, he fucking keep scaring my language. He was talking, deep, playing like we somebody to play with. And I was ready. I had them choppers on deck.
Why was Threat beefing with Rich Homie Quan to shoot up his daddy's shop?
Cause we didn't know where he was.
So did you go to the shop looking for Rich Homie Quan?
Nah, we went to send a message.
What time did you go and shoot up?
I ain't telling you that.
Okay. Was it in the morning? Was it?
It was at night.
To your knowledge, did anyone send Threat to go shoot up Rich Homie Quan's daddy's shop to send a message?
No, he said what he said, and I told him let's go do it.
You said that you all went to go send a message. What message were you sending?
We ain't the ones to play with.
Did something happen between Rich Homie Quan and Threat prior to you all having to go send a message?
Yeah, but I don't know nothing about it.
So how do you know something happened if you don't know anything about it?
Because I can't say for facts if it's the truth.
Now, did this shooting of Rich Homie Quan's daddy's barbershop start the beef between If Gang and YSL?
The beef was never between If Gang and YSL.
Okay.
The beef was between me, Threat, and Shell Kill. Rich Homie Quan. Because Shell Kill was trying to ride Rich Homie Quan. The streets threw YSL into what me and Threat had going on.
So as you heard Woody say right there, he was tapped in with this other dude named Threat. Apparently they was chilling at a house that they used to gamble at when somebody named Kel pulled up and sprayed it up. Apparently Woody confronted this dude at the skating rink, Cascade skating rink, and things went sideways. So in retaliation, Woody says that him and this dude Threat went and shot up Rich Homie Quan's dad's barbershop. Now, since Woody said that on the stand, everybody has been waiting to see what Rich Homie Quan was gonna say or if he was gonna say anything about it, because until Woody said that on the stand, didn't nobody know this information. Well, we finally got a clip of Rich Homie Quan responding to that in this interview where he was just straight up asked, what do you think about Woody saying that? And here's what he had to say.
The streets threw YSL into what me and Threat had going on.
How do you feel about his statements being said about him basically shooting up your dad's barbershop?
What is a liar? The barbershop did get shot up, but it wasn't like, I don't want to talk much to it, but it wasn't like he has over exaggerated it, because the same day the barbershop got shot up, it was up and running. So it couldn't have been like what he said it was. So we're gonna hold that down. Shout out to Woody. But niggas know.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so what you heard was Rich Homie Quan saying Woody is a liar. Now, he does admit in that clip, he said, yeah, my dad's barbershop was shot up, but it was up and running the next day, so it wasn't what Woody said that it was. And look, bro, hey, look, ain't no reason to prove that y'all extra hard, Rich Homie Quan, bro. It was already shot up. You ain't got to be like, it wasn't enough. Go on, take the L, bro. Ain't no reason to be super G out here. But what he does do is confirm that it did happen, and two, he says that Woody is lying, and Woody is a self-admitted liar. Bro has said numerous times, I'm lying about everything I'm telling you. I'm leading you one way just on lies, and then when you think I'm telling you the truth, I lie to you and send you the other way. All right, so it makes it hard to tell what's up from down when you're talking about things that Woody has said, because like I said, Woody just be saying any damn thing. But you could tell that Rich Homie Quan feels some type of way about it still, because when he's asked, his hands start shaking, he start moving his leg. You could tell it frustrating him, and he say, you know, everybody know what's up. So I mean, you just gotta take that for what it is. guess if you came to me expecting me to be able to tell you what the truth is in this situation, bro, I don't know. What I do know is that it ain't funny, this whole court situation. I know Woody don't want to be up on that stand. I know Thug don't want to be in that courtroom. Right now, it's the longest trial to ever take place in the state of Georgia, and it ain't even close to being done. So, like I said, what I do know is that it's not really that funny. The whole situation is going down because for us, this is super entertaining, bro, but it ain't that way for the people that's involved in it. But anyways, I could rant on about that, but that's pretty much everything that we got for the story right now. That's Rich Homie's response, and we'll just have to see where it goes for here. But anyways, that's it for the video, guys. If you enjoyed the content, be sure to hit the like button, subscribe, tap the notification bell so you get notified every time I upload a video. As always, it's been fun rocking with y'all, man. I'm out.
All right, everybody. I just dropped the link to KB Live. I just think the guy is a smart, young content creator, and he puts out some great content, especially in that hip hop, urban culture genre. If you're remotely interested in that, check him out, what he's doing over there. All right, y'all. Okay. All right. I'm waving the white flag, y'all. I'm waving the white flag. What are you talking about, Jason? I'm telling y'all, I'm going to talk about this topic. I have at least, no short of at least 8 emails, and I think 5 DMs on this topic, okay? I'm going to talk about it, all right? I'm about to do it right now. Let me tell you, though, however, what my rules are, okay? I personally, this is about the whole situation with Fonnie Willis's daughter. All right. Personally, I think families are off limits. Okay. I don't think that it's right to drag somebody's wife into a situation, kids or husband to a situation when it's nothing, when they're not pertaining to it. And I was going to leave it 100% alone. Most of y'all got an email back from me saying, wow, okay, that's cool. Okay, I mean, that's interesting, so on and so forth. But most of y'all got an email back saying, kids are off limits. All right. However, I am going to make an adjustment because this is not about the kids anymore. All right. So in battle, Georgia DA Fonnie Willis showed up to the site of daughter's arrest with prosecutor lover long after pair claimed affair ended. Body cam footage shows. All right. Yo, I'm going to say this right now. Let me make sure. Big screen. Nathan Wade is a low down, dirty scoundrel. There. My name is Jason, dearwokec@gmail.com. Whitaker Park. We can meet right there in the parking lot if we got to, Nate. But you are a low down, dirty dog. And I'm going to say that because you are married. You can say you're estranged. You can say y'all are not married on paper. But my dude, you're married. So now that's where all of this is going to come from. The fact that Nathan Wade showed up with Fonnie, which is crazy. I mean, this is craziness. I was going to leave it alone with the girl. I wasn't going to touch it. I was going to leave that little baby girl alone. Children make bad decisions. It is what it is. If you raised around Fonnie, you probably didn't learn how to make good decisions. So I don't fault the girl for making bad decisions. I fault the parents. Now, Nathan, dude, you dirty. You just dirty, man. You deserve no quarter. You deserve none. So therefore, I'm gonna call you a fool. You are a whole low down, dirty, rotten scoundrel. Jason dearwokec@gmail.com, jason.t.whitaker@gmail.com if you want to do that. I don't care. I'll meet you at Whitaker Park. I'll meet you at East Roswell Park. I'll meet you at the Publix. And I'm saying that because Nathan knows why I'm saying that. Let's go. Here we go. All right. Embattled District Attorney Fonnie Willis showed up to the scene of her daughter's driving arrest with prosecutor Nathan Wade. Long after the pair said they had ended their controversial affair, newly released video shows. The Fulton County, Georgia DA was captured on police body cam by footage in Tyrone on August 24th, standing next to ex-Trump prosecutor Wade after her daughter, Kiana Willis, was pulled over for driving while using a cell phone, according to footage first obtained from the Daily Mail. Yeah, you cannot, Georgia is a hands-free state, so you cannot be on that phone and driving. You can have earpiece, of course, you can speakerphone, all that kind of jazz, but you cannot be on the phone. All right, there's Nate, there's Fonnie. We'll watch the video. Is this the video right here? It should be right here.
$19.98.
That is not it.
Google is
That is not it. This thing is just fraught with ads. Good gracious, man. Maybe it's just serendipitous that I don't have it. Yeah, this is terrible. All right. Well, anyway. All right. I don't think that the daughter is fair game, but the mom and her boyfriend, they're fair game because they came to the party. They brought the complexity by showing up together, crying out loud. You don't have a girlfriend you can bring down there. By the way, I need to look at where Tyrone is. Maybe he's the daughter's lawyer. If in my opinion, that would actually make it worse. So your mom's boyfriend is your lawyer. Say that out loud. Your mom's married boyfriend is your lawyer. Just let that one sit for a minute. I think we can all agree that one's going to be problematic as well. Let me pull this in. I don't know where the video is of them actually showing up talking, because it's not. This thing is full of ads. It's crazy. Not a fan of this at all. All right, here. Okay, there we go. Now we got it. Let me show you real quick. All right. So this is Nate and Fonnie showing up. I hope it is. Oh my gosh, what in the world? Shout out to Trump, but my goodness. This is ridiculous. New York Post, your page is like spam. When you click on it. Oh, they just got ads running on it. Oh my gosh. All right, so I gotta let the ads finish. Okay. Yeah, this is the part I'm talking about. Like, how low down do you need to be? Like, yeah, that's just. But see, this is only about Fawn and Nate. I don't know anything about the baby girl. I'm not gonna bother with her. I pray my daughter never is in a situation like that. But I'm gonna try to be gracious to them because I would want somebody to be gracious toward me if I was struggling through that. All right, let me see if I got this right. I think
Mom,
I got
Dad, what's it?
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
So, Corporal Clark,
Nice to meet you. What?
So, apparently,
Nice to meet you.
apparently her license is suspended
Nice to meet you. Okay.
for something. Doesn't tell us what for or why or where, or that's something she's going to have to call DMV and find out. Right. Probably what happened is she had a speeding ticket, some kind of traffic infraction, never went to court, didn't take care of it. Right. That's the best guess. So she's gone over to Fayette County Jail, which is right in the Fayetteville Square. It's 145 Johnson Avenue. Normally, I would say a couple hours is the process. It just depends on how busy they are and like that, okay? The driving on the suspended is basically a traffic citation. She's got to have her fingerprints done and picture taken, then she can make her bond.
All right, so man, that newspaper is just nothing but spam. Good gracious, man, that is not a good look for y'all. New York Post. All right, man, that's low down. I'm gonna say it again. Like, I think that's low down for him to show up. And I don't know where Fonnie lives, but again, they didn't drive. This is not close, and they're down in Fayette. Shout out to Woody. Like, this down in Fayette. I don't think they were in the jail that Woody was in, but they're definitely down there for sure. Yes, I saw and I'll talk about that in a second. Absolutely. But I mean, that's definitely not a good look at all. But if Fonnie wants to be taken seriously, and I'm gonna add this with the answering Filipino girl 1970s comment right here. Nathan and Fonnie Willis move recklessly. They move reckless, and therefore they deserve the vitriol that they get from this incident right here to Nathan's shenanigans with Marlon Wayans. Totally out of pocket, totally out of range. So if you want people to treat you seriously and take what you're doing as noble and say that you're doing something noble or whatever like that, sir and ma'am, y'all are moving reckless. That's all I can say. I don't know another way to say it. You're just moving reckless. I think about, I want to say it was the fourth Fast and Furious movie where they introduced, I believe this is when they introduced Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson to the franchise. In the previous movie, they had ran a heist. I'm sorry, it might have been the sixth. I don't know. There's been a lot of Fast and Furious movies, right? They had ran a heist, they had all this money, and the whole team had kind of split up. Somewhere in like South America, somebody was in Europe, of course, Americas, and so forth. And they was out just being reckless. They were all being reckless. They were spending too much. They were drawing a lot of attention to themselves. And lo and behold, like all of the group was like identified by the federal government. And they were, slowly but surely they were going to get arrested, I believe is how it was. I can remember like Ludacris was just throwing money out at an ATM. Like he hacked an ATM to spit money out. It was crazy. My point in that is they were way too reckless. They started to behave like they weren't criminals. They started to behave like they didn't have the eyes of people looking around for them and wanting to know what's going on with them. The same thing here with Fonnie. I'm not saying she's a criminal per se. What I am saying, however, is that they're not moving like they want to be respected. They're not moving like they want to be looked at as being serious. You mean to tell me, Fonnie Willis, that you couldn't have brought anybody else with you besides Nate? That's the only person you could have brought. And again, Nathan Wade, following their logic, Nathan Wade doesn't live close to you. If I'm understanding the story correctly, Nathan Wade lives somewhere up in Cobb County near me. So, and Fonnie Willis lives, south of I-20 in Fulton County. That's a good little clip. And where the baby was arrested is probably about 30, 40 minutes from where Fonnie lived. So that would mean that Nate would have had to have driven, if he lives up here by me, and who knows, maybe he doesn't live up here anymore. I don't know. But let's just say that when he did live up here, that he would have had to have driven almost an hour and a half to get down there about an hour to get to Fonnie, and then maybe 45 minutes or such to get down there to where they were meeting with the police. That just seems real convenient, I guess, if I'm supposed to believe it. But again, y'all want people to take you seriously, and you sitting there on the stand waving that paper talking about this is a lie, this is a lie. Is it really though, Fonnie? Is it really? Is this what you want people to look at you for? So then when people critique you, when people call you on the carpet about your behavior and your shenanigans, you start talking about people over-sexualizing you and people are overdoing this, that, and the third. Hello, ma'am, what are you talking about? That's nothing to do with the issue at hand. You said that you and Nate said that y'all broke up. You said that y'all broke up some time ago. You had the talk. And now y'all, the only person you couldn't have just tapped Adrian Love. You couldn't have just tapped somebody in the office. Girl, can you ride with me to go get my daughter's car? My daughter's in jail. You couldn't have tapped somebody like that. Nobody. You had to go get your allegedly former boyfriend to ride with you to go get your daughter's car. Okay. I guess that's what I'm supposed to believe, I guess. I guess that's how it rolls. I see some people here commenting about a DUI. I didn't see the DUI. I did hear about the pregnancy. I heard about the cell phone. I heard about the driving on a suspended license. So I don't know about the DUI. That one's a bit much, because that would be more than just a traffic violation. She had a field sobriety test, allegedly, and something else would happen. I don't have any proof of that. I think it's enough proof that yeah, somebody they don't seem to be in office attire. Just saying. Hold on, what day is the 24th of August? Let me just check real quick. Y'all are some super sleuths. I'm telling you, this live chat is the most. Look, if I ever need to find something, okay, so that's a Saturday. That would have been a Saturday. Okay, that would have made sense. Okay, no problem. But you know what? Okay. All right, real quick. All right, so I was a little bit off. So, and let me real quick, I apologize. I was not correct. So I pulled up. There we go. I pulled up. Make sure I got my address in here. Okay, there we go. And I pulled up the directions from. I just said, what if Fonnie and Nate were at the Fulton County Courthouse? How far is it from the Fulton County Courthouse to the Fayette County Superior Courthouse? So it's about 37 minutes from downtown Atlanta, roughly. So, okay. If you can see that, let me pull my smiling face back in there. All right. So that makes about sense. Okay. But again, where Nate lives is where I live. And it's about 30 minutes from my house to the Fulton County Courthouse. So that's about an hour down and back. So let's just say again, let's say they were working at the Fulton County Courthouse. They shouldn't be working together, but you got my point. Then that would be where they were coming from, potentially. Yeah, that's crazy. That's just, they just move reckless. They don't move like they want to be taken seriously. They move like this is just happenstance. This is the right thing. This makes sense to everybody, which it doesn't. And I think therein is the rub. All right, what we got here? All right, let me pull this back in. Gotcha. All right. If you're driving on suspended license, you need to be driving like an angel. That, or you need to be like Woody. We know Woody be driving. He don't even be stopping at stoplights. No, Nathan is still married as of right now. As far as I know, I've seen nothing that says that Nathan and Joycelyn Wade have been officially divorced. Now, we're not going to play the game because I don't believe that this is a valid reason for divorce. So we're not going to have that discussion. But all I'm saying is that at this current juncture, right now, today at 12:45 on 9/4, September 4th, Nathan Wade is still married to Joycelyn Wade. Good, bad, or indifferent, like him or not, richer or poorer, he's still married to her. There you go. But then also, let me just add this little caveat again, why I say Nathan Wade is a low down, dirty scoundrel. There's evidence and proof that he's not doing everything he needs to do to take care of his own family. His wife has medical issues, his kids, so on and so forth. But you can bring your dusty self down there to Tyrone, Fayette County, to take care of your side chick's daughter? Man, come on. Stop the foolishness. Just put this foolishness on pause, my guy. Like, you're not making this a good look for yourself at all. Just like I didn't make that a good look for myself. But I did that. What's up? I haven't pulled in the side cam in a minute. I had to pull in the side cam. I ain't had the side cam on in a while. So let me do that. All right, what we got? They move like gang members. They move recklessly, though. They move like when you should be moving stealthily, when you should be moving in a way that doesn't cause attention. Literally, you think that you can just go down there, hot to trot down there, and you would not get caught or be seen? That just makes no sense. I think that's a good point as well. If they had been normal Georgia citizens, they would have got their car towed. That's a good question. I mean, a good point. Okay, let me see. He went to, y- I believe so. LaDonna Ames says, didn't he accompany you to a conference in Florida? I'm almost certain so. But again, time upon time upon time. When I went to Turner Chapel here in Atlanta, when she was speaking at Turner Chapel during their AME conference, and she spoke there, Nathan was in the back. I got a video on the video. You see Nate back there and so forth. So they just don't move in a way that doesn't, they move in a way that I think brings more attention to themselves, does not demonstrate like, you know what, we don't want a lot of attention. We'll keep this on the sneaky link. But they ain't sneaky link anymore. Neither just showcasing it. Just out there. Wilding. Mad disrespectful. Mad disrespectful. I think abandonment would be a good term. Again, I'm not talking about the veracity. I'm sure Joycelyn is a sinner, just like Nathan is a sinner, just like I am a sinner, just like everybody hearing me say sinner is a sinner. So I'm not saying that she's perfect by any means or measure. What I am saying, however, is that you made a commitment before God that you would respect and honor, cherish this woman till death do you part, richer and poorer, sickness and in health, and you seem to be abandoning that. And you're literally showcasing the worst parts of males in 4K. All right, let's see. What's the car in Infinity? Y'all, please stop. Please stop, y'all. She might end up getting a Rico. Oh my gosh. Please don't do that. Don't let it be don't bring the little baby girl into a Rico. Come on now. Y'all better than that. Y'all better than that. Don't throw her in the Rico. Even though this whole live chat is a Rico. And if you did not already hit the like button, we can't put nothing on your books, okay? All right. By the way, if you're just jumping in, if you're just hopping in, the court is on lunch until 1:30? 1:30, whatever my banner says. Trust the banner. Yes, 1:30. So court is on lunch until 1:30. I'm going to also very quickly pull this back in, make sure we have it ready. Okay, looking good. And I'm going to go back to normal cam. I can figure out how to do it. Normal cam over here. Shut up. There we go. There's a touch of my appearance. What's it doing? I don't think it does anything. I don't know. Anyway. All right. You like the side cam? I somehow or another I have this camera. I very rarely use it. My daughter uses it when she comes in. Sometimes I'll turn it on and let her have a camera, but she does have a microphone on that side. So I don't know. We just be doing the most over here. Oh, I appreciate you so much. On your way to the commissary. Thank you so much. We got you taken care of. Don't you even worry about it. All right, let's see. The problem is with this Hawk, I don't believe that to be true. Well, first of all, what's Hawk say? I think him and his wife have an open relationship. I don't think that's true. I did hear that rumor, though. Second of all, I've heard Joycelyn Wade's attorney say otherwise to that. But third of that, there is no such thing as an open marriage. So you're either married or you're single. You're either married or you're committing adultery. Those are the options available to them. So me creating a new category of whatever with Lady Dearworld Christian really doesn't matter. I'm either married or I'm not. I'm either married or I'm committing adultery. Those are the options available to me. So even in that, it doesn't change one thing about Nate Wade. Just go and divorce the woman, man. Go and be done. Do the right thing. Well, I'm sorry, he should have did the right thing in fixing his marriage, but I digress. Yes, I've heard about there's an incident at a high school. I don't like talking about high school incidents or school incidents simply because a lot of the time they start out in one direction and they go another direction. I've seen people say things in the heat of the moment that lo and behold they say something later on that is wrong, or later on they find out that it was wrong. And YouTube is not really the fondest of people talking about those kind of instances. So I would rather not address what's happening, even though it's a high school here in Georgia. I try not to, one, create sensationalism, two, possibly give wrong information or something that happens in the heat of the moment, and then three, I don't need YouTube coming down on your boy. So that, however, I am aware of that. We do need a RICO on the whole Fulton County DA's office. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this gentleman continues because he seems to be, look, he's giving her a run for her money. And for whatever reason, I don't know how they pick who is whose witness. Because remember, Woody was Simone Hilton's witness. And Adrian Love had something going on, so she couldn't even tap in. Something going on. So I don't know if there's anybody to rescue her. I guess Atkins, now I think about it, maybe Atkins, if she stumbles, maybe Atkins can come in and help. I don't know how they do that. Because to me, it would seem like maybe mixing it up a little bit would be beneficial. Like I start out, but then you come in and carry it to the end, or vice versa, or just mix it up versus the same person. But maybe that's a strategy. I don't know. If a legal mind would care to let me know, is there a reason why counsel and co-counsel don't break it up into different questions? Okay, let me see what I got. I missed something. Always good to see the good people in the chat. And I don't know. I feel like I missed something. There's a little conversation going on. I would love to hop in both feet, but I don't see the full where it started. So I'm gonna leave it alone because I don't want to mess it up. Yep, 22 years. Wait, how long we been married? It'll be 23 years in February. Don't tell Lady Dear Will Christian, I forgot that. Oh man, she'll string me up. Had to think about that when I'm supposed to know that thing on a dime. This love's gonna be upset at someone else. Yeah, but and hear me, I totally get it. None of them are good at asking questions. I'm sorry. And maybe it's because I am not a legal expert. Okay, my name is Jason, former classroom teacher, retired classroom teacher, and pre-K law student, right? I don't know anything. What I do know, however, is de-escalation tactics. Like I would absolutely pay money to watch Adrian Love go into the principal's office with a parent that is foaming at the mouth, angry about something really, really petty. I mean, petty. You didn't give my kid a donut first when you gave out free donuts in class. Something that petty. But the parent is in the principal's office, cussing the principal out, got the superintendent on the phone, and Adrian Love has to come in. I would love to see, how would she handle that? How would you unpack this situation in a way? Because again, you're right. This parent is as out of pocket as today is Wednesday. But how do you handle it? Well, what do you do? What would be your de-escalation tactics and strategies to get this parent back on page with you? Because you still need this parent to behave, because you need your child to come to school every day, to be ready, dressed, and fed, all that kind of good jazz. How do you handle that? I would love to see how she handles it. The reason I say that is because when she sees that that her questioning is causing consternation, why do you act like you can't move past that? You don't, they're the questions on your paper. You can't skip that question. You can put a pin on it and run around to another question, keep the guy going, and then come back to that question again. Why do you have to ask the questions in succession? I don't understand it. And again, if there's a legal mind here, please let me know. Is there some reason why you have to ask question 3 right after question 2? Is there a reason why you have to ask question 9 right after question 8? Do you have to? Because it looks like she could have, in my opinion, she could have just jumped around the page. And it's clear the guy is not feeling you. So why not entreat him in and talk about something still on your paper, maybe a question that you got to ask later on, maybe a question that you asked earlier, and then just kind of ease back in instead of bang, 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 because he was upset at this one. He's going to be more upset with the second one. When you ask him a third time, he's not going to be happier. It makes no sense to me. So I don't know. And I just think, would it be better if you just had somebody else tap in? Like, oh, let me tap in Mr. Atkins. And he comes in. And oh, let me tap in Simone Hilton. And she comes in. I don't know. Is that not a strategy? Sassy C says, DWC, she's either going to scream back or she would gaslight and say the kid lied. But let's just say, let's say, because I've had this happen. So this is coming from out of the story time with Whitaker. I've had this happen where a kid goes home and complains that they didn't get a treat before another child got a treat. The treat was free. The treat was from me, and they didn't get a treat at the same time. Hear what I'm saying? They got the treat. It was just that little Johnny got it before them. And the parent came to the office, raising Cain, acting like I had never fed the kid. Even the principal, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. Now, I've had this happen multiple times. The early Jason just laughed at the parent and said, you got to be joking me. This is insane. That didn't go too hot. That didn't go too well. That didn't go too well. The later, more mature Mr. Whitaker said, let me make sure I'm understanding you correctly. Could you explain to me what it is that your issue is? And she explained that. I said, okay, now let me make sure I have heard this correctly, because I don't know if I did. And I said it back to her incorrectly. She said, no. You didn't give my little baby a donut. It was my birthday, by the way. So you didn't give him a donut before the other kids. Okay. So let me make sure I got it right. So your child didn't get a donut. No, he got a donut. Oh, he got a donut. But I didn't give it to him before another child. Am I hearing that correctly? Am I getting that correctly? Am I picking up what you're throwing down? So I did my Columbo Brian Steele impersonation, right? And as I made her keep reciting it and saying it over and over again till she finally realized that this is insane. You're stopping this whole grown man. You got the principal, associate principal, assistant principal, and you're trying to call downtown to raise Cain because your child did not get a free donut before another child got a free donut. Now, in times past, Jason wouldn't have given your child anything. Okay. If your child didn't earn it, your child didn't deserve it. They wouldn't have got it. They went home and thought about it. Later on, I chose to travel a different path, my own decision. However, the more she thought about it, the more she realized that she was sounding ridiculous. And it didn't take me to say it. I didn't have to go down and combat each and every step or follow the path of insanity that she was going down. I'm not going down a crazy town with you. It looks crazy down there. I'm not doing crazy. My point is simply this. I don't know if Adrian Love has a strategy for, well, that's a great question. Hold on, I'm going to say that one. I don't think they have a strategy for if things don't go exactly as planned. So if you look at it, she's reading questions 1 to 1 to 2 to 2 to 3 to 3. Write down the list. What's your strategy if things go wrong? What's your plan if things don't go exactly bang, 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 bang? That's going to create a whole new world because you've not planned for the inevitable. It's going to happen. You're going to plan for something to go perfect, and it's not going to go perfect. Come on. Everything goes haywire once bullet starts flying, right? Okay. Somebody asked this question right here. I don't know. Somebody told me this past weekend. I was literally this weekend old when I found out that Adrian Love is married. I said, you got to be kidding me. And the person said, no, Adrian Love is married. I said, I am 100% convinced that you're pulling my leg. I didn't know she was married until literally this past weekend. I don't think Simone Hilton is married. And I don't know if they have children. I don't know. Like I said, I'm new to this, so I don't know. This would be a very interesting dynamic. I'd love to hear. I would love to, talk to them if she is married. I'd love to talk to Mr. Love. I'd love to talk to Miss Love, Mrs. Love, and just maybe hear a little bit more about their story. I think that'd be interesting. If Love was a teacher, her students would somehow finish their homework before she finished her lesson plan. Amen. Because her lesson plans would not be done. I'm sorry. She could not get away with this in APS. I'm telling you right now. They used to be very strict about that. Yeah, I would absolutely love to see how she would handle this as a teacher. Ah, was it? I guess technically you could actually use that. Yes, if it's the principal and the parent before the teacher gets in there, that's technically an ex parte meeting. You have no expectation of having the teacher there because the principal and the parent could sat there and concocted an entire whole story, and then the principal comes and tell you tomorrow morning, and you've never known about it. So it is very possible, but that is hilarious. That would be hilarious. But yeah, I guess technically that is an ex parte. Yeah. I've never thought about that. See, I told you there's overlap. There's overlap here. Okay, let me see. Yeah, this was a sore spot for me because I always felt like, hey, when somebody gives you something, you're happy, you accept it. Like my rule is, if a child gives, I have a huge bow tie collection, and I only wear real bow ties that actually are tied, except if a student gives me a bow tie. If a student gives me a bow tie, I don't care because I don't like clip-on ties. And if an adult gives me a clip-on tie, I hope you got the receipt. Take that back to the store. I don't wear clip-on ties. A child gives me a clip-on tie, I'm gonna wear it probably within the first 2 weeks, and they're gonna see me wearing the tie that they gave me all the time. But so that's my rule. So I'm very appreciative of all my gifts, but I would always make sure that they knew that I, like Mr. Whitaker, wore my bow tie, and try to take a picture. If I could, I would take a picture with them wearing the tie. So that was my rule as it relates to that. Um, so Sassy C is gonna get in trouble. You're gonna end up getting on Rico, Sassy C. What does he say? Seriously, I'd rather listen to a parent foam out of the mouth over something petty versus listen to Love's word salad any day. I agree, but man, when it's foaming at the mouth about something really ignorant, I'm trying to be serious. Some of the stuff that we get upset about as parents is insane. And you know that, man, come on. You are not up here raising fuss. I told you about the time the parent took the Friday folder and corrected all the students' work in the Friday folder and then brought it back Monday and said I was wrong in my grading. Oh, I got to tell you that story one day. I'll have to tell you that story again. We'll save, you know what? We're going to save that for tomorrow. Tomorrow is Thursday, and I'm doing a live chat with the members. So I will remind me, and I will talk about the time the parent came in to harass me about the Friday folder. It was crazy. And It was insane. So though I agree with you, I probably would rather deal with a vitriolic parent talking crazy. Adrian, I mean, I guess the only saving grace is that nobody's life is hanging over the flame. Whereas here, Adrian Love is giving word salad and it's impacting negatively somebody's life. Like these men's lives are hanging in the balance, not just a spelling grade, not just a social studies grade, but an actual human being's life is in jeopardy while you're sitting here saying random, foolish word salad stuff. So I guess there is a level there. So I'll give you that. All right, let me see. Yeah, absolutely. I really wish I was joking. I so wish I was joking. It's not my birthday now. My birthday is in April, but it was when I was a teacher. All right, what do we have here? All right. So I've started the rumor today is not my birthday. I'm sorry. I was giving a story about my birthday as a teacher. My birthday's in April. So I don't want to start the rumor that I done told somebody my birthday's in September. My birthday's not in September. It is in April. Yo, the gang thing is crazy. Yeah, we Georgia just going Georgia. I'm very disappointed in Georgia. All right, somebody said that I didn't know Love had children. Like I said, I was this weekend old when I found out she was married. I didn't know that. I did not know that. Y'all are dropping knowledge on me. Y'all giving me information. I am kind of interested. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you this. On Friday, we've been talking about what is the ramification. Let me get a big screen and get all this stuff out of the way. All right. So we've been talking about, are there any ramifications in to jurors in these very long, drawn out court cases? And some people sent me some really great articles from Psychology Today and things of that nature. And I didn't feel comfortable going over because I didn't want it to sound like I was giving mental advice or any kind of professional advice or whatever like that. So I got a certified mental health specialist who's going to be coming in on Friday. Her name is Dr. Jada. I'll be putting a thumbnail up tomorrow morning. And she and I are going to sit down and talk about what are some of the stresses and strains. And we saw it like with Woody on the stand, some of those times when he was really amped up, telling, the judge he needs to take a break and this, that, and the other. There's some instances that really stood out. And there's been some other fireworks in this case. And then, of course, we want to talk a little bit about what is this doing to the jury? Is it possible for the jury to remain fair and balanced when they've been at this for almost a year, going on a year? It's very possible this will be a year and a half, maybe a year and 3/4 by the time the smoke clears. So on Friday, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, right here on the channel, everybody, me and Dr. Jada are going to be having some conversation, and I'm sure she'll probably be willing to take some questions as well. The thumbnail will be going up on tomorrow. So shout out to, I believe it was Texan. Don't hold it against me if I forgot Texan. But there have been a lot of you all have sent me some great articles pertaining to that and videos and such like that. So we'll be definitely bringing those in to have our discussion. So thank you all very much for that. So that'll be going on Friday while the girls are at a football game. Miss Tina said, I need to see the wedding list. I need to see what was the reception did they have chicken or salmon? She said she is not going to take it until she needs some proof. She said, I need evidence. I need receipts that love is married. You are hilarious. I love it. Even a child like Love. I've had children that were probably, who knows, maybe Love did have some kids. Maybe I did teach her kids. Look, if you give me a bow tie, I'm wearing your bow tie. And that was it. So Mr. Whitaker really loves bow ties. I probably have better than 140 still. I have all different kinds too. I got all the different patterns, all the different styles and cuts, and the such like that. I have them all. I think I have every Morehouse College alumni bow tie that you can find. Even got custom ones. Okay, crazy. I love bow ties. But a child brings a bow tie, I don't even care. I'm gonna wear it. Now, does that mean I'm gonna wear it forever? I don't think that's gonna happen. I know it don't happen because there's kids at my church who have bow ties that it didn't happen. So there's some kids at church that like bow ties, and so I've gifted several of them since I don't teach anymore and I don't wear a bow tie nearly as much as I used to. Yeah, so it is what it is. All right, what we got here? Okay, lots of good conversation going on there. Nancy says, can I ask, why are you not still teaching? What a loss that you aren't teaching anymore. You are a gift and a wonderful common sense. I'm gonna say it like this. I retired because it was time for me to let it go. I will say this, and I've kind of alluded to this before. We externally affirm teaching. You know what? I'm gonna stick to the highly melanated community. We esteem externally, we esteem education. You better go up to that school and do what you're supposed to be doing. You better not have that teacher call me, whatever like that. You better get your degree. You better do that and the other. But we internally do not do those things. We have an external and an internal conflict. And we don't do the things that we need to do to help support our children in being successful. And it only plays out, and I've said this before, teachers actually don't need to learn how to teach kids. They need to learn how to manage adults. 80% of the problems that teachers run into is adult driven. Adult driven. Because I'm telling you right now, a 7-year-old is not driving themselves to school. A 7-year-old is not getting themselves up in the morning, feeding themselves, making sure that their bills are paid and their lights are on. Those are adult things and adult problems. And most of the time, the problem is not kids, it's adults. So a lot of the time, kids will do exactly what they see you doing. There are some outliers. There are some that'll just do whatever the devil comes to their mind. That's true. But most kids, if you are a reading family, I remember when Chief Executive Secondborn told us, I don't want to learn how to read. She was little and she said, I don't want to learn how to read. Not a problem. Thank you so much for tuning in, thank you so much for letting us know what you think. Now, this is the letter A. Let's go. We just ignored her. You're going to learn how to read. That's just it. She's a great reader now. She'd probably recoil at the thought that she ever said. She'll probably come up with, I never said that before. What do you mean? She'll probably fake it. Like, what are you talking about, Dad? I came out the womb reading. That's probably what she'll do. My point is this. When adults don't esteem and elevate a task, please don't expect kids to do it. Don't expect kids to do it. You see this in church all the time. You see this in many, many other industries and many other communities where if it's not really organically, innately being pushed by the kids, because again, you can teach it, but if they don't catch it, it's a wrap. So back to my point. As a teacher, most of your teachers are frustrated as all get out. Let's just tell the truth. If you sat down with your kid's teacher or teachers and said, hey, I want to take you out to coffee and you really dug into it, they'll tell you they are wore out dealing with, fighting with, wrangling with adults all the time. It's very rarely the kids. Give me 22 of your worst. As long as I ain't got to deal with the parents that spawned them, I'm okay. We gonna get this straightened out in here. No problem whatsoever. It's y'all crazy people. So one of the reasons why, main reason why, besides the fact that I'm old, main reason why I'm not a teacher is because I realize that, you know what? I'm going to become a crotchety old man, and I'm not enjoying this anymore. I no longer enjoy this. So therein is the problem. But hey, maybe one day we'll do a story time with Whitaker and talk more about it. And my baby's completed assignments on time. Oh, you talking to her children? I don't know. Y'all would pay. Let me tell you this. If I knew that Adrian Love really and truly had kids, I would absolutely love to see, like, what are their academic prowess like? Because maybe she needs to go sit down in that classroom for a while. Maybe the teacher be crushing it, and maybe Adrian need to come sit down and be student number 23 and just have a seat and just learn and practice. Yo, I've never eaten at Bojangles ever a day in my life. I've never done that. I appreciate it though. I've had a Bojangles biscuit one time. Yeah, but I've never eaten there before. How much pressure do you think is upon each witness that's reminded of their plea deal? I think there is probably quite a bit. I mean, she's literally reading from the plea deal on this guy right here. That's pretty serious. But to me, well, we already know that the case did not have a lot of legs from the word go. When they collected it back in whenever, 2015, 2016, Paul Howard said, nah, I ain't worried about that. So we already know that the case didn't have legs. And now we're looking at just how bad those legs were. Not only does it not have legs, it doesn't have lungs. It doesn't have the longevity to make it around the track one time, much less 4 times for a mile, and definitely not to win the mile. So I think the fact that they got to pressure these people to come and testify is really problematic, in my opinion. I don't know how. I have no idea what the end goal or what's their path to victory, if you will. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I would love to know, like, what is your true plan or path to victory here? All right, let's see what we got. See, and please understand, I don't know this role. Dream says that Miss Love, I see how you did Mrs. Love, by the way. I've never seen her label Mrs. Love, used to be an associate juvenile court judge in the past. That means you're dealing with very problematic children, usually minors. How did she talk to them? I would love to, I don't know. I might need to find a video of that. Maybe I need to find a video because I would love to know, how did you deal with those children? How did you address these kids that they got adult problems, but they're 8, 9, 12 years old. How did you deal with them? I think that would be very interesting. If somebody finds a video of Adrian Love being an associate judge, please email that to me because I would want to look at that. Well, thank you so much, Nancy. Nancy knits and crochets. Okay, my mom knits. My daughter learned how to crochet, or vice versa. I didn't know there was a different thing. I thought they were just like synonymous. But apparently, like President Firstborn, she knitted a bag, like a purse, her own purse. And it's actually kind of cute. And so my mom, since my mom used to be a seamstress, she took it and did like a lining inside of it. Like, I don't know if it's silk or some kind of lining inside, so that of course she could use it effectively as a purse. But I didn't know there was a difference between knitting and crocheting. I thought they were the same things, but apparently I'm a slacker. Like one of them you need 2 needles and one you only need 1, I think. I don't know. But President Firstborn is pretty good. And my mom is pretty good too. All right, we'll get here. Lots of good back and forth. Always good to see this. All right, I see astronomical pressure. I'm just scrolling through lots of good commentary. Yikes. There's some, I'm sorry. I'm worried because the amount of just how reckless Fulton County is in tapping somebody who has a criminal background, who has a checkered past, to make them testify in a situation that might put them into harm's way. Man, I just hate that because I'm like, these people are just trying to do their business, like do life. I'm thinking about, I think his name was Bean, Mr. Bean, Bean, and he's on the stand, like literally crying almost. Like, I don't want to be here, y'all. I'm out here trying to, and this is the guy that they mistakenly posted his phone number and address on a document that they put on the screen. And the guy's like, I'm getting harassing phone calls, so on and so forth. I'm just trying to, take care of my wife and family. I'm trying to be at work. I got to be down here messing with y'all. So it's sad to see, man. I really hate that so many people are negatively impacted. Now let's put the onus where it needs to go. These people put themselves in this spot by being a part of this organization. Nobody made them do that. That's fair. I think that, however, two wrongs don't make a right. So sure, if you're a part of a gang or a record label that's up to some nefarious, dirty dealings, you made that choice. No question, no problem. I'm not going to disagree with you. On the same note, however, that does not mean that because you made this bad choice, we as a state get to abuse you and drag you every 5 years, drag you back up here to talk about your past. Every 6, 7 months, bring you up here and have you testify about something that you did 10, 12 years ago. That's dirty dealings. I think that's low down. And when you think about it, because they have so many people that they still are going to be a part of this, even if they throw out this case, if Judge Whitaker just says, mistrial, prejudice, get out of here. There's only 6. There's still like 8 or 9 more men that are still waiting to be tried. It's very possible they're going to call Woody for one of them. Like, this is not over. So all of the get done and I'm done with this, you're not. Hey there, Shay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I appreciate the comment as well. Fulton County sees no redemption or humanity in any of these men. And that is a very sad state of affairs. Sad affair. But I don't see anything wrong. I'm sorry, I don't see any lie in what you said. I agree 100%. Why am I calling this grown woman that was I call her a baby because she's only a few years older than my own child. So it's more of a term of endearment, Judah, than giving an excuse or no, it's okay, bro. She's wrong. I'm not saying that the young lady or baby doesn't need to be held accountable. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just calling her baby because she's only a little bit older than my own child. So it's very possible I could be her dad. Point in is just that the crimes and the things that the girl did are apart from her mother. And that's all I'm saying. All right. Mr. Sledges, I forgot his attorney's name, but he was there. His attorney was up there in the sidebar conversation. I have no idea what they were talking about, however, but he was there. He was there for sure. All right, what we got here? What we got here? The young lady is like 25. And so since I'm better than 50, I could honestly be her daughter. I could be her daughter. That was crazy. That was a hot take. Make sure you click that. I could honestly be her dad. So she's just a little bit older than my big girl. So that's all. I wasn't trying to give her an excuse at all. It said she was 25. So, and then again, she's responsible for herself. I hope I'm not excusing that. I was just using it as an endearing term. I'm not castigating her because of her mom, but I think look, her mom and Nathan, they bring in enough foolishness to take care of everybody. So they done brought enough foolishness to the cookout that we can deal with them without even having to deal with her. So that was all I was saying. They asked to speak to the judge. I thought he asked to speak to his lawyer. I could be wrong, and please don't. I don't remember. I think he said he wanted to speak to his lawyer. Oh, no problem, brother. No problem at all. Why didn't Woody's attorney object to some of the questions he was asked? Okay, and I could be wrong. Please, the legal experts, please, 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 give me advice if I'm missing this. Woody was declared a hostile witness. If you go back to that first Monday when Woody came in with the suit and he said that Detective Thorpe had a squirrel brain, right at that moment, before then, you heard the defense objection, object, I object. They were popcorning it up, right? Then Simone, he called Detective Thorpe, said he had a squirrel brain. And you hear Simone Hilton, like, she's frustrated. She done had enough of this. And she asked, can she treat him as a hostile witness? And you hear it in Judge Whitaker's voice too. Yes, you whatever the code is, and she gave him permission. And Woody's like, well, what does that mean? And she's like, just answer the questions truthfully. And from there on, it was game on. The defense was quiet, and Simone's questions got totally ridiculous, just insane. I think because he's a hostile witness, you can't object. Unless I mean, I'm sure there's probably something she could have said. But I don't think they can object like they were doing before. So I could be wrong. It's just what I think. So I think that's why Woody's attorney really wasn't saying anything after that, in my opinion. But please don't take that as legal advice. That's just what I noticed, and from a little bit that I understand. What do we got here? Thank you so much. Cash Money Cash for the $9.99 super. What did she say? The irony. We need you to acknowledge that you love your friends, which was weird, but only for us to force you to turn on them to choose yourself. But your choices weren't individual back then. Convoluted. I agree. That whole thing, do you love these people, was really strange. I don't get it. Like, do you have, it just seemed weird to be asking him, do you love them? Do you love this person? Do you love Jeffrey? Do you love Stillwell? Do you love Huey? Do you love Lil Rod? Do you love Kenneth Copeland? Why was she asking that? It just did not, I don't know. I don't know what that questioning was about. It just didn't land correctly. Like, what are you asking? I just didn't get it. I didn't get it at all. But thank you so much again, Cash Money, for the super chat. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're at 1:30. Where y'all at, peoples? Judge Whitaker is getting, y'all ain't gonna let her get away with it. I know y'all not. Y'all not gonna let Judge Whitaker get away with it. Let me make sure I'm ready, because y'all gonna jump on me. Let me double check. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. It's not ready yet. Oh, I see movement. She asks if she loves him to establish bias because she knows he isn't going to testify exactly like she wants him to. I don't get that. I'm sorry, Brittany. She's asking if he loves them to establish bias because she knows he isn't going to testify exactly like she wants him to. Okay. I just don't. I'm starting to understand what you're saying. It's not you, Brittany. It's still like, because there's levels to loving somebody, right? And we all know that there's different levels of loving. You love pizza differently than you love your parents or grandparents or your favorite aunt or whatever like that. So I love Morehouse College way differently than I love my family. Okay. So the word love to me, it almost seems like it's creating new levels of confusion almost. So I'm thinking, all right, you love it like I love a hole in my head. Okay, fine. Or you love it like I love pizza. Oh, I love pizza. Or you love it like, man, I love dear old Morehouse. I like, there's just different categories, if you will, that I just don't think that question really satisfied, in my opinion. So I think I get what you're saying, Brittany. It's for bias. I'm biased toward, I got you. I think, and it's probably me. I'm willing to accept that it's me. I love ice cream. Doesn't mean I know his name. Oh, wait, I love the ice cream man. I'm sorry. Whoa. She said, I love the ice cream man, but that don't mean I know his name. The names must be named, Cash Money. The names must be named. We put a name on them. We don't call him Scott. Scott the ice cream man. Bora Bora says this: hostile witness, permission to pose questions as though they were cross-examining the witness. Right? Okay, that's right. The attorney can ask a witness leading questions to get him to say what the attorney wants him to say. Okay, that's what I thought. Or that's what I was told. We on Glanville time. We definitely something. What did you say? Bias, so she can say he wasn't truthful because he loves these guys. That's fair. But imagine the fact that you brought this witness in. I'm not trying to say but your witness should be willing to say what it is that you want them to say. The fact that you have to like cast doubt and shadow over your witness, that should be a problem from the word go. That should not be like, this makes sense. That makes no sense. You brought this person in and you want us to not think that they're truthful. Then what is he here for? Hey, we love having you here. Thank you so much. High five. We appreciate you. Please don't. Do not do that. Do not do that. Do not. Do not. Witnesses do not generally have a lawyer. That is actually a good question. I'm wondering, is it because these are people that are somewhere or another caught up in the system, if you will. Like if they came and just asked me, Jason, we need you to be a witness. They wouldn't have to give me immunity. They wouldn't have a plea deal to hang over my head. They could subpoena me. I guess I'd be like, well, I don't really know anything. I've never heard a Young Thug song ever. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know who Young Thug was really until we started this trial. And so I don't know what you want me to say. What do you want me to say? Do I know what YSL is? I think it's a cologne. And do I know what slime is? That's that silly stuff that my kids was making in science class when they were in like second and third grades. That's it. Do I call people slime? No, I don't. What does a green snake mean? I don't know. Watch out for snakes. I don't know. Like I would be the worst one to ask. But because they have people with checkered past as a witnesses, you have all these other options, I feel like. That would be hilarious if I was on the stand. The attorney can also cross-examine his own witness based on the contents of the witness's pretrial statements. Whew. So much back and forth, yes. But Shar, I don't know. Again, I'm just looking at the levels of the word love. At the very base level, I love everybody in this chat because I would not want to do anything to intentionally and deliberately harm or take your life. So in that regard, I love everybody in this chat. Everybody. So there's that. However, if it came down to choosing between somebody in this chat and one of the dangerous crew, I'm gonna do my very best to save the dangerous crew. I'm gonna try to save the dangerous crew and save the person from the chat. But if I don't save the person from the chat, if I save one of my daughters, I'm gonna be very happy about that. Does that mean I don't love them though? Doesn't mean I don't know. I love them more. That's all. So to me, you really got to prove to me that I don't think there's many people that I love that I would deliberately lie for, kill for, steal, commit crimes. So I don't know if they've established that part. To me, I don't think Adrian Love has established that loving somebody means I'm going to commit a crime for them. Y'all have heard about Craig and Eric, my Morehouse brothers. I love my brothers. Absolutely. I don't think we're not at loving, and I'm sorry, killing, stealing, and committing crimes. And I've known these cats for like 30 years. I'm not going to jail for you. That's not going to happen. And I feel like I love them. Does that mean I don't love them? No, I love freedom a whole lot more. So I don't know how, again, maybe it's just her questioning. It's me. I will accept that it's me. And I believe he's biased. I get you. I think he's biased. Yes. I'm just conflicted. Jason, it is Jason. It is me. I am conflicted with the word love. Like, do you have I respect Judah. Judah and I are homies. We've been kicking it since we was, 3 years old. Assuming we're the same age, right, Judah? Okay, and you're probably younger than me, so I'm gonna be your age. So we've been kicking it since we were 3 years old. Can you just say that, man, you have strong ties to this guy? That you guys are really close friends. Y'all are best buds. Like, just y'all are homies, man. Is it fair to say that? Because again, I don't. Maybe it's me. It's me. I am so thrown by saying that they love each other, therefore they're gonna commit crimes. Because to me, it almost say it would be easier to say, man, y'all are so close to one another, you'd probably kill for him, wouldn't you? Man, y'all are so close. Man, he's like your brother, isn't he? You'd probably lie for him, wouldn't you? To me, that seems like a better jump than saying, man, you love him so much that you'd kill somebody for him. Wait, what? I could be wrong, man. I'm just not. And hear me. I think it's Brittany and Judah. Y'all are right. Y'all are. I get you. I just don't get the word love of all of the things. So the love is showing that it's biased. So love is trying to show us that love is biased. See what I did there? Yeah, I'm a little bit bothered by the word love. That's all. It's 1:30. Actually, no, I'm sorry. It's 1:40 now. Make sure did I hit, yeah, it's on play. Pop in the cassette and push play. We're ready. All right, let's see. Yeah, that's it. I'm just like, I hear me. It's only 4 letters. It's the 4 letters. LOVE. That's it. That's the only thing I got a problem with. That's it. She could have used loyal. She could have said, you're loyal to Judah, aren't you? Man, you guys have been together since, nursery school, man. You're loyal to him. And you would probably commit a crime for him, wouldn't you? It's just the word love. That's it. And it's me. It is Jason. All the problems are right here in Whitaker Park. It is nobody else. It is me. I just feel like that's just not the best word. Because then I can say, I did these crimes. Y'all are wild. Yo, where is your doctor? Where is your Judge Whitaker? Bitter Lily has been pointing out some great points all throughout this. I don't know how long we've been doing this, but however long. I believe we believe is code word for we don't actually have the evidence. See, Sarah is saying 100% what Jason's problem is. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I'm trying to say. If Love knew that he was going to be biased, she shouldn't have called him to testify. That's it. Like, that's where I'm like, what's the whole purpose of all this? If you think he's a shady, shisty witness, then did you not prepare your witness? Why are you impeaching your witness? So that's what I'm talking about. Oh,
Father, you can proceed.
One in the chat when you can hear. That's live chat on the planet. Let's go.
Mr. Sledge, you doing okay?
I'm doing great.
Good.
Mine's better.
When we last spoke for lunch, I believe that the question that I was asking you had to do with your ability to ask your attorney about any documents that you signed on December 28th, 2022.
Right.
Did you have access to your current attorney on December 28th, 2022?
Right. Yeah.
And did you have an opportunity to ask him questions before signing any documents presented to you by the state?
Yes.
Did you ask him questions before signing any documents? Did you request changes to documents that were presented to you by the state?
This still sounds hectic.
Do you recall what changes you requested?
No, I don't recall.
Oh my gosh, this sounds terrible.
But I know most of them.
Changes to documents that were presented to you by the state?
Yes.
All right, let me try that. Let me see.
Were you able to get
Yikes.
clarification about it from your attorney?
She's not asking the substance, so overruled.
Did you refer the question? Ask the question.
Yes. Did you have an opportunity to ask your attorney about parts of the documents presented by the state that you didn't understand, if any such parts existed?
Yes.
Okay. Did your attorney explain those parts to you?
Yes, to his best ability, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to request changes to those documents from the state?
Well, I know he presented it to you, but I still say, from my knowledge, the ones that I wrote changed, he didn't change.
Do you recall ever receiving a document with the assertion that immediately after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant and other YSL associates met at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia?
I received a document, but I wouldn't know that because I wasn't there.
You weren't where?
At the McDonald's, where you talking about. So I wouldn't know that.
Did you convey through your attorney to the state, I can't initial that because I wasn't there?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was showing you a document with those words on it and a subsequent document with them changed refresh your memory?
Even if you show me the document with my initial on it, I still wouldn't know because I wasn't there. I don't know. I wasn't there. You can't make me know.
That's not the question she's asking. Listen to the question again.
If she refreshed, she can show me.
Did you? My question is not whether or not you were there. My question is, did you receive a document that initially had that language on it?
Yes.
Did you make it known to the state through your attorney that you were not at the McDonald's?
Yes.
Did you make it known through your attorney to the state that that language needs to be changed or taken off that document before I sign it?
I don't remember if I did or I did.
I'm going to show you states 444Y. And I'm going to ask you, it's page 4 of 7 for the court's purposes and defendants, to read to yourself number 7 on page 4 of 7. Have you had an opportunity to read number 7 on page 4 of 7?
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory about whether or not language was changed to reflect that you were not at the McDonald's?
Yes, I said I wasn't there.
Is that a change that was made at your request?
I guess.
Okay. Do you recall reading a document that had the language on January 10th, 2015, after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant and other YSL associates gathered at the home of Jeffery Williams, aka Young Thug, after leaving the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta?
I don't remember signing that.
Understood. That's not the question. Do you recall seeing a document with that language in it?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to to refresh the recollection of the witness, what I will mark as State's Exhibit 444 Bravo, and I will give a copy to counsel for the defendant, either one of them.
All right.
It seems like they fixed the audio. One in the chat if you can hear it better, if it sounds better to you. Sounds like they made a change to it.
Showing
does
you
sound better.
states 444 Yankee Bravo. Would you read number 6, not out loud, to yourself on page 3 of 6?
Okay, yeah, they fixed the audio.
I see it, but
Shout out to them.
And do you see, or does that refresh your memory as to whether you saw a document with that language in it?
I don't remember seeing the document with that.
Okay. Let me now show you State's Exhibit 444 Yankee. And ask you to take a look at number seven.
Just show me something.
Okay. Is number 7 the first version, number 7 on State's Exhibit 444 Yankee? Is that?
Hang on. Yes. Yes.
Oh. Oh man. They know they're in trouble now. Oh my gosh. Oh, they're in trouble. He doesn't want to, I don't know why he's sitting sideways. It's very possible that he's trying to not make eye contact with the people that he's testifying against. That's one, I guess, one way to look at it. And Love, for whatever reason, decided to stand in front when she could be at the podium. I don't know why she chose not to do that. It was kind of a weird exchange. I really wasn't clear how it came about, because he seems not willing, whereas Woody was very willing to be right up on the microphone, stare right over there at Young Thug, look over at him. He even asked Young Thug a question yesterday. This dude doing this sideways thing, talking off axis. This is strange. I don't get it. I mean, he's giving her some burners, but he would be better off speaking, very clearly into the mic. And Young Thug is eating, whoever was calling that out earlier. What are they listening to? Why are you zeroed in on Brian Steele and Young Thug, I wonder? That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know they're doing something with the volume over there. They're trying to keep us from being great, man. They don't want us to know what's going on. All right, they're all listening to something. I thought they weren't supposed to be listening to music. I feel sorry for this guy right here in the black sweater, because he looks like a child. He's always looked like a kid. And this dude, I think he got like murder or something, like life in prison. All right, let's see what they got. What they got.
Thank you, Judge.
Uh-oh, what's that note? Uh-oh, y'all. Uh-oh, it's over. Let us free. Give us free. What are they doing? What are they saying? What you think they said? Uh-oh, what you think's happening?
You be wherever you want to be.
Man, thank you so
Are y'all-
much.
Can y'all hear her okay? Okay.
No. Messer, thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat.
Mr. Sledge,
Oh, that was it?
having looked at State's Exhibit
Oh, they back to it.
444 Yankee, the document that we referred to prior to lunch, is your memory clear on whether or not it says that you were at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in section 7 of part 4 of this document?
You said it say I was at the McDonald's.
No. My question is showing you State's 444 Yankee.
Right.
Is that the document that you signed? Hold on.
I don't remember when I signed.
Hold on.
I see my initial, but
Okay.
I don't.
Do you also see your signature?
I said I see my signature.
Okay. With the date?
Yes.
All right. Of December 28th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on this document that you are looking at, can you read to yourself number 7?
Yes. I read it already.
Okay. Having read that document, are you able to tell the jury if the document that you put your signature on December 28th, 2022, said that you met at the McDonald's or something different?
It says something different.
And was that something different language that you asked the state to correct? In other words, does the document?
I don't, by me signing it say no, but I don't recall if I asked you to change. I was asking you so much to change that never got changed. So I don't recall which ones I asked you to change.
All right. Since you said you were asking me so much to change that never got changed.
Overruled.
Are you able to tell the jury what all you asked to be changed that did not get changed?
I just told you I don't remember. The Lord, that been almost 2 years ago. I don't remember.
Okay.
Not that part. Not by signing.
Would looking at 444Y refresh your memory at all?
Yeah, you showing it to me, and I told you my signature on it. You showing me that, and I'm telling you that it's saying my signature on it, but I signed. I ain't saying I didn't sign. I'm not arguing with you or debating with you about that. I'm not saying I didn't sign. I just didn't remember what I was signing. I just was signing.
Thank you for that. My question is, are you able at all to remember what things you recall asking the state to change that it did not change?
No.
Objection asked and answered.
Well, can you rephrase that question? Because you've asked him the totality of it. Are you trying to ask him, is there anything that he remembers?
Yes.
Okay, try that.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Asking it in a better way. Is there anything you remember asking us to change that we just refused to change?
I can't remember exactly, but if you show me the paper, I probably can point out the ones that I wanted you to change that didn't get changed.
I'm going to show you states 444, and if you would not read anything, just tell me numbers.
I'm just pointing to you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Is this 444Y?
Yes, it is, Judge.
I know this one.
Your Honor.
She don't give him a sticky
Purposes
note?
of the record, I would just, I believe Mr. Sledge just identified one. If he could just say the numbers so we can follow, because we're not looking at the sheet along with him when he
Sure.
points.
Number 8. Number 8. Number 9. I don't know what number 7. 'Cause I don't remember.
I'm sorry, what did you say about number 9?
I meant say number 7. I don't know. I know number 9 is one I asked you to change.
Did you say I don't know about number 7?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't really remember about number 7, but I know what it's saying isn't true.
Number 7, you're saying is not true.
Yeah, I didn't hear that from that part. I heard it in the streets, not from a member.
So he calling into question his whole plea agreement.
I hear your testimony, yes. Are those the only 2?
That's 3. Well, y'all said 7, I didn't really know, but 8 and 9, I most definitely remember asking you to change, and they never got changed.
Wow.
Anything else?
No, not that I know of.
Now, when you say that you asked me to change 8 and 9, how did you make that request? Did you personally talk to me, or did you ask someone to tell me?
I was telling my lawyer those were not correct.
She gonna throw the lawyer under the bus.
And he came back and, at your request, he asked the state, that's your understanding, to change those?
I don't know personally what went on between y'all. Wasn't there. I was in the back. Y'all was in the courtroom.
Now, at any time were you forced to put your initials on anything on this document that's labeled 444Y?
I was actually told you can initial, but you can get if you be called in, you can explain the truth of what you know and what you don't know.
Is it your test? So are you now testifying that your initials are placed beside numbers relating to statements that are false? Is that what your testimony is?
Yeah, cause I don't know that. That's why I'm saying it's false. There's no way that I can know that if I wasn't there or no one who you have charged told me. I was personally charged with that same thing you talking about. From the beginning, before any of these guys, except Shannon Stillwell, any one of the other guys, before they was charged with it, I never heard of that until May 9th, when you put it on your indictment.
Okay. I'm going to show you that same document, 444Y. and ask you to look at section 5 of the document. And looking at it, is there a marking on the document? Does it refresh your memory as to whether you personally marked anything out on the document?
I see my initial by whatever it is.
Does it refresh your memory as to whether you scratched anything out and changed it?
I think y'all told me to scratch that out. You wrote that. I didn't write that. That's not my writing. That's my
Is that your initial? Okay.
Yeah.
Say, y'all told me to do this. Oh, this is going sideways.
Is the change that you refer to on section 5 of page 6, is that the only thing that you recall being changed at your request?
No.
What else do you recall being changed at your request?
Well, now, yes, I'm sorry. Y'all can scratch. No, yes, I don't remember nothing else you changed at my request.
Would showing you any other documents refresh your memory?
No.
Okay.
Oh, this is going to be a problem. This is looking bad for her. It's looking bad.
So,
Yeah, I don't know where the train wreck emoji is.
number 3 on 444Y, which we were discussing before lunch. Can you explain to the jury how your participation in a drive-by shooting was intended to express support and loyalty for YSL?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
I mean, it has sort of been asked and answered in that he, yeah, sustained.
Love, come on. She's struggle busing.
Tell us what happened in the drive-by shooting.
What you mean, go into details what happened?
Yes, sir.
Well, I never, like, at the club, Garlington got jumped off, which, Demetrius Garlington, which didn't have anything to do with anyone else besides me and Garlington.
How do you know?
Huh? How did I know they had nothing to do with no one else?
Yes, yes.
Because no one else was in the club with us, got their hands put on them.
So, who was it that put hands on Garlington?
I don't know. It was a group of guys. I didn't see no faces, none of that.
So, how are you able to tell the jury that it had nothing to do with anyone except you and Garlington when you can't say who put their hands on you?
Well, I can say what Garlington told me, but I can't tell you, do I know it's personally was those guys? Because there was a lot of them, but I can tell you what Garlington told me.
Were those guys part of a gang?
Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Well, I mean, it may or may not, to your personal knowledge.
Wow, Judge.
Did you believe that those guys who put their hands on Garlington were a part of a gang? I asked him.
Rephrase your question.
To your knowledge, were the persons who put their hands on you, or on Garlington rather, excuse me, a part of a gang?
I don't know, cause if they joined the game, I wasn't there when they joined the game.
If
So
they
I,
joined a what now?
if they was part of a game,
When you're saying game, are you saying, spell what you're saying?
Gang. You
Okay.
said game.
I did, thank you.
So if they was part of a game,
It sounds like you're
whenever
saying
they
game.
joined, I didn't eyewitness. So I don't know if they was or was they false claiming or what. I don't know.
Okay. So forgive me for interrupting. Please tell the jury what led up to the drive-by shooting. What happened?
Well, they jumped on Gunnington in the club. I assisted Gunnington, and then it went farther with us fighting. And then I don't know what happened on the outside. I don't know what happened on the outside, but then me, Gunnington, and Zachary, we went and we did what we did.
Okay. Were you standing next to Garlington when he first got jumped?
No, he was coming back towards me.
And you said you didn't see the face of who jumped him.
I never really seen it. Somebody told me that they was jumping on Garnington.
Who
And
told you?
people in the club. I can't give you a name because I don't know their name.
So what did you do?
I assist Garnington.
How did you assist Garlington?
I helped get him off Garnington.
As you were helping getting them off of him, did you recognize anybody that you were helping to get off of
It
him?
was abroad. No, there was so many people.
Okay. You said earlier that you didn't know whether these people were actually a part of a gang or if they were false claiming.
Right.
Do you know what gang they claimed to be a part of, if any?
Maybe ask another foundational question first.
Are you aware of whether these people that you pulled off of Garlington claimed to be a member of any particular gang?
You said, did they claim to be part of a gang?
Correct.
Overruled.
Actually, I can't really say what gang they claim.
Without saying what gang, at the time that you pulled these guys off of Garlington, did you believe that they belonged to any particular gang?
Overruled.
No.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Kelvin Watts, who answers to the names Kel and Shell Kel?
I know of him, but I don't know him. He wasn't there though that night. I know that much.
Does Shell Kel, to your knowledge, belong to a particular gang?
Well, I heard that he was part of a gang.
Are you aware of whether he claims to be a part of that gang via his postings or anything else?
Yeah, a lot of people claim to be some they ain't.
Fair enough. What gang do you understand Shell Kel to be a part of?
What he claimed, 9 Deuce or something like that?
9 Deuce?
Yes.
Is that also If Gang or Inglewood Family?
From my understanding.
That's a yes?
Yes, from my understanding.
Okay.
I don't.
And is that gang, to your understanding, a blood gang?
If he knows, Your Honor, I'm asking to his understanding, does he understand that gang to be a blood set?
Overruled.
It's gonna be a problem.
Yes, I heard, but I don't know for sure. I heard.
Did you consider that gang a rival gang?
Please use your mic.
A rival gang? No.
Did you state on December 28th, 2022, that you threatened to harm a person named Kel because of that person's association with a rival gang?
Yeah, but at the time I didn't know. At the time that the threat was made, I didn't know he was If gang.
When did you learn he was If gang?
Ooh. I know it was after that video.
Okay. Now we're talking about a video. What video are you referring to?
The video of me and Quindarius. But it wasn't about no gang situation.
What did you do in the video?
I told him if he was looking for me, I had something for someone who was looking for me, who was not my friend.
And forgive me, you told him that if he was looking for you, what was that last part?
I had anything for anybody who's looking for me that's not my friend. He have no reason looking for me if he's not my friend.
Okay. And what did you have for him?
Whatever to do to protect myself.
Who else was in the video with you?
Quindarius,
He had love
Is
for
he
him.
the only person?
That's the only person I remember.
He had love for him.
Show you what we have marked as State's Exhibit 441Y, which has also been provided to counsel for the defendants with the court's permission. Madam Clerk.
You may.
Got that love for him. Uh-oh.
Are you able to see the video on the screen?
Yeah.
Oh man, what's the video? Darn it.
And when do you recall that video being made?
I can't recall. I just know it was in. I can't recall. I know it was in. I think it was in 2015 or 2014. I don't recall.
What did you do with that video once it was made?
They posted on social media.
Who is they?
I want to say Zachary posted. Or did I post it? I don't recall who posted, but
It was either you or Zachary?
yeah.
What are you saying in the video?
I just told you what I said.
Is State's Exhibit 441 Yankee, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the video that you?
The video you just showed me?
Yes.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 441 Yankee as evidence.
Admitted.
And
I don't want to see it, but okay.
the court's permission, while we are pulling that up, I'll go ahead and ask you additional questions. Thanks. Do you have anything Do you have anything in your hands in the video?
Yes,
What?
a gun.
And does Zachary have anything in his hands in the
He
video?
got 2 guns in his hand.
What was the purpose of posting that video on social media?
We were really being silly, man.
Okay. And when you say you're being silly, what do you mean?
It was childish.
Did you intend for people to see it?
They posted on Instagram, so of course people were gonna see it.
Understood.
We posted it for him to see it.
Would you please continue? Hang on 1 second. If it's ready to play, we can play it. And we are now publishing State's Exhibit 441 Yankee after we hide the floating toolbar.
Hey, if there's music here, I'm probably gonna drop this down.
We ain't really going back and forth, no nigga. You little bitch ass nigga. I know what we hit. I'm never well.
Okay. Okay.
Now, would you continue telling the jury what led to the drive-by shooting following Demikion Garlington getting jumped on at the club?
What led to it?
Yes, continue telling us what happened.
We left the club and we went over. Well, no, we didn't leave the club. I left the club and then Garlington called me to come back to get him because I left him at the club.
Did Garlington ride with you to the club?
No,
Do you know who Garlington went to the club with?
no, he was calling me all that day to ride me to the club, and I don't like people to ride to the club. Now I go to the club by myself. I might meet them there, but I always ride by myself.
Who all participated in the fight when Garlington got jumped?
Just me and Garlington. No one else was in the club with us.
All right. And so after, how did the fight end?
Security guard broke it up.
After the security guard broke it up, what did you do?
I stayed in the club. They put Garlington out the club.
And then what happened?
I was in the inside looking for Garlington's phone with security guard, and I guess security guard found the phone and he took it outside. And then eventually I got the females that I was with and we went outside.
And then what happened?
I pulled off. Garlington was talking, saying something, and I got in my car and pulled off. And by the time I got to the expressway, Garlington called me back to come pick him up because he didn't have a ride.
What club were you all at?
Club Crucial.
And what day of the week was that?
It wasn't a Monday, so it had to be like a Saturday or something like that, if I am mistaken.
What did Garlington call you back for? Just to get a ride?
Yeah, at first just to get a ride, yes.
What then did it later turn into?
It later turned into a shoe.
Tell the jury how that happened.
I guess Garlington didn't want to let it go, and I was riding with Garlington, which I probably wouldn't let it go neither because another grown man ain't got no business putting his hand on no grown man.
So fill in the blanks and tell us from the time that you went to pick up Garlington, what happened that led you to participate in a drive-by shooting?
I don't remember. I can't remember all the details that happened that night, but
I don't recall.
it was a drive-by shooting. Well, it wasn't a drive-by shoot.
What
It
was
was a shooting. Cause I didn't see nobody shoot. If that makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
Please explain.
I never seen them shoot. Cause I dropped them off and I kept going.
And then what happened?
I guess they did the shooting.
Did you drop them off at any one particular spot?
I don't know the name of the street.
Understood, but did you drop them off at any one particular spot?
I don't remember.
Did you take them to more than one spot?
Man, this is not a good witness for her.
Remember if you can.
Let me try this another way. Were you asked to take Demikion Garlington or anyone else in the car with you to more than one spot?
No, I remember taking Zachary to his cousin's house somewhere.
Wow.
So what happened at the spot that you said you dropped them off at?
I don't really remember, Ms. Love, but I know I pleaded guilty to it. I don't remember, but I know I pleaded guilty to it. I don't remember all the details, but I pleaded guilty to it.
He pleaded guilty.
Mr. Sledge, is a drive-by shooting or shooting something that stands out in your mind, or is it something that's just commonplace for you?
You shoot.
Could you repeat it?
Is a drive-by shooting something that stands out in your mind, or is it something that is just commonplace for you?
Could you break it down? Because I don't understand what you're saying. You saying, is it in my mind or is it just something I do?
Is it something that is worthy of remembering for you? A drive-by shooting?
No.
It's not something that's worthy of remembering?
No.
So it's not a big deal for you?
Not for me.
Was more than one house shot up after Demikion was jumped at the club?
Probably I wasn't there. I probably was, I'm saying, but I didn't take him to more than one place.
Do you recall going to Adele Drive?
Where is that located?
Off of Martin Luther King in, I'll rephrase. Do you recall going to an area off of Martin Luther King called Adele Drive?
Yeah, I think that was one.
Do you recall going to a location on Drew Drive?
No, they lied. No, I don't recall going to drive, but I know it was all in my plea agreement. I just thought it was best in my interest, so I pleaded guilty to it.
Did you ever talk about that shooting with Quindarius Zachary or Demikion Garlington?
What you mean, that night?
At any time?
No, we didn't really talk about it.
Okay. When I asked you whether you threatened to harm Kelvin Watts because he was affiliated with a rival gang, did you say rather, at the time you made the threat, you did not know he was If Gang. Did you say that?
Yes.
Why did you make an assertion about If Gang when I asked you about a rival gang?
Because it ain't, Ms. Love, it ain't like I don't know what y'all trying to put together. I know what you saying and I know what the state's saying, but that don't mean it gotta be true.
Mr. Sledge, do you understand that I'm just asking you
I
questions so
know.
that you can speak to the jury?
And I answered it to the jury, like,
You didn't answer the question. My only question to you was, why is it that when I asked you whether you threatened to harm Shell Kell because he was affiliated with a rival gang, you responded, at the time I made the threat, I didn't know he was If Gang.
I said I didn't know he was 9 Deuce.
Object. That's a
What?
misstatement of
All
the
right.
evidence.
Sustained. The witness corrected it.
Thank you. Why did you say that at the time you made the threat, you didn't know he was a member of that gang?
Because the state, this is what the state painted a picture that YSL, I'm answering the question if you're gonna let me answer. The way I know the answer. If you're not gonna let
Go
me
right
answer,
ahead, Mr.
then
Sledge. Go ahead.
because the state is painting a picture that YSL and 9 Do is the rival gang. So I know you saying it don't take a rocket science to figure that out.
Has anyone instructed you to come in here and talk about what picture the state is trying to paint?
No,
Has anyone instructed you just to be honest?
I'm being honest. You might think I'm not, but I'm telling you I'm being honest.
Okay.
I'm being honest as I can.
So irrespective of the picture that the state, in your opinion, is trying to paint, why did you bring up the name of that particular gang when I asked you about a rival gang?
It's also
Now it has been overruled.
It's also a misstatement, Your Honor. Miss Love brought up If Gang.
Right.
Correct.
All
Go
right.
ahead, Ms. Lowe.
How did
He done had enough of her.
Quindarius Zachary get in the picture
What you mean?
as it relates to this drive-by shooting on April the 28th? How did Quindarius Zachary get in the picture?
I don't know if Gunnington called him. I think Gunnington called him and told him he had got jumped on before I even made it back to Gunnington.
And so how did Quindarius Zachary get with you all?
What you mean? We went and got him.
Okay. So after you picked up Garlington from Crucial, you all then drove somewhere else and picked up Zachary?
Right.
Where did you all pick him up from?
I don't remember.
Who was it that told you which house or houses to go to?
I don't know who told Gunnington.
No, who told you you were driving, right?
Yeah,
Wait.
Gunnington told me how to get there.
Okay.
Lord, they already have told you all this stuff. Well, you're right. You got to tell it to the jury. I'm sorry.
And you understand, I can't tell the jury.
Right. You're right.
Would you please tell the jury whether at the time you took Garlington to that house, you knew or believed that it was the home of a rival gang member?
Yeah, that's what I believe.
I wish he wouldn't say
see
gang
the
member if he doesn't
guns
want to accept it.
That
He shouldn't accept
did
gang.
anyone have guns in the car at the time that you took Garlington to that house of the rival gang member?
We had guns. We roll with guns every day. Not one day, every day.
When you say we,
Every
who are
day.
you talking about?
Me, Gunnington, and Zachary then.
Okay.
Whenever we was together.
At the time that you were together, were Garlington and Zachary also members of YSL? Apologies.
Well, everybody probably assumed they was YSL, but I can't. Well, I heard them say YSL, put it like that. So I can't really actually say.
Was it your understanding at the time that you took them to that home of the rival gang member that both Garlington and Zachary were YSL?
I believe so, yeah.
How did Nine Deuce become a rival gang?
I have no idea.
Who was it a rival to?
Man, you giving her gang.
You said the state say YSL.
You're the only one that can give
Why?
testimony. So who was it a rival to with your understanding?
Well, from my understanding, it wasn't a rival with everyone who claimed YSL. There probably was certain people, not everyone.
So who was it a rival to? Who was this gang a rival to?
Me, Garland, and Zachary at the time.
Okay. No one else.
Not that I know of.
Did you say on December 28th, 2022, that you and your fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL?
Oh, here come this question again.
Again, that was some you stated and some I initial. I most definitely initial that.
Earlier, did I give, go ahead.
Because none of the stuff on the paper, I never approved none of it. I signed, but if you would have came to me and asked me that before, I would have told you it wasn't true.
Earlier, when we were talking about changes that you asked to be made, do you remember having an opportunity to look at the document that is labeled 444 Yankee?
To be honest with you, I didn't look at the whole document.
Okay. So if I give it back to you, will you look at each of the factual acknowledgments contained on the document?
I already told you, Ms. Love, I initial on it.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yeah, I can
Do
look
you
at
need
it.
an opportunity to look back?
I can look back on it.
When you
Love
had a
is very
chance to read
irritated.
each of them, would you just look up?
Love is angry. Is the judge taking a nap? Yeah, you signed a bad deal.
Each of
That's the
the
problem.
items under that section, please.
You just read them, Ms. Love.
Do you not want to read them?
No, I don't want to read.
Why don't you want to read them?
Because I don't want to read. I just answer to you.
Okay.
I don't want to read.
This is her.
Having
This is
had
her
the opportunity
witness.
to look at the factual acknowledgments, what other factual acknowledgments besides the one you listed as 8 and 9 are you now saying aren't true?
That is a misstatement of the evidence. He said that 7 is not true as well.
Yeah.
I'll rephrase. Earlier, did I ask you to identify which portions of the factual acknowledgement that you asked the state to change?
And I told you 8, 9, and I couldn't remember if I asked you to change some, but I know some is false.
Okay.
That's what I told you.
If you understood that you could ask me to change 8 and 9, would you explain why You did not ask me to change any other ones.
I can't say the law.
Did the state force you to sign this document?
I was forced. I feel like I was forced myself.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I feel like I was forced myself because I was going through something.
Explain what you're saying.
I was going through something with my mother being sick. I needed to get home to my mother. And if I went to trial, I couldn't afford Mr. Wright to go to trial.
Could you afford to ask Mr. Wright to make any further corrections to the document?
That specific day, Ms. Love, I was just trying to get home to my sick mother.
Did you swear under oath that each of these statements that you initialed were true?
Maybe, I don't even remember. I can't say. If that what it say, yeah.
Did you lie under oath?
No, I didn't lie.
Well, explain to the jury how they should reconcile those two statements.
I really can't explain to you, Ms. Love.
Did you sign a statement? Did you make a statement
I didn't.
that you
Go ahead, go ahead.
that you have read and carefully reviewed the agreement that you were entering with the state,
Oh, no.
that you have reviewed and corrected where necessary for accuracy each statement contained in defendant's factual acknowledgments, and that you acknowledge the truth and accuracy of each and every statement listed therein, that you fully understand the agreement and have had an opportunity to discuss this agreement and each of its provisions with your attorney, Mr. Derek Wright. No promises other than those contained in the agreement have been made to you in furtherance of the agreement, and you freely, knowingly, and voluntarily enter into the agreement without force, threat, or coercion. Did you make that statement on December 28th, 2022?
I think so.
Was that statement true or false at the time that you made it?
I don't know, Ms. Love.
Why
He
do
said,
you
I don't
say
even
you
know.
don't know?
I really don't. I just told you my intention was.
Wow. This is crazy.
I understand. And my condolences for what you had to go through. But the jury needs to know whether that statement that you made was true or false.
Man, this is crazy.
Would you please tell them?
I guess it was true if I made it, Ms. Love.
Why did you pause so long before answering?
Just leave him alone. Just
I
leave him
don't
alone.
know.
Now, you were talking about having pled guilty to charges related to the drive-by shooting or to the shooting on April 28th, 2015.
I pleaded guilty.
Excuse me, Judge. At this time, can we get the instruction, please? That's the first question directly from the state.
Judge Judge was falling asleep.
Ms. Levis? Yes. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to hear evidence that a co-defendant in this case has pled guilty to some of the charges in this indictment. I caution you that this co-defendant's guilty plea conviction itself is only admitted for a limited purpose. That guilty plea is an admission by this witness only that he committed the criminal acts to which he pled. You are not to consider the co-defendant witness's guilty plea as evidence that any other defendant is guilty of committing any of the criminal acts alleged against them in this indictment. Each defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of the same charges with which the defendant is accused. If you find that the co-defendant witness provided testimony on the stand that is inconsistent with his guilty plea admissions, you may consider the witness's prior inconsistent statement, that is his guilty plea admissions, including to the allegations in the charges to which he pled guilty, as substantive evidence, which you may consider against any defendant currently on trial for whatever bearing it may have on the issues on trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Sledge, you mentioned pleading guilty to charges related to the April the 28th, 2015 shootings that you were just talking to the jury about. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when you pled guilty, did you do so in 2022 or did you do so in 2015 or 2017?
Obviously, I pleaded guilty 2017.
Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
So, at the time that you pled guilty in 2017 to the charges related to the April 28th, 2015 shooting after Demikion Garlington was jumped, was there a factual basis given for that plea? Do you understand the question?
No, what you mean?
Okay.
I don't.
First, let me ask you, when you pled guilty in 2017, did you have an attorney?
Yes.
And is the attorney that you had then the same one that you have now?
Right.
And did you trust him then the way that you trust him now?
Right.
Did you love him though?
And at the time you pled guilty, did the prosecutor tell the court that the evidence would show that on April 28, 2015, Mr. Garlington and Mr. Sledge were at a club called Club Crucial on Donnelly Hollowell Parkway earlier in the evening when members of, and preface this by saying Mr. Garlington, Mr. Sledge, and Mr. Zachary at this time were members of a gang called YSL or Young Slime Life that at some point had been affiliated with the Blood Criminal Street Gang. There had been a falling out carrying from the fall of 2014 into 2015. This, for lack of a better term, gang war was going on at this time. Mr. Garlington was jumped at the club by members of a rival gang, Aaron Mills, Dominic Carter, and others that are members of a gang which is a subset of If Gang or Inglewood Family Bloods, which is a gang that the dispute was going on with at that time, when Mr. Garlington was jumped and assaulted at the club. A decision was made by Mr. Sledge. They called Mr. Zachary, the co-defendant, to retaliate in some way. The evidence will show that Mr. Sledge drove the vehicle. Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary were inside with weapons, and they first drove by Adele Avenue, 1428 Adele Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
And that location at the time is the home of Darren Mills and his mother, and at least one of his sisters and one of his cousins. and is an address that Darren Mills actually used and stayed at. He was one of the individuals that had assaulted Mr. Garlington earlier at the club. Mr. Sledge drove by and they shot at the house. There were not individuals outside of the house, but the house was shot. During the shooting of that house, Miss Denise Bell, who is the aunt of Darren Mills, while she was in her bed, sustained a gunshot to her buttocks and had to go to the hospital and had to have surgery.
Wow.
She was shot. The house was shot up, and there were other individuals there at the time, including Cecilia Davis and Diamond Mills. Diamond Mills being Darren Mills' sister. Also, the car belonged to Cecilia Davis, which was in front of the house and received damage. The evidence is that Mr. Sledge was the driver of the car. After that, Mr. Sledge drove over to 1903 Drew Drive, Northwest, an apartment there was at the time being used by Philip Collins, who is Darren Mills' brother, and also present at the club and participated in the assault. In shooting at what they believed to be Philip Collins' apartment, they damaged apartments 1122 and 1120. Natasha Battle's apartment, which was 1120, her patio doors, windows, and couch were damaged from the gunfire. Ms. Troutman's apartment was 1122, and that was the other apartment that was damaged. Through investigations, detectives got a lead that Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary were involved, and they conducted interviews.
Yes, sir.
What is going on?
I can pause there.
Okay.
Was that factual basis? Were those words read to the court by the prosecutor at the time you entered a guilty plea in 2017?
I don't remember, was it read by the prosecutor because I took a blind plea. And I think the judge read off the evidence. I don't recall what it was though.
Okay. Do you recall hearing those words read by somebody in court as the reason or the factual basis for the charges that were being brought?
If I could explain, I pleaded guilty because I felt like it was in my best interest. You had two co-defendants. Some of what they said was true, and some they said wasn't true. But I did plead guilty because I felt like it was in my best interest.
Were you given an opportunity to say anything at the time that you entered that plea? Were you given an opportunity to make any statements?
No, not that I remember.
Do you recall the judge, after those statements were read, asking you, is there anything you'd like to say before sentencing? Do you recall that happening?
Yes, I recall him asking me that.
Do you recall telling the judge, no, sir?
Goodness gracious.
I remember telling him, thank him for the plea that he allowed. I remember that. I remember me telling him, thank him for the plea that he accepted on the non-negotiable plea, the blind plea or whatever it was.
Would you explain to the jury what your understanding of a blind plea is?
A blind plea that I understood that you leave the evidence up to the judge and the judge determine on the sentence.
At any time, did you tell the judge, I'm not admitting this, I'm just doing this because it's in my best interest?
Well, I didn't tell the judge that. I told my attorney that. When my attorney asked me, like, when he came to me with the plea deal, and I told him, I said, why take the plea? Because it's best in my interest. You got two guys against one.
Hold on. At the time that you...
No, I didn't tell it to the judge.
That wasn't my question. At the time that you pled guilty, did you know what sentence the judge was going to give to you?
No. No, I just knew it was
Did the judge, was it explained to you that you could receive up to the maximum sentence on each charge?
not if I understand. I think a deal was already worked out, if I ain't mistaken. That what made me take it. I think it was already worked out between my attorney and the state.
Do you understand the difference between a negotiated plea and a blind plea?
No,
Have you done anything besides a blind plea in front of a judge before?
yes, I think I have, yes.
And when you pled guilty on December 28th, 2022, was that a blind plea or something else?
I think it was just a plea. It wasn't a blind plea though, if I'm not mistaken.
For a regular plea, what do you understand to be the terms? In other words, do you know your sentence before you plead guilty with a regular plea?
I don't know, because before the blind plea, I knew my plea.
Why did you then distinguish for the jury that it was a blind plea?
It was, but I already knew the sentence. My lawyer had already aware to me that they was offering the same thing. They was offering the co-defendants what they had pleaded guilty before me.
Okay.
So when I pleaded guilty, my lawyer aware me that they was offering the same plea deal that they gave them. But in my plea deal, I told my attorney that, like, I didn't want the probation. I just take the straight prison sentence.
Okay. Yes, sir. All right, outside the presence of the jury? Okay. Yes? Yes. Okay. I'm gonna excuse y'all to the jury room.
He mentioned the jury. He mentioned the plea deal again, or mentioned the. I don't know. This is getting a little bit confusing. Adrian Love, why do your people always fighting you? Adrian, what is the deal? What's going on? Why Adrian people not supporting Adrian's mission? I heard that too. I heard my lawyer awared me.
Yes.
Yeah, she just keep.
To do what? Sure.
The state has horrible witnesses. Let's just tell the truth. The state just has bad witnesses.
Yes, sir.
Get your mic.
Your Honor, I have a motion for a mistrial. The evidence has just come out that two co-defendants who, to my knowledge, at least one of them is not testifying and has entered a guilty plea. That is a confrontation clause violation to Mr. Williams and the other people on trial. In addition, Your Honor, gave an instruction with the last line, and I know it was objected to previously, but I want to stress this, that if it's a prior inconsistent statement, it can be used against Mr. Williams and the other people. That was premature, because I don't believe there's anything inconsistent as of now. And then the third reason I'm moving for a mistrial in the aggregate, Your Honor, is that the prosecutor uses and reads the statement of the then prosecutor, I believe it was the Honorable Mr. Bailey, who entered this plea and gave a factual basis. But she did not make it clear that the Honorable Derek Wright said on page 12 of this transcript to the same court that Mr. Sledge is tendering the plea under Alford, which is ALFORD.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing. And honestly, I thought that we were going to be dealing with the guilty plea that he took in this case. And yeah, that's problematic that this 2015 case is an Alford plea. And so I don't think that any of what I said with regard to admissions is actually true, even against this. I mean, he's saying he pled under Alford, and I don't know why the disposition sheet doesn't say that, but it is very clear that this is an Alford plea in this 2015 case. So Mr. Wright wants to share something. Yes, sir.
Waiting for the appropriate time that I was going to point out that it was in fact an Alford plea. So I thought her cross-examination was not appropriate.
Well, y'all, I mean, maybe that, yeah.
It was something other than that. So
Maybe don't wait so long next time. But I mean, I'm definitely going to, Ms. Love, do you want to be heard?
Yes, please.
All right, go ahead.
One, we'd ask that the court deny the motion for mistrial. Number two, we would ask, as it relates to the assertion that no inconsistent statement was made in the factual acknowledgments.
Okay, no, see, that's the deal with an Alford plea, is you are not acknowledging that the facts are true like you would in a regular guilty plea. You're saying, I think that the state has enough evidence that a jury could be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that these facts are true. But you're not acknowledging on your own, yes, these are true.
Your Honor, when I spoke of the factual acknowledgments, I meant 444Y.
Well, that's what I thought you meant.
Within 444Y, we referenced this particular
All right, let's
section.
Maybe if you can point me specifically, let me pull that one up.
Page.
Which number? Go ahead.
Number 3 on page 3 of 7, under defendant's factual, I'm sorry, not number 3, number 4, on defendant's factual acknowledgments on or about April 28, 2015, as reflected in Fulton County Indictment 15 SC 138994, defendant and fellow YSL associates Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting using the firearm defendant wielded in the video referenced in part 3 of this section, targeting family members of a rival gang. Number 5, defendant and his fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3 and 4 above on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL.
Okay, and so those factual assertions, what I read as the limiting instruction would be true for. But the factual basis that you just read out from the 2015 one, that's a whole lot more than what's in numbers 4 and 5.
Your Honor, in number 6, defendant admitted committing and was convicted of aggravated assault and participation in criminal street gang activity, among other charges, for his participation in the drive-by shooting referenced in section 3, 4, and 5 above.
Okay.
And so if I'll, of course, comply with whatever appropriate instruction that the court deems necessary to give as it relates to the conviction of this witness for 15 SC 138994, but given the factual acknowledgments that were made as it relates to 22 SC 183572, and the fact that this witness did not assert, even though the plea was given in his best interest, he was allowed an opportunity to say what he said here, and he did not say it.
No.
Uh-oh.
When a defendant
Was that
has
a
an
no?
attorney who is saying, we are pleading this because we believe it to be in his best interest, the defendant does not then independently need to say, yeah, by the way, judge, here's what Alfred means. So
Understood,
no. Are you going to tender for admission any part of 444Y?
Yes, the state intended to tender 444Y.
In its entirety?
Yes,
Mm.
I did.
Any objection to that being tendered or admitted in its entirety?
And if there is an objection to it, then
All right,
we would just.
let's find that out.
Okay.
Come on, let me hear. Come on, Matthews. Adams.
Yes, I object at this point to the entirety of the document unless the state can give reasons for which parts of the document are admissible at this time. And if they're not tendering yet, I understand that. But I can't get around how we got here. I'm trying to follow this factual basis, and I asked Mr. Renard, Renard, for this, and we're in a different case.
Yeah, we are. So, we've been talking about these 2015 crimes, and we've been talking about, what's been going on in this 22 indictment. So, I guess that's how it came about. But I wish we'd been a little more specific about it all beforehand, because I noticed this morning that this was an Alfred plea.
Right.
And I would have had issues with when you started reading out the factual basis. I'm thinking, well, is this some other case that I don't know about that's not the 2015 case and not the 22 case? Because we should have been reading the factual basis from the 2015 case.
Your Honor, the 2015 case, I understand what the court is saying. The 2015 case is one of the overt acts that we allege in the indictment. And as it relates to the defendant's conviction for the 2015 case, we believe that it would be appropriate is an appropriate matter for cross-examination, and it appropriately falls under the portion of the court's instruction where it tells the jury that the conviction itself is not to be considered as evidence. And to the extent that Mr. Sledge is asserting that he didn't do it, that he dropped someone off, that is what he asserted, by the way. He said that he was not present. He dropped him off, and it was only one house.
Well, we all know how party to a crime works. So, yeah, he said, I didn't shoot, but he did admit to being the driver.
And so, to the extent that he said that, the statement contained in his factual acknowledgement that he and fellow YSL associates, and I'd also point out that early on, he made a very blatant, inconsistent statement that YSL is not a gang. And in this factual acknowledgement section.
All right, we're not going to use anything in the factual acknowledgement section of the 2015 plea.
No, in the 22 SC 183.
Okay, yeah, no. All of that is inconsistent with any of his trial testimony is fair game for you to tender for admission and for them to consider as substantive evidence against everybody. The issue we have that needs to get cleared up is that before I read this limiting instruction, I thought you were going to tender the guilty plea to this 22 SC case. And it turns out that you were talking about the 2015 case, which I understand you're saying we did part of that as, part of the 22 factual acknowledgements. So those factual acknowledgements in there are fine as well. When I say in there, I mean in this 22 case. But I'm going to have to clarify for the jury that what I told them about prior inconsistent statements
does
it
not apply.
Does not
to-
apply. And that everything you just read from that guilty plea also needs to be disregarded.
So, Your Honor, as it relates to the court's instruction to the jury regarding the inconsistent statement not applying, we would only ask that the court specify that the court is speaking as to the factual basis that I asked the witness about in 15 SC 138994, particularly where he has testified and he pled in his best interest.
Okay. And you haven't tendered yet the 444Y. And so at the point in time when you tender that, then I'll say, okay, for this one,
Okay.
This is
I
amazing.
see what, yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. If anybody wants to suggest specific language, I'm willing to.
How about the
listen,
language
otherwise I'm just
mistrial
gonna kinda
language?
And
Give it my best shot.
I would
Your
like,
Honor, may I say one more thing?
Yeah.
Because number one, the court has
Wow.
previously instructed the jury that questions, and I understand the content of the question needs to be addressed. But given that the witness has testified that he pled guilty in his best interest, and given that he can also be cross-examined as to whether or not he was asserting these things, we don't believe that anything beyond a instruction regarding the factual basis for 15 SC 138994 not being considered a statement of the witness rather is required.
Okay.
I just respectfully don't think that goes far enough. You have a prosecutor who's saying it's just a blind plea. She leaves out everything about Alfred. She elicits, and I'm not saying that she could have anticipated this, but her questioning elicits that a non-testifying severed co-indictee pled guilty also. That is a total Confrontation Clause violation. It's the second time.
All right. And that's Zachary and.
Well, Mr. Zachary, I anticipate may testify.
Right.
I don't know.
Let
if
him
he hasn't
talk.
yet, but it definitely includes Mr. Garlington, who the state has said will not be testifying.
Let him
And then,
talk.
Just for you to know, you were not here, but the predecessor judge permitted over objection the state to do the same thing. They did it with a Mr. Winfrey, just like the court reporter's last name. He's not going to testify. No one believes he's going to testify. The state doesn't say he's going to testify. And they got out that he pled guilty. So they're aware of all this. And in fact, the state elicited in that case that the gentleman, Mr. Winfrey, pled guilty to avoid plea. It was vacated by the Supreme Court of
right.
Georgia.
Yeah, I remember you.
So, and
Didn't
then
he enter another one after the fact, though, anyway?
5 years later, Alfred plea and said I'm
Okay.
specifically innocent.
Yep.
I mean, it was a farce.
Right.
And
Okay.
and then the predecessor judge wouldn't even let me examine the witness. And Miss Love said that the witness I could call in my case in chief on direct. So
Predecessor
the
judge.
reason I'm bringing that up is this is not new.
Okay. What's your intention with regard to Mr. Garlington? Do you have any intention of calling him?
Your Honor, no. And Mr. Steele is absolutely correct in terms of the witness
can't stand her.
testifying
I
about
can't stand her.
Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary and his doing that. There's nothing that indicates that the only reason he did that was because they pled guilty. So that is not, in other words, his statements that he gave to the jury about Mr. Garlington pleading guilty and all of that are not something that I asked him about or expected him to be talking about.
Right, okay, but nonetheless, we have that now before the jury.
We would
so-
ask that the court tell the jury to strike, disregard, put out of their mind anything about the
Thank you, moderators.
Mr. Garlington pleading guilty.
I'm just to say anyone other than the witness on the stand.
Okay.
Wow.
But Mr. Zachary is a witness.
I know that, but he hadn't been called yet, has he?
No.
So
no.
deal with it when he gets called.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Clearly, at a jury trial, we are always assessing the credibility of witnesses. My client has now been impugned, or at least attempted to be impugned by the state by suggesting that either he should have been making a statement or his plea was something other, or that these facts are in fact his adopted, admitted facts.
I'm going to make it clear that that's not the case.
And that's where I want to make absolutely clear that he was right in the position he was taking, that it was in his best interest.
All right. Anything else before we get the jury back in?
Mistrial.
That is a great idea. Let's all do that. Or take that
Wow.
opportunity.
A wit fix. That is crazy.
Okay, that is denied.
Next question, can you just acknowledge that I would have done that?
Yes. All right, let's take 5 or 10 minutes ourselves.
Y'all not gonna take 5 or 10 minutes. Y'all gonna take. It's 3:20. If y'all are back by 3:30, I will eat my hat. It is not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Wow. You know, I kind of wish I had captured some of Love's best moments. One of the things she does, if you have two children or more, you have one child that does this. And what are you talking about, Jason? You have a child that whenever they're chastised, when, let's say, for example, the older sibling or the rambunctious sibling or the one that's never doing right, you've already given them some waistline management, right? And you're looking, and you still got the Mr. Spanky in your hand. You still got the belt in your hand. And you're looking at the other child and you ask them a question. And let's say they were being just as rambunctious as the other one. They were bouncing on the couch or throwing china, whatever. They were doing something just with their sibling. But they already saw that you just handed out some pretty serious waistline management, some very serious tough love to the sibling. So what do? They immediately straighten up. Yes, Mom. No, Father. You're correct, Dad. You're 100%. I deserve to be spanked. You're right. I deserve it. I was a bad child as well. But I love you, and I will never ever do it again. Never. Father, Mother, I'll never do it again. I have a child that loves doing that stuff. And it's just as phony and as fake, and it doesn't work. But with Judge Whitaker, listen to whenever Adrian Love is chastised and she's dead wrong. I mean, dead wrong. She will immediately say, "You are correct, Your Honor. The defense is 100% correct. I was absolutely unequivocally about to bring in some evidence that you told me not to bring in. He is correct, Your Honor." But see, this is why I was doing it though. See, this is what I was doing. She'll immediately admit that she's wrong and then start this complete apology tour. I don't know what another way to call it. She did it right here, and she's done it multiple times when Judge Whitaker has said something to her, said that she's wrong. The likelihood is that some kind of sanction or something's going to come off. That's why we don't know what she will do with them, because Judge Whitaker buys it every time she does it. And she did it with Glanville too. I need to make a compilation of matter of fact, do this. If y'all want to send me a compilation, I already got a good name for the thumbnail. But that's what she does. She does it to kind of throw off any type of real serious waistline management, real serious sanctions or getting in trouble. She just got you're right, Your Honor. You're 100. He is correct. He is 100% unequivocally correct, Your Honor. But see, but what had happened was right here, this thing, this is the thing that caused the thing, that made the thing do the thing that it did. And then the thing happened. So he's right, but this is the thing. So let's move on. I believe that. I mean, yeah, that's fair. It is definitely a tactic. If you go back and watch, like during the week, that week where they were doing a whole bunch of horse trading, she did it several times there. And I thought about it. I was like, I should clip this out. And she's done it with Glanville. Her and Glanville just didn't see eye to eye, even though they were on the same team, which was weird. They didn't see eye to eye. But she's done it with him. Yeah. Oh no, kids do it all the time. Chief executive secondborn, she'll do it. Absolutely. Absolutely. President firstborn doesn't do it. She'll just take it. Like, okay, I'm in trouble. It is what it is. But secondborn, she will absolutely try to get out of it. You're right, father. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Uh-huh. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Uh-huh. And it's so annoying. I was like, that's gonna get you in more trouble. I'll be honest with you. You was about to get it, but now you're gonna get it plus. Because I don't like when you do that. Yeah. If y'all find the clips, find me some clips. Go through the archives, through the YSL crates. If y'all want to send them to me, because I already got the thumbnail in my mind, I will absolutely do a montage of her getting her hand slapped and finessing her way out of it. She's just like Woody. Let's just tell the truth. It's manipulation. It's manipulative. She's no better. She can't look at Woody. She cannot look her nose down at Woody. Yeah, I like when she was yelling at Glanville, but it was just out of pocket. Glanville should have unequivocally come off the top rope on her. He should have unequivocally sanctioned her, thrown the book at her, held her in contempt. I mean, literally. Yeah, there's a lot of brown nosing going on. I think Judge Whitaker is weak. There's some dynamics. There's some power dynamics, I guess. I really want a body language expert. If anybody has relationship with a body language expert, that will call me. So like not just somebody on YouTube, but if you actually know one, hey, this is somebody in my church or somebody that works in the office, whatever. I would love to talk to a body language expert and another psychologist to kind of look at some things. I have a mental health expert who's going to come on Friday. We're going to talk about what's the stress and what's the strain and what's happening to these jurors that have to sit here for better than a year. Okay. It's very possible they're going to be in this trial for a year and a half. That's gotta grind on some nerves, man. Okay. So we're going to talk about that. But if you have somebody else, a body language expert or a psychiatrist, the one that does it, I think a psychiatrist. I don't know. I might need one. Anyway, let me know. I would love to talk to them. I got questions. Love need that belt. Love need that belt at behind. You need to be disciplined. She needs some kind of there is no Goldilocks. Thank you so much. I love your name, by the way. Goldilocks 2.0. She has no motivation. There's zero motivation. Whereas the defense has a great motivation to object, to throw their hands up in the air, to nitpick every single thing, because there's people's lives that are literally hanging in the balance as we're sitting here horse trading and talking about foolishness. But Love has no motivation, none whatsoever, to do the right thing. There's none. She does the right thing, she does the wrong thing. She'll do it right for 10 minutes, she does it wrong for 3. There's no motivation to do the right thing. And there's no consequences when she does do the wrong thing. There are no consequences. What's the consequence for love? None. The consequences of love. That's hilarious. That might be a name of a video. They just do whatever they like. I mean, what was the song by a couple years ago? You can do whatever you like. I mean, they can just do whatever you want, whatever you like. You got the witness on deck talking about the pleas. Shouldn't talk about this, but you still do it anyway. You can do whatever you like. I might have to change those words. I'm having some good. I think that coffee was really good today. I think so. I admit I had never heard of an Alfred plea until this case, till this trial. I didn't know about it. So I'm very, very, very extremely new to this. Probably about 3 weeks ago, I heard like, what's an Alfred plea? I looked it up. I was like, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. But back to the point, she knew that, and she still treated it like she should, like it was just a normal plea. That's crazy. And because one of the problems is that I'm about to say they better not be back. I literally said they ain't gonna be back. It's 3:30. They're not coming back on time. One of the problems I think in this is because, and I don't hold this against these men at all. They don't know this language. They don't know this language. Alfred pleas and immunity, perjury, all those kind of things. They don't know that language. That is totally foreign to them. And I don't fault them for not knowing it. When she asked that man, does he know, is this a dictionary definition? Do you think that man read a dictionary? Stop playing. That was his foul to even ask that. You knew good and doggone well that man ain't read no dictionary. Stop it. Stop. But in my opinion, this is where the less educated aspects of the criminal justice system show their ugliness, because they're using terms in there. Look, my name is Jason. Okay, let me just big screen. My name is Jason, and I'm just going to tell you this. I'm going to insert some sad music. Whenever they say objection, and she says sustain and overrule, I get confused. I admit, I really do get confused. I'm like, okay, what happened? What happened there? I don't get it. It happens. It happened 10 times today. I don't get it. So I know that I'm fairly intelligent. I'm not saying I'm the smartest guy in the world, but let me just tell you, I'm not the least either. Okay. So I'm like, you know what? I don't get it. I'm missing it. Who that calling? Who that calling me? It said the embassy. Who is calling me from an embassy? Y'all, if I go missing, y'all make sure you tell Lady Dear Old Christian I loved her. But okay, I don't get objection, sustain, overrule. There's a lot of times I don't get it. I don't get, because I wasn't really paying that close attention to the statement that was made before to know what was the proper response. You get it? So that being the case, I don't fault Woody and this gentleman, Mr. Sledge, and all the others that have a problem here. They need to be able to convey these ideas to these men in a way that's at least understandable, because a lot of this is not understandable to them. He's just saying, I copped a plea. He might need to say like, hey, I copped this Alfred plea, which is a whole different game of cheese than just a normal plea deal. And I don't think that's clear. And I'm going to go on a limb and say it's probably not clear to the jury. If they don't know what an Alfred plea is before then, they might not understand this. So, and Judge Whitaker just saying she's going to read it that's not going to cut it at all. That's not it. It's got to be much more than that. They're back in 2 minutes late. One in the chat when you can hear. Okay, well, they're not back yet. Oh, she hasn't turned on her mic. And I apologize if I missed any comments. There's a lot of comments. Oh, my word. Yeah, I apologize for this. It's very possible. The judge was right. His lawyer should have said something. No argument for me. This is a tactic that she uses, the lack of knowledge from the defendants to get her to get them to plea, knowing they want to go home. Absolutely. I totally think that's a strategy. I mean, think about what she did to Woody. Woody wanted to go to the house. He did not want to be okay. He wanted to be racing a Hellcat up and down Peachtree Street. He did not want to be worried about this foolishness. I don't know if she's gonna turn the mic on or not, but man, I hope literally we got roughly an hour and a half, 2 hours. I really hope he torpedoes this entire case. I mean, I hope he just gives them the Anita Baker, the best that he got, and just ruins their whole night and then leaves. Cause it's ridiculous, man. Am I on Rico? They're gonna put me on Rico? I object to being put on Rico. Sustained, right? Is that how you do it? Sustained? See, that's what I'm saying. I keep forgetting what it means. This is totally insane. Wow, Matt. That doesn't make me feel happy about our system at all. Garland's is not the issue right now. I agree. I am kind of surprised they only talked about Woody a couple times in the beginning. I'm kind of surprised. I really expected her to try to bring him back in here and drag him through the mud. I ain't gonna even lie. Let me make sure I'm not missing something. Yeah, she hasn't turned the mic on yet.
Let's just say something.
There we go. One in chat.
All right.
Judge, I fully adopt on behalf of Mr. Nichols, and I know I don't need to under the rule we're operating under, the motion for mistrial. I understand your ruling. I understand you're going to give an instruction, but I ask that as part of that instruction for an admonishment under 17-875, and I think that admonishment is mandatory, where counsel makes statements of prejudicial matters which are not in evidence. And I believe that this applies to this particular instance under these particular circumstances. So I'd asked the court to admonish counsel. Yes, in front of the jury, obviously, as part of the instruction.
All right. Give me a second to get signed into Lexis and take a look exactly at what the statute says.
Okay,
Give
well,
me that site again. 1775. I left out a number.
I don't think that'd be Karen. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Hilton's gone. Sorry, wait, where's that? Hilton's gone. I
Do you
didn't
have
realize
any
that.
suggested language? I'm sure you do. That would be appropriate for the court to give at us as an admonishment.
I haven't, we can come up with something.
All right. Well,
pretty
let's endeavor to do that right now.
We can come up with something. That's hilarious. That's got to be the funniest thing. What in the world? This is such a kangaroo show, man. Yeah, I have no idea what they're doing.
Permit the state to make a response.
No, be quiet. Be quiet. We tired of hearing you talk.
Go ahead now. Okay. Your Honor, given that 17875 refers to statements of prejudicial matters, which are not in evidence, and the factual basis given or read by the prosecutor in the plea in the 15 SC case, while containing details that are not contained within the factual acknowledgments of 22 SC 183572, it contains, it's about the same act, which in the factual acknowledgments for this case, the defendant says occurred. He admits and acknowledges that he, Demekion Garlington, and Quindarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting at this residence, and that they committed the drive-by shooting on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL, and that he admitted and was convicted of aggravated assault, participation in criminal street gang activity, and among other charges for his participation in the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3, 4, and 5. And given that this evidence will be properly before the jury, our position is that these statements, the questions that I asked, which contains the factual basis, the assertion about the factual basis in the 15 SC case, would not be a prejudicial matter. Though the factual basis is not in evidence, the fact of the shooting is not a prejudicial matter, which mandates a rebuke.
Okay. Well, the fact that a co-defendant who may not ultimately testify and who you do not believe will testify has pled guilty.
I don't disagree that that should go, but that was not something that I.
No, I know. I don't think that you intended to elicit that, but yes, I'm going to give a rebuke.
A rebuke is needed. Let's go.
That's just what it is sometimes.
Type rebuke in the chat. Rebuke. What? A rebuke? Let's go. We need some rebuking up in here.
Gotta have a tough skin.
About time.
Suggested language, Mr. Harvey, or others.
Need for some smarter colleagues to give me some suggestions, which is everybody in these three tables.
And Your Honor, I'm still reading under the annotations of that particular statute regarding the rebuke.
We also presented this, by the way, as a guilty plea, not as an offered plea. And we read a factual basis from something that's not in evidence. It is so highly prejudicial that we all made a motion for mistrial. A rebuke is in order under 17875. And I think the court in front of the jury can say, and I hereby admonish the state for bringing up these matters that I have just told you to disregard. And the state should not do that again.
Your Honor, what the annotations say is what the law forbids is the introduction into a case by way of argument of facts, not only not in the record, but that are calculated to prejudice the accused. And
all right, Ms. Love, I'm going to give some sort of an admonishment. And I mean, sometimes you need to just, keep your powder dry and not argue every single thing to the nth degree. I've already said I'm giving it. So, I mean, I can grant a mistrial if you prefer.
Oh, no.
Okay, then maybe stop arguing at this point.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Wow. Keep your powder dry and shut up. Wow. Okay, I got you, Judge Whitaker.
Now, in terms of her having presented it as a guilty plea, an Alford plea is still a guilty plea, so I don't find there to be anything wrong with her having references
Okay,
in a
yeah, I
guilty
guess so.
plea, but, we already talked about the whole factual basis thing, so I won't rehash
Okay.
that, but
2 months late, but
Okay.
okay. I'm kind of wondering, like, I want Love to get in her face and argue like she did with Glanville. That thing was hilarious. Love needs to have tough skin. Why? You ain't doing nothing tough, Whitaker. You ain't doing nothing tough. This is your first time doing anything that has us thinking that rhymes with tough, okay? You have not done enough, all right? So just give it a rest. You keep your powder dry. Shout out to Alan all the way over in Germany. My man.
All right, and after I give the instructions, I am going to
No,
ask
right?
y'all,
Hand
I
clapping?
understand that the mistrial motions are preserved, but I am going to ask, since I haven't read out yet what I'm going to say, if y'all have any suggestions that you think would further elucidate, clarify, cure anything, I'm going to ask you for that. And if you have them, I would like for you to let me know that, and we can come up to the bench and consider any other further curative instructions, okay?
Meaningful.
All right, let's get the jury back out. And
It
I mean,
needs
I don't know that we need the witness in here for that, but
it needs to
will
be
the court
tough.
prior to-
go ahead.
Will the court prior to bringing in the jury, would the court be willing to read the
What I'm going to
rebuke?
say, well, I don't know what the rebuke? I mean, it's probably going to be something to the effect of, after I explain to them what they're not to consider, I also admonish and rebuke you, Miss Love, to pay careful attention to how you ask questions and to what you put before the jury. Mr. Harvey wants more. What else?
Right. Come on,
I'll
Harvey.
consider it.
You should be banned from asking any more questions ever for the rest of the.
Well,
for the rest of the
reasonably
trial.
speaking, though.
Harvey.
That may be going a little bit too far. But that's already been asked for, by the way.
Good point.
And that the court, in giving these instructions, intends to rebuke the state for asking those, for eliciting that improper testimony.
Come on.
So, Your Honor, it wasn't improper testimony.
Let's
It
go.
was the question.
Improper statements of the state. That's the whole point of a rebuke. That's the whole point.
And we would ask that the court just, if the court is going to read, that the court reads only what the court initially said.
This is that child that just won't stop talking. You say, I'm gonna take your phone from you for a day. And they just keep talking. You say, I'm gonna take it from you.
I will say you should not have
To
put
the
that
weekend.
factual rendition before the jury as anything this witness admitted to. Mm-hmm. I'm listening.
At the time he pled guilty
Okay.
in 2017, because
I understand.
This that stuff. This is how I used to get
Give me just a second.
used to get grounded for a month. Because I
Sorry.
would keep talking to my dad. Just take it and be quiet. If he said you grounded for a week, then just take it and be
Yes.
quiet.
Let me request that the court
Come on, Adams.
consider including in its admonition the following language, if the court deems it to be appropriate. Somewhere in there, the presentation of that evidence that I've described was improper and was not in keeping with the law and the prosecutor's ethical obligations. Accordingly, the state is admonished for their behavior and is instructed to refrain from asking or presenting any improper questions or evidence moving forward.
All right. I'll do a little bit of it, but not all of it. What was that last sentence?
I like the first sentence.
I'm sure you do. Instructed to refrain from what?
Refrain from asking any improper questions or presenting improper evidence.
All right, well, they're not presenting evidence, so.
And
All right.
and should conduct themselves within their ethical obligations
All
and
right.
legality.
Thank you. I'm not going to do that.
Got some more.
Got some more? All right, I think this is going to be enough. All right, let's get the jury out.
We should start a poll to see how long it'll take for them to get in trouble again. But like I said, like this, Adrian Love must have
I mean, do
stayed
y'all want the
grounded.
witness in here for this? Okay, let me ask you a
She must
question.
have
Have
stayed
you
grounded when she was a child.
or somebody instructed, maybe even Mr. Wright, the witness to
Mr. Wright.
not talk about anybody else's plea to anything? Can Mr. Wright just do that? All right, let's get the jury out.
Okay, it's 3:45, basically 3:50. Please forgive me, 3:50. So if they get done at 5, we got about an hour and 10 minutes, give or take.
Be in here? Okay.
Your Honor, we do request that the witness is present.
Okay.
Come on, Miss
Somebody let
Westmoreland.
them know that. You can hurry. I mean, I've already said for the jury to come in, so.
She was begging to keep that hidden. She don't want people to know she got in trouble. She does not want to. But I think more people, the more corrective action is taken, the better they'll become, or at least they should. I think I became a better person from getting a good old spanking every now and then. She needs to be disciplined. And this poor guy, Atkins, he just like, look, I'm just here so I don't get sued. I'm just here so I don't get fined. I mean, this is hilarious in a bad way, Wandering Sub. It's funny in a bad way. Look, just leave me alone. I'm really trying to get over here to this job interview today. No, really, I'm serious. I've already sent them my resume. They've already sent me a job offer. I've had enough of this. I'm trying not to tell you. I don't want anybody to read my lips.
All right. Thank you.
I mean, really.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got some further instructions for you with regard to some of what you just heard. So I gave y'all an instruction that if this witness provided testimony that was inconsistent with a guilty plea admission, that you could accept that guilty plea admission as substantive evidence against any of these defendants. But then what we heard was that this witness pled guilty in 2017 to that being a part of that 2015 drive-by shooting. But and we heard kind of a factual basis that the prosecutor in that guilty plea had read before the court, or somebody had read before the court, as a part of what Ms. Love was asking questions about, and she was, kind of reading it from a transcript. All right, here's the thing, is that guilty plea, as I think you heard this witness say, he entered that because he believed it to be in his best interest to do that. And this gets into a whole lot of kind of legal terminology and legal concepts, but there are a couple of different ways that somebody can say, yes, I'm pleading guilty to a crime. And one of them is called an Alford plea. It's just named after a case called Alford. But they're essentially saying, I am going to plead and accept that I'm guilty of this crime, but I am not saying that the facts that the state's putting forward are true. I am just saying, I think it's in my best interest to go ahead and resolve it that way. So everything that you heard and that is totally legitimate to do that. And let me also say that Mr. Wright, who was representing this witness at the time, he let the court at that time in 2017 know, hey, this is an Alford plea. He's doing this because it's in his best interest, he believes, to do this. And Mr. Sledge was under no obligation after his attorney said that to, even if he got an opportunity to say anything else, to say, yeah, what my lawyer said, to add anything whatsoever to that. So I think there was a question about that, and he didn't, he didn't say anything else. He had no obligation to, he had no requirement to, he had no responsibility to, okay? So basically what I told you about, you can take those facts and those admissions and consider it against him or anybody else in this trial. When it's an Alford plea, you cannot. So none of that I said was actually true about what you just heard about those 2017 guilty plea to the 2015 drive-by shooting. Okay. So let me think what else. Oh, and you also need to completely disregard that anybody other than this witness right here, Mr. Sledge, might have pled to anything that had to do with that drive-by shooting. All right. So just entirely erase that from your minds. And I also, at this point, am going to admonish and rebuke you, Miss Love, to pay careful attention to how you ask questions and to what you put before the jury. You should not have put that factual rendition before the jury as anything that this witness admitted to at the time of the 2027 guilty plea. And I'm going to instruct you to refrain from asking improper questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Anything?
I knew she was going to
in
say something. She had to say
addition,
something.
that anybody needs to put before the court right now with regard to those curative instructions? All right. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
I don't know about notes. That's a great question. I don't know what they're going to do about notes.
Mr. Sledge.
This is my second child. She got to get the last word. She got to.
Would you tell the jury? Just one moment.
Sure.
Just going around at the 3,000. Rome King is Love 3000. That's what it is. Love 3000. Thank you so much for liking this video and subscribing if you like this type of content. Shout out to y'all. It's Love 3000. It's Love 3000. No walk the plank. No walking of the plank. Sorry. Love 3K. I like that. I like the way that looks.
Whether you are familiar with a person by the name of Antonio Sumlin, who goes by the name Obama.
I know of him.
How do you know of him?
Just seeing him around.
Have you ever?
Do you love him?
Have you ever
We
hung
probably
out
been in the
with?
same. We probably been in the same vicinity, but I never hung with him. He never been in a car with me. He never nothing like that.
But do you love
What
him
about
though?
Martinez Arnold?
Yes, I know Martinez on.
How long have you known him?
I've been knowing Martinez on. Whoa, it's been a minute. I can't actually tell you how long, but it's been a minute.
Is he a person that you know who also answers to the name Duke?
Yes.
These are new people. I ain't heard these people before.
Is Martinez Arnold YSL?
He's an artist of YSL.
And what about Antonio Sumlin? Is he YSL?
I can't tell you yes or no to that answer.
Now, putting aside matters in 2017, as they relate to December 28th, 2022,
At any point, did you make an assertion while speaking with the state through your attorney that YSL is not a gang?
I don't think I made it in that plea agreement, but in 2015, okay, right.
In 2022, December 28th, 2022, at any point, did you assert that YSL is not a gang?
No,
At any point, did you assert that YSL members, that you are unaware of 3 or more YSL members who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL? At any point, did you make that assertion?
I don't remember.
Is there anything that would refresh your memory?
Yes, if you have anything that can refresh my memory.
What do you believe would refresh your memory?
I can't say whatever you have. If I can look at it or go over it, and then I can.
Would looking at 444Y refresh your memory?
Yes.
Your factual acknowledgments, okay? Approaching the witness with 444Y.
All right.
I don't know why she's asking the exact same questions, Brigida, but I think I figured out what the problem
You have
is.
a chance to review it.
Next break, I'm gonna tell you what the problem
Does
is.
it refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So at any point, did you assert that YSL is not made up of 3 or more members or associates who have committed crimes to increase the reputation of YSL?
I misunderstood that question because from our understanding, y'all say 3 or more people that commit a crime is a gang.
Why do you keep tying the state's understanding to your answers?
Because that's my understanding. You can't, that's my understanding. When I was arrested, that's what Gator and Dennis, not the state, I'm sorry, Detective Gator and Dennis provided us with, which they probably misled us.
And so when you say that's what they provided us with, what does whatever it is that you're speaking of have to do with your acknowledgement that YSL is made up of 3 or more people who've committed crimes for YSL? What does one thing have to do with the other?
I don't know, Ms. Love.
He said, look, I'm tired.
Is there any part of section 1 under your factual acknowledgments that you did not understand?
Yes, because I thought just 3 or more people that committed a crime, y'all would consider us a gang.
Again, let me ask
I
you
didn't
this
understand it
question.
then.
Is the word gang in section 1?
Yeah, but it said identify.
I'm sorry, what are you saying?
It said, when you identify, it's identify, when you identify gang members, you identify with colors and handshake. So that's why I took it as a gang.
So my question to you is not at this point about you taking something as a gang. It's specifically related to YSL being made up of 3 or more people who've committed crimes for YSL. Is that what you acknowledged in count 1?
Yes, I initiate, yes.
Okay. So how does what Gaither or Dennis may or may not have said to you, what does that have to do with whether or not you know about 3 or more people who've committed crimes for YSL?
I can't say.
You also said you've been a member of YSL since 2012. Your memory was refreshed.
Yes, because you know, as it went on, it started as a neighborhood gang, but as
Wait.
a
I'm sorry.
neighborhood gang,
What are you saying? Spell what you're saying.
GANG.
Okay. What started as a neighborhood gang?
YSL.
All right. What do you mean when you say gang in that sentence?
You ain't let me finish the first.
I promise you I will, just if you don't mind. Can you tell the jury what you mean when you say gang right there?
What it said, gang. 3 or more people.
Keep going.
It's a gang, you say.
No. I can't testify, so it has to be you and your
I
words.
just said 3 or more people is a gang.
So when you say that YSL started as a neighborhood gang, what is it that you mean? That it just has 3 or more people?
Yeah, because, well, I guess, from my understanding, I guess.
So tell the jury what you understand a gang to be, apart from Gaither, Dennis, or anyone from the state. What is Mr. Antonio Sledge's understanding of what a gang is?
Judge, I'm going to object. It calls for a legal conclusion by this witness.
No, sir, it doesn't. So I'm going to overrule that. She's asking about his lay understanding of it.
My understanding of the gang was 3 or more people hanging together. That's my understanding. I didn't think you had to be committing a crime to be a gang.
So continue explaining why you said it started out as a neighborhood gang.
Because that was my understanding of it.
Okay. And so then what happened?
Jeffery Williams started a company called YSL the label. So it departed from the gang.
Okay. So who all was a part of the neighborhood gang called YSL?
I can't name. In this courtroom, I don't see anybody, but you got a couple of us. I can say I was. I'm gonna say I was. I can't name the other people. I'm gonna stick with I was.
Who started YSL, the neighborhood gang?
I wasn't there when they started, so I don't know.
What is your understanding of who started it?
Mondo said he started. He ain't on this case.
Why do you mention that Mondo isn't on this case?
I'm just saying. You said who started YSL the gang?
Okay. So is Mondo, to your knowledge, also YSL, a YSL gang member?
I don't know. I never hung with Mondo. I don't really even know him.
So who did you hang with as part of YSL, the neighborhood gang?
Well, I guess you could say Stevens. I don't want to name the other people they did. I don't want to name the deceased, if that's okay with you.
Is Stevens the only living person that you know of who was a member of YSL, the neighborhood gang?
That I know personally?
That you know of who was a member of YSL, the neighborhood gang?
I can't think of right now off the top of my head.
Is every person that you hang with or consider a friend or a loved one a member of a gang?
Had they been a member of a gang?
Is everybody that you hang with a member of the gang YSL?
I wouldn't say that.
What makes some people a member of the gang YSL and some people not, in your mind?
Based on what you say, based on what you tell me. If you told me you were YSL the gang, then that's my understanding. If you tell me you were part of YSL the label, that's my understanding.
Okay.
That don't mean it have to be true. You just,
He
Is
should
it
have stuck
your
with the
testimony
label.
that the only requirement to be considered a gang in your mind is that 3 or more people hang out together?
No, because I thought to be in the game, you have to be whatever they call it, jumped in, beat in, whatever you want to call it.
So that's why I was asking you earlier. Tell the jury what Mr. Sledge's understanding of a gang is. Outside of anything you've heard from the state, tell the jury what your understanding of what a gang is.
I just told you, Ms. Lord.
All right. You said earlier, did you, that it just means that 3 people are hanging together?
I said that's part of three or more people hanging together. And some other way they said you have to be jumped in the gang. That's why I never consider YSL as a gang, because you don't have to get jumped in YSL to be YSL. A lot of people just say they YSL and run with it. And then I don't think for YSL, there's so many different people that probably claim gangs. You got Crips, you got Blood, you got GD, you even got what we call them civilians that say they YSL. So all that can't even go together as being a gang.
Okay. So given what can't go together as being a gang, just tell the jury what you think, what has to be present for a group to be considered a gang in your mind.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
I'm going to show you what the state has labeled and previously provided to the defense, but I will provide again as State's Exhibit 410 Yankee to State's Exhibit 442 Yankee. And I will provide to the defense another copy. They have it already? Okay. Would you take a look at the photographs that are labeled States 410 Yankee to 4. Let me actually enumerate. So 410, 411, 412, 413, 414, 415, 416, 417, 418, 419, 420, 421, 422, 423, 424, 426, 427, 428, 429, 430, 4 and tell me if you recognize those photographs.
Oh my gosh, for real? No, really?
And Your Honor, I did not yet say 425, so I'm not tendered 425.
What does that mean?
All right, say, well, it's 410Y through 424Y and then 426Y through 430Y.
Yes.
Okay, real quick, while they're in the middle of this, I know what the problem is with Adrian
I
Love.
can't see 427. It's blurry.
She reads all of her questions. They don't seem very natural. Seems like a script that she's reading, not something that she's internalized. And you hear it when she asks like tertiary questions that are off script. She doesn't sound as
So for now,
confused.
Your Honor, we won't consider 427 until I present that at a
That's my
different time.
thoughts. She still has other linguistic problems that I think lots of people that twist a lot of people's screws. But this one right here, she's literally reading off of a questionnaire or whatever. Like, don't you know these questions? Like, you can't ask this natively in your own tongue. Like, why do you need a piece of paper to read from? So I think that's her problem, in my opinion. That is interesting. Why do you have something that's not in evidence yet, but you have the 3 before and the 3 after, but this one right here is not evidence? What does that mean?
Have you had a chance to look at 410 through 424 and 426 and then 428 through 430?
Yes.
Yankee?
Yes.
Oh,
Do
that's
you
probably not
recognize
true.
those photographs?
You're probably right.
I see him now, so yeah.
Are you depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
Okay. Are they fair and accurate depictions of you at the time that the photographs were taken?
I'm in the photographs. I see that much.
Are they fair and accurate depictions of you at
Yes,
the time? Okay.
yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 410 Yankee, 411 Yankee, actually 410 through 424 Yankee, 426 Yankee, and 428 Yankee through 430 Yankee.
All right, is there another?
Got it.
Understood.
Are they admitted, Your Honor? Did the court say yes?
Yeah, they're
Okay,
admitted.
thank you. All right, so Mr. Sledge, I'm going to start out with 410 Yankee. And I'm going to display it on the screen right over your right shoulder.
I can see it right here.
Okay, and if we could just blow that up.
He could easily just say, hey, YSL was a group of people. We were a gang in the sense that we would just hang out together. And then we became a record label. He could have done that very easily.
Did you have a social media? Do you use social media? Mr.
Yeah.
Sledge?
Yes.
What platforms of social media do you use?
I don't have like an Instagram.
What is your Instagram name?
Self-snitching.
I think it's double OG Toon right now.
Right now.
Yeah.
What was it in 2015?
Right here it say triple OG Toon.
And does right there accurately reflect what your Instagram name was in 2015?
Yes.
All right. What types of things did you post on Instagram?
I post a lot on Instagram. Pictures of
You need to
me
post
and
Bible verses.
friends, probably sometime my kids.
And everyone
Mrs.
having different reasons for posting. What are some of the reasons you would post on Instagram?
It's a website. It's an entertainment site.
Okay. Did you sometimes post messages on Instagram?
Maybe.
Looking at 410 Yankee.
Man, come on.
All right. What message did you post on the picture in State's Exhibit 410 Yankee?
YSL, fuck the rest, love. Fuck the rest, love.
And what is next to the word love?
100, 2 green heart, 2 green snakes.
And how is it that you spell the word immediately to the right of YSL?
How did I spell it?
Yes, how did you spell it?
I talked to see y'all and put an X in it.
Why?
Because that's what I wanted to do.
Because I don't want to use
Why did you
profanity.
want to do that?
Why did I can't do it?
You can. I'm just asking why you wanted to do it.
There was no reason.
It was random.
Sound about right. This dude, he cooked.
Would you tell the jury who all is depicted in State's Exhibit 410 Yankee for the record?
I can't name all them people right now. I can only name the people I know.
Would you stand up, being careful, do not trip over the ledge?
Yeah, I got a bad leg.
There we go.
Trip. And point out the people to
You
the
picked up what
jury
I was
that you do
doing.
know,
Yeah.
and tell their names or what you call them.
I see me. I see Mr. Arnold. I see Mr. Kendra, Shannon.
Would you do me a favor? I'm going to give you this microphone
Man, come
so
on,
that you
love.
can point out. Speaking to it though.
Y'all have a laser pointer? I mean, a laser pointer would be a better idea than a stick, but either would be better than just.
Your point. I'm not saying I don't know these people. That's okay. Me, Arnold, Stevenson. I think, yeah, that's Roscoe. Garnington.
Let's go with where the pointer is. Can you see that white pointer?
That's Garnington.
Okay. Go ahead.
I think that's Pee Wee.
Who is Pee Wee? Do you know his real name? Is it
I don't-
Jimmy Winfrey?
I think that what it is. I don't actually remember. I think that what it is though.
Go ahead.
This is sad.
Stevenson.
All right.
Me.
All right.
I think that's Jeffrey.
Uh-huh.
Shannon.
Okay.
Mr. Kendrick.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Arnold.
Okay.
I can't see who that is.
All right.
I don't know.
What's the purpose of them? Okay, we know that they
I don't know. You
associate.
can't even see his face.
Can you tell who the person is in the white hoodie to the far left of the screen?
I don't really know him.
What about the one to the far right of the screen?
I don't really know him either.
Okay. Now, thank you. You can have a seat. Thank you so much.
This doesn't. What did she prove
Is
though?
the date and time reflected on that post April 28th, 2015 at 11:50 8 a.m.
I don't see the time, but I see the, oh, yes. Yes, that's the time of the day.
All right. Now, do you have any reason why you posted this particular picture with that particular caption on April 28th, 2015?
I don't have any reason.
Because the sky is blue.
The person who's over YSL, the label, right there in the picture.
All right.
He have a YSL shirt on.
The person that's over YSL, the label, has a YSL shirt on?
No, I said that Mr. Jeffery, who owns, well, who's over YSL, the label, is right there in the picture.
He should have just stuck
Is
with
it
that.
your testimony, or you said earlier rather, that Mondo said he started YSL, the gang?
I never said the label. I said the gang. That's what he said. I didn't say he started.
I said that you said Mondo said.
I heard Mondo say he started YSL the gang. So
From your understanding, is there anyone other than Mondo who started YSL, the gang?
what I don't want to say because it's hearsay.
I just want to know your understanding of the gang you were a member of in 2012.
Hearsay, I could say Stevenson, they said.
So when you, how did you become a member of YSL?
I just started saying I was YSL. Like I told you, anybody can say that.
Okay. Do you know a young man named Walter Murphy who answers to the name DK?
Yeah, I know Walter Murphy.
Is he YSL?
I heard him say it before, so I guess.
Tell the jury who all in this picture that you posted on April the 28th, 2015 are members of YSL.
Do you want me to tell you the people who the label YSL, or you want to tell the people that would probably say they was YSL the gang?
YSL in any capacity, tell the jury
Okay, the
what
label.
people you were referring to when you said
You got
YSL, FUXK, the rest, love.
all right. You got Jeffery Williams, he had a YSL the label. You got Mr. Honor, he's an artist. You got Mr. Kendrick, he's an artist. You got Mr. Stillwell, was trying to become an artist of YSL. And
YSL in any way, label, gang. Who in this photograph would you consider YSL?
you could first do this though, because you had certain people initiated YSL one way, and you had other people initiated another way. So I can actually say, since they not part of the label, and they probably will consider themselves, well, I don't know where Roscoe really was, but he considered himself as the label. So I say me, probably at the time, I worked it for the label, but I could say, I guess Stevenson, Gunnington, they never worked for the label. So, and I told you the other ones, I don't know.
What is the one way that some initiated themselves and the other way that others initiated themselves?
Could you repeat that?
Yes. What is one way that some initiated themselves and the other way that others initiated themselves?
I can't say because everybody just throwing up YSL.
Why did you just tell the jury some initiated themselves one way and others initiated themselves
I
another way?
understand everything you say, Ms. Lord. Some of them just throwing up YSL, saying they YSL, and the rest of them work for YSL.
What did you mean when you used the word initiated?
Initiated?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I don't even really. I just was saying something.
What do you were
I don't
just
even-
saying stuff?
Yes.
Why did you just say that particular word?
I don't know.
Why is your index finger
Wiping my
under your nose?
That's the way I decided to take the picture that day.
Okay. And why did
Me?
you said wiping the nose?
Right.
What does that mean?
Wiping nose. There's no other way you could put that.
Is that a symbol or a hand sign that YSL members frequently use?
I guess.
Okay. Those 2 green hearts, why did you choose to post green hearts next to the 100s after you said YSL, FUXK, the rest love?
I guess because I wanted to use the green hearts on the snakes on this post at that time.
Are green hearts emojis that YSL members typically use to represent themselves?
I don't
or
think
to show love for YSL?
to show love, but I don't think YSL the only people that use the green emojis.
That's fair. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, are those hearts, specifically green hearts, emojis that YSL members frequently use to either show love or to identify themselves?
To show love.
Okay. Do you know why the hearts are green that YSL members typically use?
No.
Is green a color that is associated with YSL?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Yes.
How long has it been associated with YSL? Since you were a member in 2012?
I don't know. I don't think, because I don't even think the green emoji was on the phone in 2012.
What about the 2 emojis next to the green hearts? What are they?
They snakes look like.
Okay. You posted it, right?
Right.
So what did you post?
I'm telling you, they look like green snakes right there.
They look like
Why
green
did
snakes.
you post 2 green snakes next to the 2 green hearts after YSL, FUXK, the rest love?
Because they wanted to.
I like the emojis, Ms. Love.
Are green snakes emojis that YSL members typically use when communicating with one another and making postings about themselves?
I wouldn't say, because I seen LeBron James use the green snake emoji, Kobe Bryant. I don't seen a lot of people use the
Like
green
Mamba.
emoji.
Understood. I am talking about YSL members.
I guess.
Okay. How many people on your post that is depicted in 410 Yankee actually have record deals or had record deals in 2015?
I couldn't answer that question for you because I don't know if they had a deal, but I know they was rapping. I don't know the whole aspect of the legal business, but I know they was artists, they features on songs and things like that.
And do you know whether any of these persons that are depicted in 410 Yankee have actually been signed with a music label called YSL?
I never seen the paperwork, but
Just say
they
all
said
of
it
them.
was.
They can't prove it.
How many?
All of them. Everybody. This is a silly question.
Jeffery Williams, Kendrick, and Mr. Arnold.
Were you
Yeah,
at a
what more?
club in this photograph depicted in 410 Yankee?
Yes, they were at a
I
club.
don't. It looked like a club, it looked like a strip club.
Okay.
If I want to say, if I'm not mistaken, I think we were celebrating Mama Duck's birthday that day. If I'm not mistaken,
Who is Mama Duck?
that's Jeffery Williams' mother.
Okay. And Mama Duck, that's the name you call her.
Yes,
And do you love Mama Duck?
Do you
with
love
all my
her?
heart.
Okay.
Do you
Is
love
Mama
her?
Duck here today?
I can't see you in the way. Yeah, she right in front of me now.
All right. Was the photograph depicted in State's Exhibit 410 Yankee posted before or after Demekion Garlington got jumped in the club?
Could you pull the date back up? Because I'm not for sure.
Yes. Are you able to see it?
No, I can't see it right here.
Can you make it broader?
428. It looked like a day. Well, this picture actually was posted the next day. It wasn't even posted the night. It probably wasn't even posted. It probably was took before, and then I just posted it on the 28th.
Okay.
April.
And do you recall whether you posted it before or after Demekion got jumped?
Is there a day before if he got jumped the 29th of April, you say? I don't even recall what day it was that he got jumped.
Do you recall whether it was posted before or after you, Garlington, and Zachary did the drive-by?
I don't remember exactly the day the drive-by had. If you have anything to refresh my memory, I can go for that.
All right. Would looking at 444 Yankee refresh your memory?
Yes.
All right. Showing the witness approaching with 444 Yankee.
That's the key there. Why you bring the? They don't have the date on there, do it.
Does looking at page 3 of 7 for counsel's sake,
That can't be right.
what can't be right?
The date can't be right on the day.
Why do they need to confirm
April
the date
28,
though?
2015
Because there's
cannot
no
be
way,
right.
there's no way we could be in two different places at one time. Well, that's the day I posted it. That's why I said it probably was the same night.
Okay.
That probably just the day. And that was that morning
Okay.
that I posted.
All right.
You trying to confuse me.
I promise you I'm not.
I promise you will.
All right.
All right, you gonna
are
be
you
in
able to see more
Rico,
clearly
black
the
girl,
time
black
stamp?
gold.
Yeah, I posted that at 11 a.m.
Okay.
And the crazy part about the date's gotta be wrong, Ms. Lord.
Why do you say that?
Because the shooting was, I want to say 2, 3 in the morning, so that would have been the next day,
Okay.
not the same day. It wouldn't have been the 28th. It probably would have been the 29th.
Okay.
So that's why you trying to confuse me.
Okay.
So you wrong.
Okay.
Oops.
You realize I can't give testimony.
You're right.
Okay.
Danger.
So moving on to State's Exhibit 411Y.
She did it on purpose.
You gonna
I
keep
agree.
showing me the picture with this green snake on it?
What are these your postings?
Yeah, but you just said something about the green snake just a minute ago. Why we gotta keep going about the green snake?
Man, y'all gotta
I
get
know
with
the
the snake,
jury
man.
understand by now. You saying that
Okay.
the green snake is what we go by.
Who is we?
I'm saying that's what you said. You said
Oh, I
me.
can't give evidence,
You
don't
said
you?
me, Garlington. You said that I posted the green snake on the post with us in it. So that what YSL supposed to go by the green snake, right?
You do understand that I can't testify.
I'm saying, but
He asking her questions.
Let's quit this
to
and
me,
ask the next question.
I feel like
Showing you State's
I
exhibit,
just feel like it's points.
showing you State's exhibit 411 Yankee with the date clearly depicted.
I can't see the date.
Would you read for the jury the time and date depicted on that posting?
2 p.m. 4/24/2015.
And what is the caption that you put on this post?
I love my snakes
10 years.
and they love me.
Who is it that you consider your snakes?
Anybody I be with at that time?
Who is depicted in this collage of photographs in 411 Yankee?
They all different photos. I couldn't see that one right there, but I want to say me.
Let's start at the bottom left, and I'm going to point the arrow over different people starting at the bottom left.
That's me.
Okay. Who is the person that the icon is over now?
That look like Shannon.
And to his immediate left, who is that?
Oh, I can't
The
see
next one.
that photo. You ain't on. That's Demiki and Garlington.
Who is Shannon in the picture with?
Me.
Okay. And who is Demikion Garlington in the picture with?
Me.
And up above Demikion and you, who is depicted in that
I
photograph?
can't see his face.
Can you
It's
zoom in a little
blurry.
bit?
No, it's blurry.
So at this point, you don't remember who's in that
I
photograph?
can't see his face really. It's blurry.
Are you able to see who is in the photograph to the left of that picture? If we blow it up some.
I don't see no face. I'm just looking at clothing from the last video. And then I can identify like that. But I can't see their face.
When you say clothing from the last video, was either of these pictures taken at the same time that the picture was taken in 410 Yankee?
No, all these pictures was taken at different times.
Okay.
I put them on a collage together.
Are the green snakes, when you say, I love my snakes and they green heart me, are you referring to your fellow YSL members with the green snakes?
I guess, Miss Love.
Why do you guess? Do you not know?
Yes, Miss Love.
Showing you State's exhibit 412 Yankee with the date depicted, if we could zoom in on it. Let's start out with the time and date that 412 Yankee was posted. Would you read that into the record, please?
I can't see the time, but it's I got my little brother with me, love them niggas to death. 100, 2 green snakes.
Can you see the time now?
No, you gotta go up. Up.
Wait, it's at the bottom.
All right.
1:12 p.m. 4/20/2015.
Okay.
Dude, that
And
was
what little
almost 10
brothers
years
is
ago.
it that you have with you?
I think that's Shannon and is that Shannon?
He got
I
the
think
job
that-
overall.
I think that's not Shannon. I think that's I can't see the face. I know that's Zachary.
Now, you also have 2 green hearts, snakes. Are those 2 green snakes at the end of that?
Yes.
And are these people in this photograph with you also considered your snakes?
Yes.
Or- All right. Showing you State's exhibit 413 Yankee. As we zoom in on the date and the time with each one,
Did we already see this picture?
Would you read into the record what
He
the
is
date
tired.
and the time are for State's Exhibit?
Me and the YSL family, 2 green heart, 2 green snake, 100.
Okay. And what date and time?
Time
Did you post this?
4:53 p.m. 4/18/2015.
All right.
So you could actually see they all different dates, but the same picture. So I don't know what date they was taken.
Okay. I'm asking about the date that they were posted.
Posted. Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 416 Yankee. Blowing up 416 Yankee to show the date and the time. Let's start at the very bottom with the time and the date of this post. Would you read into the record the time and date of this particular post?
It's a bitch on blood, 100, 100.
Thank you. You got ahead of me. I need you to read the time and date that you made this post on your Instagram account.
10/23/2017,
10:23 p.m. on March 27, 2015.
Yes.
All right. Now, what are you doing with your hand?
I can't see it.
Let's
Not on here.
go down and blow it up.
I see I'm shooting a bird and I'm throwing up it looked like a 3.
Okay, your left hand, you're shooting a bird. Are you not showing YSL with your right hand?
That's not why I said.
Okay. When you say,
I said it look like I'm throwing up a 3. We throw up 3 for zone 3.
how do you spell, you said that says bitch on blood. How do you spell bitch in 416 Yankee?
I took the S out the C. I replaced the C with an X.
Why?
It's just something we do.
Who is we?
People in general, I seen on the internet do it. I can't say Pacific, I've seen a lot of people do it.
Have you seen members of YSL do it besides yourself?
No.
Okay. What do you mean when you say your blood in 416 Yankee?
I said I'm blood. I know.
What do you mean when you say you are blood?
I affiliated with the blood gang.
All right. Did you also affiliate with the blood gang in 2012?
No.
When did you begin affiliating with the blood gang?
Probably like, I want to say 13, 14.
How did you become affiliated with the blood gang?
Because I know a couple of people that was blood. I never joined, but I knew blood.
What about the Bloods make you consider them a gang using your definition?
I heard around the blood with blood gang, so.
Going to
does that
State's
mean?
Exhibit
Doesn't make any
417
sense.
Yankee. What date did you make the post depicted in 417 Yankee?
3/23/2015.
Who, showing the photograph, the pictures, tell the jury who is depicted in 417 Yankee.
Me, Shannon, and Stevenson. But I should have been saying on that post, me and my blood brothers. Because I look at them like my blood brothers, my little brothers.
Going from left, no, stay on the picture. Going from left to right, the person on Shannon's right, who is that person on the far right with the black and white?
That's me.
What are you doing with your hands?
I'm throwing up 2 guns.
What does that mean?
I don't really know. I used to carry 2 guns every day before you guys made me a convicted felon. I couldn't tote guns anymore.
Why are you holding up that particular hand sign to depict two guns?
Then I just said in the last thing that I was probably affiliated with the Bloods.
And so what does the two guns have to do with the Bloods?
I don't know. I seen a couple of Bloods just throw it up. I don't know. Sometimes they say Pistol Pete or something like that.
And who is Pistol Pete?
I don't know. I don't know who Pistol Pete is. I never met him.
Well, why'd you bring his name up?
Right.
Because that's what the two guns sometimes mean. I'm saying I don't know who he is, though. I don't know him personally. I don't know him. I never met him.
Have you heard of him?
I said I heard of him, but I don't know him.
What have you heard that he represents since you're throwing up the sign?
I heard he represents the Blood Gang.
What's the Blood Gang?
I'm not. I think SMM is say.
What does SMM stand for?
I think Set Money Murder.
Okay. And
Sex, money, murder.
And the person to your immediate left with the red or dark red hood hat.
He throwing up the 3.
Who is that? Is that Shannon?
Yes.
The same Shannon in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And the person to Shannon's left with the red sweatshirt on, who is
That's
that?
Steve's is shooting 2 birds.
Okay. Now let's get to what you made a post about. What do you say in your post?
We are. I already said that.
Would you read it out loud? I'm sorry.
Me and my brothers don't play. Nah,
Wait.
for real.
I'm sorry. Do you see
Me and my Bloods don't play. Nah, for real. 100 with the 2 green snakes.
And do you have an emoji or
I just said
for the word with the word that starts the word Bloods?
A B.
Okay. And is it a red square with the white B in the middle? For the record.
Right, a B. A red square B, right.
What do you mean you and your Bloods don't play? No, for real, for real. 100 green snakes.
It was just a post to make.
Why did you make that particular post?
No reason at all.
Who in this photograph were you talking about or referring to as your Bloods who don't play?
Me and my Blood brothers don't play.
Are you related to Shannon or to
No,
Mr. Stevens?
No, I'm not related to them. I just look at them like they is my little blood brothers.
And when you say blood brothers, what is it that you mean today?
My blood brothers. Not no gang blood brothers. My blood brothers.
And the 2 snakes.
Is
that meant to represent
we
YSL?
street talk like that, Ms. Law.
You street talk like what?
Like just call each other our blood brothers. We don't have to, you don't have to be from the same mother. That's just the way we, as street language, like slang talk.
Now, all of the people that you previously told the jury that you know of who are members of YSL, did you meet all of them in the Cleveland Avenue area?
In this picture? Are you saying all the ones that I identified that I know?
Yes, all of the ones that you've identified as YSL today that you know. Did you meet all of them in the Cleveland Avenue area?
No.
Where else did you meet some of the people?
I don't recall, but I didn't meet all of them in the Cleveland Avenue area.
Did you meet Shannon in the Cleveland Avenue area?
No.
Okay. Did you meet Yak in the Cleveland Avenue area?
No.
What about Jeffery Williams?
Yes, I met Jeffery Williams in the Cleveland Avenue area.
And did you meet Quindarius Zachary in the Cleveland Avenue area?
No, I met Quindarius Zachary in Calhoun when he was a child.
Okay. Demekion Garlington.
Calhoun.
How often did you hang out in the Cleveland Avenue area between 2009 and 2022?
I can't basically say. Cause I used to be a little everywhere, so I can't say that I'll be here, I'll be there. I done been a lot of places in Atlanta hanging.
Are you the only member of YSL that you have seen replace a letter C with an X?
I don't know, Miss.
I'm not sure that it has.
Yes.
I don't think so.
Okay, Mr. Sledge is saying it is. And so was the answer, yes, you're the only one?
Yes, I say I haven't seen anyone else use that emoji.
Going to State's Exhibit 415, and we're talking specifically replacing C's with X. Is this picture depicted in 415 Yankee one that you posted on your Instagram account?
Now I see it, but I never paid attention to it, Miss Love.
Okay, so that I
And
recognize.
that don't, it say 30 deep.
Right, and they got red
I'm
hearts in
talking
there.
about replacing C's with X's. Do you,
Yeah.
when you said now I see it, what were you referring to?
I see that he got, I don't know the word, but he got the,
Can you zoom in, please?
you can't see around, I just see the ITXH.
Is there a BI in front of that? Is there a B in front of that?
Yeah, that look like a B, yes. That look like a B.
And you've never seen, you didn't notice that before?
No.
Okay. Moving on to State's Exhibit 418 Yankee. Let's blow up the time and date first. Can you read into the record the time and date that you posted, that picture depicted in 418 Yankee?
You said the date first, time and date?
Time and date, yes, sir.
Self-snitching, boy.
9:43
Self-snitching.
PM,
What date?
3/22/2015.
And what is the posting?
In Houston with my slime.
Okay. Now,
With my snakes, I mean, I'm sorry.
just to be accurate, would you say exactly what you wrote in the posting?
Snakes.
The whole
I
thing.
was
Man.
saying we in Houston with snakes. I don't even understand. I don't even know what I would write.
Did you write we in Houston with this shit?
With the shit, snakes.
Okay. And what did you mean when you wrote that post?
We in Houston.
With what shit?
Just with the shit. Kicking our shit.
And what did that consist of?
We chilling.
Okay. Who all is in that
Chilling.
picture?
I can't see.
Can you blow it up?
Oh my
No,
goodness. Oh my gosh, there's a whole bunch of them.
Well, I can't tell.
Do you remember when that picture
I
was
see Young
taken?
Thug.
No, I don't really actually know.
Do you remember being in Houston on that date?
I don't remember exactly what day we was in Houston.
Right.
Do you recognize anybody in that picture?
Yeah.
Jeffrey.
I see me. I
Where
see
you?
Jeffrey, Shannon, Stevenson. Is that OG Bentley and Gunnington? And I think that's Dora.
Is OG Bentley also named Kelvin Treadwell?
I don't know his real name.
The person directly in the center on the top row that the icon is over now, who is that?
I don't know him.
Do you know a person by the name of Demise McMullen, who is also known as Nard?
I don't actually know him.
Do you know of him?
I don't heard his name, but I don't actually know him.
Have you ever hung out with him?
I don't recall.
Do you recognize that person as the person you know of as Nard or Demise McMullen?
I just told you I don't heard of him, but I don't know his I don't know his real name, whatever you just said.
Is that person the person that you know of as Nard? That you're standing next to in the picture?
Yes.
Okay. So the one that we just were looking at, that is the Nard you know?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to show you 420 Yankee, starting with the date, and ask you to read first the time and date of the posting depicted in 420 Yankee.
We still screaming, fuck the Crime Stoppers.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
We still screaming, fuck the Crime Stoppers. See, as I use the C right now, then it's the C out.
What do you have next to that caption?
What is that, a captain with the police with two guns?
Where are the two guns pointed?
It's gonna be pointed towards the police head anyway, because that's just how the emoji gonna
Why
come
didn't you
out.
put the police emoji on the other side of the two guns? So it ain't pointed at the police head.
I don't know, Ms. Love, just posting.
Okay.
There's no specific reason for that.
That green cactus, is that a cactus? What is that?
Yeah, I don't even know what it means. That's what I'm telling you.
Oh,
It's a cactus. It's a tree.
Okay. And what date and time was that posted?
I can't see. Oh, 9:53 p.m. 2/28/2015.
And who is in that posting?
And
Show the
Zachary.
pictures.
Me and Zachary. And he's shooting a bird. I'm shooting a bird.
Lots of birds getting shot up in here.
What did you
It's
call
a tree.
Zachary, as you said?
What you mean, Lil D?
All right. Was he signed as an artist under YSL?
Not from my understanding.
Now, how did he get into YSL? Everybody can be an artist. He's trying to be an artist. This is wild. This is wild.
Why did you tag? Did you tag somebody in that picture?
I tagged D. That was his name. YSL D.
YSL Lil D.
It didn't say, yeah, YSL Lil D.
Lil D.
And do you know why his tag is YSL Lil D when he wasn't under the label?
I don't know. I went back to this. Anybody in the world could say they was YSL. I've been answered that question. Anybody in the world. You can come out tomorrow and say, oh, I'm YSL. You YSL.
Why did you say we still screaming F the Crime Stoppers?
Hey.
Why you want to F the Crime Stoppers?
That's me. That's what I say.
Why do you
I
want to F
still
them?
have said today. I don't, it's a post.
What do you have against Crime Stoppers?
I don't have nothing against Crime Stoppers.
Then why you
I
wanna-
think they full of BS.
How so?
Because they just is. The police BS to me.
Showing you states 421 Yankee. Blowing up the date and time. Let's start at the very bottom. What date and time did you make that post?
It say 5:00 p.m. 2/26/2015.
All right. And what is the post that you made? Could you read it
That's
exactly
a
as it's
song.
written?
It's a song. I never switch up on my brew. I'm not a dub.
And do you use a red square with the white B in the middle for brew?
It just look better than using the regular B.
Why didn't you use a C?
Because it's his brew.
I initiated it.
You what?
I initiated the C. I swapped the C out for the B. The B looked better.
Mm.
Is there an emoji with the C in it?
She
Do
got
they
your
have
work,
an
Carolyn.
emoji
Come
with a
on.
C? I don't know.
What is a dub? D-U-B-B.
I don't know. That's just I don't know. I don't actually know.
Who
I have no knowledge what a dog really are.
What did you mean when you posted it?
I just posted it. It was for a social media post. That's all.
Whose song is it?
I think Jeffrey have a song like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Who did you tag in this post?
I tagged Little D and Thugger Thugger, who was in the picture with me.
And is Thugger Thugger defendant Jeffery Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Could you scroll down? Yeah. All right. And are those people the ones that you say are your brew?
That's what the post say, yes. That's what I said, Ms. Lowe.
And do you have any reason to be saying when you say switch up, what do you take switch up to mean? What did you intend that it convey when you
I will
made that
never
post?
stop. I will never stop loving my brothers.
Thank you.
Oh, he said he loves them.
Showing you states 422 Yankee. Starting with the time and date at the very bottom, if you could scroll it up and blow up the time and date. Mr. Sledge, would you please read the time and date at the very bottom first?
The time and the date, 1:46 p.m., 3/20/2015.
And what is the posting that you made underneath the
I
photograph?
said, this my family. I love them to death. Real YSL shit. At Dolly Yak. 30 DSB with the shit and at Thugger Thugger.
Now, who is at 30 Deep D?
That's the Mickey and Gunnison.
And who is SB with the shit?
Shannon Stillwell.
And when you said real YSL, do you place any emojis to the right of the word YSL?
3 green snakes.
Is Demikion Garlington signed as an artist under YSL?
No,
Is Dolly White signed as an artist under YSL?
I'm not for sure.
Okay.
But I'm for sure she'll rep her brother label. So
To be clear, at Dolly White, is that defendant Williams' sister?
yes.
He's so over this. Bless his heart.
Showing you states 423 Yankee.
Objection, Your Honor.
Wait a minute, don't show it.
Under 403, waste of time, cumulative.
Yes.
Are we gonna do anything else with the rest of these photos?
These are the ones that we went over previously that we
I
said.
know, but
Right, but come on. I'm with him.
is this essentially the same type posts? Do we have any new people in them? Any new?
Each one of them, Your Honor, is on a different day and they have different captions, and the captions we believe are important.
All right, yeah, go ahead. And I know you hadn't been having everybody identify all the people, so as long as you just keep moving through, go ahead.
Wow.
Over with.
423 Yankee, starting with the date and time at the very bottom. Would you please read the date and time you made that post? Blow up the date and time.
We told you YSL.
No, the date and time.
The date and time is 3:28 p.m., 1/5/2015.
And what is the post that you made?
We told you YSL would never fall.
And what do you have to the right of those words?
2 green snakes.
And two, what are those exclamation points on the either
Yeah,
side?
on each side.
Okay. Would you please explain to the jury what you meant when you said YSL will never fold?
Because we knew Jeffery Williams was gonna make it as a great artist.
Okay.
Mm.
And when you said we told you YSL will never fold, who is the we that you're talking about?
Shit, scare me, y'all. Us as a family.
And who all is depicted in
I can't.
423 after we bring it down? Who all is it that you're referring to as YSL who will never fold?
That's Zachary, me, Kendrick, and Anna. I don't refer to say the deceased.
You what?
I refer not to say the deceased, the other person he deceased in this picture.
Oh.
Was he an artist that was signed under YSL?
I'm not for sure.
Okay. Would you explain to the jury what the dugout is?
The dugout was a gambling spot.
Is
They
it?
sold food. It was just a little hangout spot.
Did YSL members hang out at the dugout frequently?
Not just why I said
Dugout.
people hung out. Though. It was a variety of people, but you only gonna take pictures with people you know. It was
So
old men, everything hung out there. They probably old enough to be my daddy.
where is the dugout located?
I don't know exactly the street. Is that McDonald Boulevard, if I'm not mistaken?
Is it in Lakewood? Is it in?
It's not actually in,
area?
it's the Lakewood. You can say Lakewood or Summerhill.
Okay.
Whichever one it's in between.
And showing you State's Exhibit 426 Yankee. Would you tell the jury who is depicted in State's 426 Yankee?
My deceased brother.
Okay.
Oh, who's that?
Skip past 426 because that wasn't admitted. And Your Honor, my apologies. I believe that was one that we didn't tender.
Somebody called it.
We did?
Which one?
426 Yankee.
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
It's 425. Okay. 425 wasn't tendered. Somebody
And
said
when
she was
you
gonna do
said
it.
your deceased brother, who is it that is depicted in 426
I
Yankee?
just told you I don't even like to say the deceased name in the courtroom.
Okay, I understand. I need you just for the record to say it one time and
Matt
move on.
Miller.
Who?
And that's his last name, Matt Miller.
Is the first name Christian?
Christian Matt Miller.
Was he YSL?
She helped me to give him problems.
Yes.
Was he signed as an artist to the label?
No.
Was he murdered?
Why you had to go there, Miss Love? We just said, yes, he was murdered.
How long ago?
I don't forgot actually the time that he was murdered. Y'all, I could take a break.
We're almost finished. We got,
Okay.
what, 3 more photos or so, and then we'll be done for the day.
Yes. Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit 428 Yankee. Would you tell the jury who it is that is?
Man, these pictures are so
First of all, is this
whack.
a post that you made?
I don't know. It say money too, so I don't know.
Was that you?
I never noticed me having an Instagram now.
Okay.
So I can't.
Are you known by any names other than Antonio Sledge?
I know about a couple of names.
Are you called Took?
I'm not the only two.
Are you called Mook Took?
Yes, you know that.
And what is it
He is hilarious,
that
man.
is stated underneath the photograph of you and Mr. Zachary?
I can't identify. It's not shown.
Can you scroll up and make it bigger?
She probably just can pull it up. Yeah.
All right.
Free little D like right now.
All right. And what's the last word?
Fuck. I
And
can't
how
see the
is
rest.
it?
Fuck 12.
Who is 12?
The police.
All right.
Yeah,
That's who locked
12?
you up, though.
And that's an
How close is
emoji of
12?
a police car and a policeman.
Right.
Right. Showing you States 429. Showing you States 429. What are you doing with your left hand?
I'm wiping my nose.
What do you mean for that to convey?
What do I mean for that?
Yes, what do you mean for that to convey?
Allergy season.
I just wipe my nose on certain pictures.
That is hilarious. That's so lame.
Your Honor, at this time, I believe is a good stopping point. If the court's okay.
You've gotten through all of the photos
The ones that I'm going to
that
publish.
that have been admitted this
Ye-
afternoon? Okay.
Yes, I haven't published all of them, but those are the
All
ones
right.
that I was gonna publish.
Okay. We're gonna break for the day. Mr. Sledge, we're gonna need you back here at 9 a.m. in the morning.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And we'll see all of y'all back at 9 a.m. as well. Same instructions as always. Y'all have a pleasant evening.
Okay. So he's got the jury comes back at 9. Sledge comes back at 9. She gonna tell them to come back at 7:30. Watch. She gonna be like, look, y'all gonna spend the night here. Hey, where did Weinstein go? Oh, never mind, there he is. All right, so this has been pretty wild. Let's go. Let's see what she says about their day.
Okay, is there anything anybody needs to put on the record before we all break for the evening? From the state, okay? Thank you.
Oh, everybody's standing up. Oh my gosh.
Overstep my bounds here, but I would like to inquire how long the state is anticipating.
Well, see how I knew that was not going to be 3 hours. It was going to be all day and we're not finished yet. How much longer do you anticipate?
Judge, it may go into lunch tomorrow. It may, hold on just a second.
Okay. You know, I guess if you assume you have a cooperative witness and then you don't really have a cooperative witness, it takes a lot longer.
I don't know, man. Their questions are
Or it
stupid,
could
though.
just be that lawyers are really bad at estimating time.
It's not funny. You've said that before. It's not funny.
My team is admonishing me that it might be longer than lunch.
See?
So
Okay.
probably most of tomorrow.
Most of tomorrow is now the estimate.
And Your Honor, they have 100 more witnesses?
Well, no, they've got like 99 more now. I don't know. But
Oh,
yeah,
stop
we
playing.
can get
Can
to.
I renew my motion to put
I
the state
mean-
on a clock, Your Honor?
We
Yes.
cannot put the state on a clock.
Why
What
not?
we can do is make sure that there is not cumulative evidence. She didn't do all of them, so we're thank you, Ms. Love. I
She's
appreciate
hell-bent to
that.
give them
We
an
all
excuse.
appreciate that.
All right, Your Honor.
It's under consideration and,
Whatever.
I mean, y'all make the cumulative objection and I'll take it up at the time, okay? All right. And I do think that when we get to our next non-jury days, I did want us to know that we have all of the, rest of everybody's evidence. After we get through that, I think we want to take a look at what's everybody going to be testifying to and see if there are some people that might be cumulative or might be something, a witness or so that the state feels like maybe they don't actually need, even though it would be nice. So.
Like we do have like record custodians that if defense is willing to stipulate to the records, we can eliminate those witnesses. Those are ones that are at the top of my mind, and there are quite a few of them. We have 7.
So there's an idea for y'all to consider. Maybe there's more possibilities besides those 7 records custodians. I feel
Wow.
confident.
Let's see what we got here.
But yeah, that
I'm
is
sorry, I
definitely
didn't
something
realize
that
y'all
we
weren't
need
seeing
to
this.
further consider. All right, anything else?
This
All
is
right.
crazy. Yeah, I'm with Doug, though, for sure.
Yes.
Are there any issues with jurors that we need to be made aware of, Your Honor?
Oh, good question.
No, not that I know of. Are there some that you know of?
I'm not sure. Let me look into it and I'll get back to you in the morning. Your Honor.
Okay.
Doug.
Does everybody want to come to the bench for a minute?
No, we want to go home.
Well, not everybody, but somebody. Okay.
I'm with you, Draco Dollars. Bruh, you could have said they carried the luggage. Everybody had a job on YSL, aka YSL. There you go. That'd have been it. I
Let me
agree.
talk to the co-defendants counsel, and if there's something I need to raise, I'll bring it up in the morning, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, I mean, if y'all know of a potential issue with the juror,
I'm not
then
going to
the
go up to the court with just a rumor at
court
this
might
point.
need to know that too, but okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Right. Judge just wants somebody to come talk to
We
her
don't know.
and be her
I mean,
friend.
he's going to look into it further. Yes, because I'm sure that rumors run rampant. So, okay. We'll all see each other at 8:45.
8:45. 8:45. Live and 5. All right. I'm gonna leave that up for a few minutes. Shout out to everybody who hung out with us today. The judge is lonely. All right. So there was some tough love today. I want to, hey, shout out to Judge Whitaker. There was some tough love, but boy, there was a lot of wasted time. There was a lot of wasted time. I'm sorry, Mr. Sledge, that should have been 3 hours. Instead of worrying some of the stuff that she asked. I saw the warm-up questions, but a lot of that stuff was just, yeah. Some of that stuff was totally without purpose, in my opinion. All right, so all right. Let's see. No, looks like some good conversation in the chat. Y'all, we've been doing this thing all day long. Oh, they did actually end it. They actually ended it. They've been ending it pretty serious. So that's pretty dope. You think there is a juror issue? I think there is too, but I mean, nothing we can do about the moment. But I will be starting the stream tomorrow at 8:30 just to make sure, just in case. He was head of security. Oh, this guy was head of security. Okay. But okay, so everybody, that's the plan. I want to thank you all so much for hanging out with us. Tomorrow night, if you're on my Discord, we'll be doing like a little I'm gonna call it a town hall meeting. I'm just gonna go over stuff that we've been doing, answer questions. It's gonna be a talk line. So you don't have to have your camera on, but you do have to just come on over and listen. Feel free to ask questions, all that kind of good jazz. On Friday, we're gonna have Judge Dr. Jada on to talk about the stress and strain that these jurors are probably going through. So that's going to be probably pretty interesting. The mental health issues that come out of being in these long, drawn out trials, as well as being on the long, drawn out trial. So I don't think the defendants are getting away unscathed either, even the lawyers. So we'll be talking about that on Friday. So I appreciate each and every one of y'all. Thank you so much to all the amazing super chats. Thank you so much. Again, to Donna, thank you so much. Ray, Cull Obsidian, Garrett, thank you so much. To Yusef, thank you again to Garrett, as well as Cassie. Thank you very much to Cash Money Cass coming through with the wonderful, very kind gifts, as well as Jeanette Messer. Thank you so very much for all that y'all do to support the channel. I really do appreciate it. I'll go over it during the town hall meeting tomorrow, but I'm actually going to be using what you all are giving to actually upgrade the Mac that I'm using right now, so I can have a little bit more powerful computer to help keep my operation running. Thank you, Natasha Holiday. I appreciate the very kind super sticker. Thank you so much. Thank you. The $1.99 super sticker coming in clutch right at the end. Thank you so much for that. Y'all, I really appreciate it. I'm glad that y'all enjoying this and such like that. Thank you so much to the moderators. Thank you to each and every one of you all. Thank you for liking the video. If you do like this type of content, consider subscribing and hitting that bell notification so you know when I'm putting out new things, as well as if you are a new member to the channel, please make your way over to the community posts. Look down through there. There's a couple community posts for new members. I want you to make sure you check into and you're apprised of. I want to thank you all, everybody. Go Apple. Oh my gosh. Apple's green. No. That's a gang. No gangs over here. No Apple gangs over here. Only Droid gangs over here. anybody. I appreciate y'all so much. Let's do it again tomorrow. Lord willing, we'll have a great time, 8:30. See you then. The thumbnail will be going up later on tonight. Everybody, grace and peace. Take care.